What's up, people? No. Oh my goodness. I have something to share in a moment. Let's go. Let me just grab something from my pocket in one of my other pants pockets. Okay. What's up? Someone's here. I wonder if my mic's working. Let's see. Test, test, test. Yeah, it's good. It's good. It's good. It is good. That's funny. I'll share what I'll share when I start going out for a walk. It's pretty windy outside today, and I have to do some stuff on the table that seems to me I have to properly wrap it better. The chairs are good though. The chairs are good. Do. Okay. You're gonna love this one today. You're gonna love it. Soul fam, are you here, sir? Hope I didn't scare you away, dude. Okay, let me get rolling. Let me get rolling. I like this song. When I arrive in a room, all the rules change. I love that. Reality plays by my rules. I'm gonna have it on repeat. Simple because I said so. That's the reason it's sublime. I drop one line and the universe rewrites time, aligned in pure flow. Each word a decree, rich as cascade, paying homage unto me because I said so. Yeah. Energy bends to match my tone. I name the result and it's carved in stone. Everything kneels at my throne. This reality is mine to own. Yeah, I raise one brow and the glitch resets. This metrics takes my cue. I speak it once and the fabric shifts. It all comes into view. I'm laced in power, charged with grace. Every move is a spark. I blink, it flips. I hum, it hits. I always leave my mark. I calibrate with rhythm, sync the world to my design. every pixel, every echo falls in step, cause I'm divine. I glide in ease, effortlessly sit back and watch it grow. When they ask about my magic, I simply smile and let them know, because I said so. The truth resounds, it's so divine. I trace each step on my path and it's redesigned. Charged in pure flow, each breath I come in, outcomes unfold, presenting spoils so grand, because I said so. Pulse of the world sinks to my tone. One silent thought and the shape is shown. Reality echoes the power I own, because I said so. I carved it deep, create the scene. My words the signal, my vibes the screen. I breathe it, I mean it, it conforms so fast. Make my command with the vibe that lasts, because I said so. The field obeys and starts to glow. I name the path and the current flows. This reality is mine to own, because I said so. And that's how the game is spun. I decided, I declare it, and just like that, it's done. Hey, yeah. Oh. When I arrive, the rules all change. Whole room bends like it obeys me. Snap my fingers, the air adjusts, everything repositions. I'm the key, no second guesses, no permission slips. I'm authority, I have that flow. Reality plays by my rules now, and baby, you know that's all she wrote. The reason stars align, I am the spark behind the show. No need to ask, no need to try. I point, it moves, it knows. The crown fits tight, the stage is lit. My pace becomes a tempo. You can question why it happens, but the answer's simple, because I said so. That's the reason it's sublime. I drop one line and the universe rewrites time, aligned in pure flow. Each word a decree, rich as cascade, paying homage unto me, because I said so. Yeah. Energy bends to match my tone. I name the result and it's carved in stone. Everything kneels at my throne. This reality is mine to own. Yeah, I raise one brow and the glitch resets. This metrics takes my cue. I speak it once and the fabric shifts. It all comes into view. I'm laced in power, charged with grace. Every move is a spark. I blink, it flips. I hum, it hits. I always leave my mark. I calibrate with,
I'm just getting my morning stuff before we get rolling, stretches and whatnot. I trust you're doing good.
effortlessly sit back and watch it grow. When they ask about my magic, I simply smile and let them know, because I said so. The truth resounds, it's so divine. I trace each step on my path and it's redesigned. Charged in pure flow, each breath I come in, outcomes unfold, presenting spoils so grand, because I said so. Pulse of the world sinks to my tone. One silent thought and the shape is shown. Reality echoes the power I own, because I said so. I carved it deep, create the scene. My words the signal, my vibes the screen. I breathe it, I mean it, it conforms so fast. Make my command with the vibe that lasts, because I said so. The field obeys and starts to glow. I name the path and the current flows. This reality is mine to own, because I said so. And that's how the game is spun. I decided, I declare it, and just like that, it's done. Hey, yeah. Oh. When I arrive, the rules all change. Whole room bends like it obeys me. Snap my fingers, the air adjusts, everything repositions. I'm the key, no second guesses, no permission slips. I'm authority, I have that flow. Reality plays by my rules now, and baby, you know that's all she wrote. The reason stars align, I am the spark behind the show. No need to ask, no need to try. I point, it moves, it knows. The crown fits tight, the stage is lit, my pace becomes a tempo. You can question why it happens, but the answer's simple. Because I said so. That's the reason it's sublime. I drop one line and the universe rewrites time, aligned in pure flow. Each word a decree, rich as cascade, paying homage unto me because I said so. Yeah. Energy bends to match my tone. I name the result and it's carved in stone. Everything kneels at my throne. This reality is mine to own. Yeah, I raise one brow and the glitch resets. This metrics takes my cue. I speak it once and the fabric shifts. It all comes into view. I'm laced in power, charged with grace. Every move is a spark. I blink, it flips. I hum, it hits. I always leave my mark. I calibrate with rhythm, sync the world to my design. Every pixel, every echo falls in step, cause I'm divine. I glide in ease, effortlessly sit back and watch it grow. When they ask about my magic, I simply smile and let them know because I said so. The truth resounds, it's so divine. I trace each step on my path and it's redesigned. Charged in pure flow, each breath I command. Outcomes unfold, presenting spoils so grand because I said so. Pulse of the world sinks to my tone. One silent thought and the shape is shown. Reality echoes the power I own because I said so. I carved it deep, create the scene. My words the signal, my vibes the screen. I breathe it, I mean it, it conforms so fast. Make my command with the vibe that lasts. Because I said so. The field obeys and starts to glow. I name the path and the current flows. This reality is mine to own because I said so. And that's how the game is spun. I decided, I declare it, and just like that, it's done. Hey, yeah. When I arrive, the rules all change. Whole room bends like it obeys me. Snap my fingers, the air adjusts, everything repositions. I'm the key, no second guesses, no permission slips. I'm authority, I have that flow. Reality plays by my rules now, and baby, you know that's all she wrote. The reason stars align, I am the spark behind the show. No need to ask, no need to try. I point, it moves, it knows. The crown fits tight, the stage is lit. My pace becomes a tempo. You can question why it happens, but the answer's simple. Because I said so. That's the reason it's sublime. I drop one line and the universe rewrites time, aligned in pure flow. Each word a decree, rich as cascade, paying homage unto me because I said so. Yeah. Energy bends to match my tone. I name the result and it's carved in stone. Everything kneels at my throne. This reality is mine to own. Yeah, I raise one brow and the glitch resets. This metrics takes my cue. I speak it once and the fabric shifts. It all comes into view. I'm laced in power, charged with grace. Every move is a spark. I blink, it flips. I hum, it hits. I always leave my mark. I calibrate with rhythm, sync the world to my design. Every pixel, every echo falls in step, cause I'm divine. I glide in ease, effortlessly sit back and watch it grow. When they ask about my magic, I simply smile and let them know because I said so. The truth resounds, it's so divine. I trace each step on my path and it's redesigned. Charged in pure flow, each breath I command. Outcomes unfold, presenting spoils so grand because I said so. Pulse of the world sinks to my tone. One silent thought and the shape is shown. Reality echoes the power I own because I said so. I carved it deep, create the scene. My words, the signal, my vibes, the screen. I breathe it, I mean it, it conforms so fast. Make my command with the vibe that lasts. Because I said so. The field obeys and starts to glow. I name the path and the current flows. This reality is mine to own because I said so. And that's how the game is spun. I decided, I declare it, and just like that, it's done.
All right, y'all. That was pretty awesome. Love you. Proud of you. Appreciate you. Grateful for you. Let's have an amazing day, baby. I love you so much. Love you. Love you. Love you both so much. Okay. Little me, let's keep going. We got this. Love you. Proud of you. Appreciate you. Grateful for you. You're doing great, Baba. Let's go. Okay. Okay. Let's get rolling. Let's get rolling. The Kabbalion should be coming in today. Should be coming in about an hour or two. Let's switch you all. Huh? Uh-oh. Oh, there we go. A little bit of lag there. Awesome. Feeling pretty hot. Feeling hot, hot, hot. Da-da-da. Feeling hot, hot, hot. All right. We're going. We're rolling. So yesterday I did all this, but I got a fix there since it got loose. So when we come back, we've got to take care of that. So right there, the plastic got over here. So I'm not gonna make that light. It's interesting that, yeah, there. All right. Now that we're back, should be back. I have to restart the stream there. All right, so let me see what was missed. So I woke up this morning. I was saying that this morning I had yesterday I had Goku's energy. I had Goku's his like raw energy, like his energy when he turned Super Saiyan Blue against Broly in the Dragon Ball Super movie. And it was fascinating because this morning it was different energy. It was laughing energy. It was energy that like it was wild, absolutely wild, you know. She's gonna cross. She's coming on this side. Yep, we can cross. Morning, sister.
Morning, how are you?
Excellent. Yourself?
Good. You live that way?
Yeah.
Oh, I
Yeah.
figured. Oh,
Yeah. Have a great day. Bye. Yeah. Yeah, so this morning I woke up with laughing energy. My aunt, so weird dream last night. Weird dream actually around after I went back to sleep. I was at my aunt's house, and her name's Aunt Verna, and she had like a birthday party for, I think, Alicia, which is her daughter, and they live in a fancy home, and you know, there was a couple guys like that are Alicia's cousins, like her side of the family, her dad's side, the one who passed away, my uncle. There were a couple of these guys, and I saw one guy with a modded, what is it, a modded PS4, and he's like, didn't you see the SSDs? I'm like, yeah. And then he's like, he gave me his cable for my tablet, and he had also a tablet as well. And then I went in my aunt asked me if my other aunt and Debbie asked me if I wanted cake, and I'm like, sure. I went in the kitchen, and Aunt Verna was there, and she was cutting, and for some damn reason I started stepping on these like cicadas. Like a bunch of cicadas were in the kitchen, like on the floor. They weren't there when I walked in, and I felt the feeling fully on my feet. And I woke up, I'm like, you see how our conscious mind can create things, can conjure up things in the unknown? Like, it was wild. I felt that. It was an interesting feeling. I felt like all this like stickiness on my feet after like I squished them. I was like, I didn't want to hurt the bubbas. Even in my dreams, I was like not hurting bubbas. But it was to show me like you could really, really tap into yourself fully. If you really use your imagination, you could really tap in and feel shit. Yesterday I felt a hug from like Tisha and a lot of the wrestlers. This morning I felt like me squishing cicadas, which I didn't mean to. Even in the dream I was like, oh, these poor cicadas, they got hurt, and like I have to take off my sock, and I was like checking if I actually stepped on them. I didn't, but I could feel it like underneath my feet. I'm like, holy shit, what a wild feeling this is. Absolutely nuts. Anyways, so after that, right, the dream ended. I woke up a little, went back to sleep. Different part of the dream started, and it was like my aunt lives super far for some reason. She doesn't though. It's like a 25-minute drive from here. But like I was thinking she lived like 4 hours away, and I didn't have the car. And my sister, you know, I told my sister like we gotta get going. And she's like, why can't you just stay and use the charger? Because like I don't have my charger. Well, you can use someone else's charger. I'm like, I don't want to use their charger. I want to use my charger. And then my aunt made these sly comments. She's like, you know, even in his ridiculousness and his stupidity, he does make a lot of sense about the things he says. I'm like, and I was like laughing. Like I was first taken back from what she said, but then I was like, what the fuck? And I started laughing my ass off. She's like, you know, all the ridiculousness that that he talks about and all the stuff, like she was referring to like being on like my live streams, like all the stuff he talks about and all the shit. I was like, wow, I'm getting really good at remembering my dreams now, which is amazing. And before I went back to sleep, before the first dream happened, I watched the video talking about like your hands. Like Master of Earth talked about, your hands is a heart pump. Like there's a lot of nerve endings in your hands, right? Like a lot of stuff is by your hands, but we forget about our hands. So then a video reminded me about the hands, like the mudras, right? There's one for wealth and one for clarity. And now when you activate it with your thumbs and your index fingers, or your index and your middle finger, or your thumb and your pinky and your ring finger, right? It's interesting. So after watching that video, I said, I'm not saying I'm rich. No. I remember my alignment to my richness that I am. I remember who I am. I remember. I'm not remembering, I remember. And I remembered who I am. I'm glad I didn't take the umbrella out. The sun's coming out. They said it's supposed to have rain, snowfall mix. Clear as day at the well, there's still some clouds here and there, but this is a nice morning walk with the sun. I wish that was the summer sun, but it's clearly not the summer sun. This is like the winter sun. But it's all good. Anyway, so it was just interesting waking up with that kind of laughing energy. And then I decided to go on Facebook this morning because, like, they say you should not look at your phone for the first like hour of the day. And I used to buy into that, but like if you allow yourself to be affected by stuff like that, then clearly you're still playing the human. Because like a lot of people, cater, they talk about the psychology of the mind and stuff. And yes, there's some science to that, but like when you don't adhere to being the human and you're the creator and you really embody that, how can that shit affect you? You're God. Think about it for a moment. How can anything actually affect you when you know you're the creator? When you buy into this bullshit that you've been fed, that you're just this human and all this stuff, the people say, but that's science, that's science. Science doesn't know a damn thing about a lot of things. Science is only now starting to catch up to the Hermetic principles. As above, so below, as within, so without. And that same video that I watched talked about as the universe, so the soul, the Hermetic axiom. As above, so below, as within, so without, as the universe, so the soul. We don't get to see the supercar today. That's okay. That's all right. We usually see it. And yeah, as above, so below, as within, so without, as the universe, so the soul. Pretty wild though. All right, we're gonna go through over there, hang for a moment. If we get at least one of the two hangs, I'm good, because by the time we get to that last hang, my hands are like fucking cold. But it's interesting because like our hands are very powerful, very powerful part of our body that we tend to forget. We can summon the command, and not just without conviction. You don't just say empty words like I am rich and I am wealthy and I am this and I am that. Fuck that. You got to put some conviction into that. You got to put some oomph into your words, because words without feelings are just empty. They're just hollow. So I was saying something about Facebook because like I have so much to say. It's crazy. Oh, she also said he can talk and talk. Oh, that's what else she said. He can talk and talk and talk and keep talking and talk and talk. And I was just laughing my ass off because yeah, you're right. I can talk. I can talk about all the things. And then he doesn't stop talking. He keep talking and talking and talking. I can keep talking. Hell fucking yeah, I can keep talking. I have no problem with that at all. There's so much to say. I spent 20 fucking years not saying a word. I barely spoke to anybody in those 20 years. I just kind of like, just kind of like kept to myself, silently observing, watching, not knowing who I was. Now I know who the fuck I am. It's pretty awesome. I really like that the sun is blessing us right now with its presence. Anyway, so on Facebook, there was a sister, her name's Rashmi, and she liked one of the reels that I watched a while ago. And it says, if you're doing the inner work that the 99% of the planet isn't doing, what percentage do you think is going to understand you? And then he paused there for you to reflect. And then he says, keep going. There's a lot of people doing the inner work, right? There is a lot of people doing the deep inner work now. But there's still going to be a lot of people around the world that you're going to run into that will simply not understand you. How could they? Because they haven't done the deep inner work. But you see, in my universe, everybody that I'm interacting with at least understands where I'm coming from now. And I'm making damn sure that I rewire that for my parents as well too, that they get it. Is that our brother with the walker? It is. Yeah, he's by the bench. And then another reel showed up where it was a motorcycle driving on a highway. Like you can see it from the side view. If you desire to change your life, you're going to have to change something. Or change some things. Because if you always do what you always did, then you always get what you always got. That was a fucking bar. I'm going to repeat that one. I'm going to run that one back in a moment. If you want to change your life, but you don't change something, because nothing changes if nothing changes, but there's a paradox to this, and I'll get to that in a moment, because there's always multiple sides to everything. How are you? Bye. Have a great day. So nothing changes if nothing changes. There's two paradigms to that. So I'll get to that in a moment. So if you want to change your life, you're gonna have to change something. Because if you always do what you always did, then you always get what you always got. That was a fucking bar, right? And if you are ahead of your old self, then you're always winning, and that's another bar. So, there's nothing changes if nothing changes, right? There's that saying. So, nothing changes if nothing changes. Let's see, is that on an angle? No, that's fine. Nothing changes if nothing changes. So what does that entail? Well, if you don't change something about yourself that you desire to change, like your mindset or something about your health or your financial situation, then nothing will ever change, right? You might have to read a book. You might have to change some stuff, right? But here is the thing. I want to make it crystal clear, abundantly clear, extremely clear. You have to just realize that you already are the change. That is another bar. Some will say that, like, no, but that person has to change. All they have to realize is they have to just tap into the version of them that they desire to be and just be it now. I know they say be and then to become, and that's a phase. That is a phase, but you also have to realize that you can already be in that phase right now. Wow, those trees over there, the Bob Ross stuff, only a little bit of leaves are left on those trees. And of course, you can only go somewhere you've never been when you become someone you've never been. That's another bar right there. I got bars. I mean, a couple of them were from our brother, but nothing belongs to anybody because it all belongs to all of us. When someone says, I own this, or I claim this as mine, I mean, all things belong to you, yes, but like when you claim it as like, seeing that there's others, so-called others, there's a paradox to that, right? There's a paradox to everything. Like when you claim this is mine and only mine, but you're taking from the aspect that like it's you and no one else, well, that's a little different. But when you're taking from the aspect that like you claim it for yours, but you realize there's only you anyways, and others can claim it for themselves because you realize and you recognize that they're their own selves in their own universe, and that they're their own sovereign being, and that they're the only one in their universe, right? That's a different story. That changes the game. You see things differently, right? You can only become someone you've never been you can only go somewhere you've never been when you realize the person that you've never been, or become the person you've never been. Like that. I have to see if I can use the word realize. You can only go somewhere you've never been when you realize the person you've never been. Yeah, that's better. I like realize and remember over becoming. Remember has such a powerful statement. That's why, like, you're not learning, you're remembering. You're remembering what you once knew. That's another way of saying you remember what you've forgotten. You forgot everything, and you are remembering, and you are remembering in that moment when someone shares, because everything is in the now. certain states of visibility or invisibility based on the frequency that you're emanating. Technically, you can never have a bad day, but reality oscillates up and down. It's who you're gonna be when it happens. It's not about the situation, it's about who you're gonna be when the situation happens. Another bar right there, right? Another fucking bar. Who are you gonna be? It's not about the situation, it's about who you're gonna be in that situation. How are you gonna react or respond? Are you gonna respond accordingly, or are you going to react? Difference between respond and react. You react right away, and then there's response where you silently just take a pause and know to just chill. Can I make that light? I'm gonna make that light. I'll make that light. There's no cars coming. Oh, I made that light. Look at me making this light. It's waiting for me specifically. There are no cars whatsoever. See? I made it. We're gonna go this way today. You can only go somewhere you've never been when you become someone you've never been. That is a bar. Or when you realize someone that you haven't been. See, I won't gatekeep shit from any of you. Like, I'm gonna tell you all how this is. I won't hold anything back. This isn't for free though. Don't get it twisted. You will pay me one way or another. Ooh, I like that muffler. That exhaust sounding nice and sexy. I used to be annoyed by those kinds of sounds. It's actually pretty nice though. I like it. I like you and I want you. I like you and I want you. Keep saying that. I like you and I want you. But I don't want anything because I have everything right now. See? Love it. So, back to what I was saying. So, the funny thing is I haven't even talked about the reason why I call this encompassing. Like Encompass. So I guess here comes the segue now to why we are calling this one Encompass. Well, yesterday we talked about whole, right? You encompass everything that you desire to be right now. And you embody that. Embody the hell out of that. Whatever it is, act as if it already exists here and now. Don't let reality wait to prove it to you. You must prove it to reality. That's another bar right there. I should say that's a fact. Make note of that. Don't let reality prove it to you. You must prove it to reality. Reality has no choice. The universe isn't going to give you it until it sees it's genuine and it really is a lived experience. Why do you think all these things, all these awarenesses have showed up recently? Is because it's preparing me for what's coming. I'm anchoring in. Now, of course, I've anchored in at the same time. I'm anchoring and anchored in at the same time. Right? Because you live simultaneously with all of it at, here and now. Hi, Bubba. It's nice. All right. I'm gonna walk this way. Tomorrow I'll walk that way. Little breezy, but it's all good. Nine days until 9 days until the potential end. I'm not saying it's the end of the stream, but potential conclusion to a 1 year anniversary. It's been one hell of a year though, but we're gonna keep going, of course. There's no stopping, like. But this channel is broken. I don't want to call it that it's broken, but it is. No matter what I attempt to do with this channel, it doesn't seem to be garnering attention. So it's definitely, I gotta pivot. And I gotta change a lot of the social media stuff. I was attempting to make another, Facebook, but like, if I can block my account. It's so stupid. Okay, we're at 82%. Let's see, what else was I gonna say? So I was gonna say that, yeah, let me see what else. So many bars were dropped. So whoever just came on, if you were here already, cool. If not, welcome, because there was a lot that was dropped in like a little bit. Yeah, you encompass everything that you desire here and now, because there is only now, and that is really it. There's nothing, it's just that simple. Like, all reality exists here and now. Speaking of which, I definitely will, I don't want to be buying all my books, like physical copies right now, but I'll be definitely having to take a copy. There's 3 books I'm gonna be purchasing in the next little while. I just bought Kabbalion, the physical. Outwitting the Devil is a must book because of all the illusions that the world is. There's a guy on Amazon who made a comment, who gave it a 1 star because he completely misunderstood what the book was about. And though he did his research and he misperceived a lot of things. Now, of course, from his own level of awareness, right? He talks about how Napoleon was God. I'm like, the fact is, he didn't say he was God, but yes, we are all sentient beings. I've listened to that book countless of times, and there was never one time where Napoleon ever said that he was God. He was just, what he was referring to was the consciousness, the mind is the devil. And then he says, like, you can never outwit the devil. Like, that doesn't make any sense. Well, the fact that he even is saying that is his limitation right there. If I could have responded to his comment, I'd be like, I would, but yeah. That person with the 1-star comment, that was pretty ridiculous, in my opinion. Cause like, I was like, what? Are you kidding me? That makes like no sense. I don't want to be walking behind him. He's got such a tiny little doggy though. It's fine. I don't like filming behind anybody. So I'll just cross the street. It's fine. I don't usually walk on this side of the street, but it's all good. It's all good in the hood. Normally when we walk here, we walk around and then we do the loop. But what we're gonna do is we're gonna skip the loop because tomorrow I'll walk the loop. By the way, it is windy. It is extremely windy right now. And I'm sure that the trail is gonna be even more windier when we get down there. Anyways, so I saw that comment. I'm like, are you kidding me? Like, how did you misperceive the book? Clearly, you don't know what you read then. Doing all your research. It's so wild just to see how humans are responding. But remember, everybody's on their own journey, and I have to remember that. He's not wrong. He just misperceived it. But he perceived it the way he was supposed to perceive it. It's the same thing like with me and like Dr. Joe Dispenza. I couldn't handle Dr. Joe when I first heard him and talking about, your formless, nameless substance. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? I'm a human character. You're no name, no image, no form. What? Never heard of such blasphemy in my life. No name, no image, no form. What? Okay, sure, whatever, Dr. Joe. But then, several years later, I'm watching Dr. Joe. Because I had risen my consciousness. And that's what everybody's attempting to do. Raise their consciousness. Let me rephrase that. Not everybody's doing the work. A lot are, though. There are a lot of people doing the work. More and more people are becoming aware and whatnot. But of course, they have their battles on with each other on like, I see people just like arguing about this factoid and that factoid. I'm like, y'all just have to chill the fuck out, really. These are the doggies in the window. These are the bubbas in the window. These are the ones that like look, like bark. I didn't realize they had 2 dogs. I always thought they had 1 dog, but they had 2 dogs. Anyways, we're approaching the water. See, one dog turned back and looked. He's like, yeah, so you can only go somewhere you've never been when you become someone you've never been. That's truly a bar. Just remember that one. And nothing changes if nothing changes. And if you don't change something, then how can you expect something different if you don't change, right? Nothing can ever change if you don't change something about you. But here's the other paradox to that. What if to say that you're already perfect and complete? Because you already are. You were born whole and complete. People are consistently keep thinking that they have to change something about them. But in reality, you're perfect. You're born whole and complete. There's nothing to change about yourself. You chasing something that you think that you have to chase, something outside of you, is an illusion. This world is an illusion, but it's also very real. That's the paradox of the earth. That's the paradox to reality. That is the great paradox to reality. There is nothing that you have to change. But at the same time, change is inevitable. Because remember, nothing changes, nothing changes. So if you're pissed off about something and you're angry about something, then there's something you gotta figure out about yourself, why you're pissed off and angry about something. That's where the change comes. And whoever's listening, this is a bar. Make sure you write this one down, or this is a fact, make note of that, whatever way you like to take it. If there's something you want to change, then you're gonna have to change something. Because if you always do what you always did, then you will always get what you always got. That was so real. I hope you took note of that. But of course, again, remember, there's a paradox to everything. It's not just set in stone, like the all is in the all. But how is that possible? It just is. Reality is as above, so below, as within, so without, as the universe, so the soul. The axiom. The Kabbalion doesn't talk about as the universe, so the soul, but they left that piece out. That's the third. Reality is a trialistic reality, not just dualistic, it's trialistic. The third. There's always a third to things. Father, Son, Holy Spirit, light, dark, neutral, like balance, positive, negative, neutral, proton, neutron, electron, neutron. That's what makes you up. You're not just a proton and an electron, you have a neutron as well. You're comprised of three pieces of matter. Mind and matter are one and the same. And existence is what wraps mind and matter together. The third. So I'll run that one back one more time for you to hear. If you desire to change something, if you want change, I'll keep it simple. If you want change, you'll have to change something. Because if you always did, if you always do what you always did, if you always do the current things that you're doing and that you always did, so let's say you always spoke negatively about yourself, are you going to get something different? No. So if you always do what you always did, you'll always get what you always got. That right there is one of the few third dimensional perspectives I will take and run with it. That's a third dimensional perspective because it still adheres to time. That perspective adheres to time specifically. Doing, right? You want to change something. Changing something implies doing something or being something, which can adhere to time. I should be able to cross here. Yep. Welcome to the daily water. I'm gonna do my back bend quickly. Enjoy the water for a moment while I get rolling with my back. Very good. You're all on an angle. There you go. Doing my Cossack squats. So much easier to do my Cossack squats now the way I'm doing it. Like, they don't hurt anymore like they used to when I first started doing it on these rocks. That means my hips, because I've been practicing a lot with my hips, moving a lot with my hips, right? Doing like horse squats every day. First thing in the morning when I wake up. Healing my spine as well. Wow, that phone battery went down 5% in like 2 minutes. Crazy. It was at 70%, now it's at 65%. Wild. It's all good. Usually the internet's not that great in this area, but yeah, you can only go somewhere you've never been when you become something you've never been. Thank you, water. It's always great to, come and see you and whatnot. If it can be like this in December, like the weather stays like this kind of like temperature, I can handle this. It's when it gets I mean, last fucking Sunday, a week ago from today, we had snow. Vastly different a week ago. It's as if the snow didn't happen though. A week has passed by and like snow didn't happen. It's wild, isn't it? But we had a lot of snow. We had a lot of snow fall in like 2 days. We had like 20 centimeters of snow in 2 days. That's a lot of snow, but it all melted away as if it didn't exist. But we were inside for 3 days. Like we didn't even take a walk. We basically did our 10K while we were inside. But it was good because I challenged myself and I sweated my butt off. So I got some cardio in. Changed it up a bit, you know? By the time I get back, my book should be there. It should. I don't know if it will, but it should be there. Today's cardio day. Outside is a little dry, so we should be able to do it outside. I gotta fix the table again. Cause like I didn't wrap it properly, it seems. It came flying off. The other side of the table seems to be perfectly fine. Water's nice. Clapping my hands together. Bravo, universe, bravo. Perfect. Y'all are getting a couple extra minutes here with the water while I continue to clap. Yeah, so you encompass everything that you desire to be right here, right now. All realities exist right here, right now. And speaking of that, those were that was the other set of books. You see, when I talk about one thing, it leads to another, and then I forget to go back and talk about, or I remember to go back and talk about the other. See, caught myself there. So there's The Alchemist, the Outwitting the Devil, and Parallel Realities book by Frederick Dobson. Those are like the books that I highly recommend. Yeah. So like, for example, all realities exist here and now simultaneously. So you get to choose in every present moment which reality that is, and you live it before reality proves it to you. You must prove it to reality so that reality can then reorganize itself. But you have to make, the universe is not going to give it to you until it's completely out of your, what most people call the ego, but I would call the third dimensional thinking mind, your pretentiousness, your holier than now. It has to be in true alignment and with servitude in mind, helping the greater good. But you also have to let go of the physical, right? Because the thing is, like, you really want it in the physical, but if you really want something, that means you don't have it. And if you don't have it, that means you want it, right? You can only... Okay, we're back. We lost internet connection, but we're back. We're back. Stream got disconnected for a moment, but we're back. All right, we're back. So what I was saying was regarding my microphones, because I was talking about the microphones, right? You can only have what you already have. Thank you, Water, by the way. I appreciate you. I love you, Water. I'll see you tomorrow. We gotta get rolling. The battery's starting to get lower. Bye, Water. Okay. So the universe wanted me to buy the microphone later in the month because I started looking up microphones. Like, I wanted better audio for the stream, right? Looking up solutions. Never even heard of this brand called Hollyland. I started looking shit up, and everybody kept talking about this Hollyland Lark M2 mic. You're just like, don't get it yet. Wait until Black Friday. Like, wait until I say so. Sure enough, well, it did happen on Black Friday. I think Thanksgiving was yeah. Wait until Black Friday. You'll get it on Black Friday. And I bought it, and it was a lot less in cost. Actually, I bought it in the week of Black Friday. I didn't buy it on, no, I bought it like 3 a.m. in the morning. And the universe like, buy this, go, right now, buy it. So I bought it, didn't know what to expect. This is a win right here. And then of course, I won the microphone. Because the universe is like, you have to have this microphone. Because you're gonna be speaking. And you have to have something clear to speak. Of course, the universe being me, myself gave it to myself, right? It's kind of like paying yourself first. And then I got a refund on that, and then guess what? I bought the gimbal with that resources. So I got something for free. It was a gift from the universe, and that was a win. That's how the universe works. And I went to San Diego with this microphone and, had that experience. And then I've been using this microphone ever since. So I've been super grateful. Anyways, my point to say is that you can only have what you already have. And if you already have something and you don't want it, now that I have this microphone, I don't want it because I already have it, right? Because I already have it, I know what it feels like to have it. But you also have to know what it feels like to have it before you have it in the physical, right? And that's that billion-dollar question that keeps coming back. Well, how do you feel a feeling that you never felt before? Right? How do you feel a feeling that you never felt before? Well, here's what I have to say to you about that. Number one, you do know how to feel that feeling. You telling yourself that I don't know how to feel that feeling is implying that you don't know how to feel that feeling. And if you tell yourself you don't know how to feel that feeling, well, guess what? You don't know how to feel that feeling. How to feel that feeling. That was a fucking fact. Please make note of that. Number two, right? The fact that you said that you don't know how to feel a feeling, well, that's bullshit, because you do know how to feel a feeling. Morning. But you do know how to feel a feeling. But number two, all things exist inside of you. All frequencies exist. So knowing that, you have to then see, do you believe that? Or do you know that? Do you know that to be true? But all frequencies exist simultaneously right now inside of you. You can experience every frequency right now. And number three, let's take the physical now. All right, so let's say you've never been to the mountains and you would like to know what it feels like to hike up a mountain, but you've never been to a mountain. There's a couple ways to feel that feeling. Number one, look at a video. Look at a video on YouTube and look at somebody hiking up a mountain and imagine yourself in their shoes. How are they feeling? Like, what would it feel like? Yes, you can't feel the air, like what they're feeling, but you can imagine what that might feel like, because you could have walked in like windy weather. Let's say it's windy, right? Right now. Let's say I never been up to the mountains. Sometimes I've climbed the mountains and it's been very windy. But let's say I've never climbed the mountains yet. I've never hiked up one, right? And seeing that I watch a video and it's windy, I can take that same feeling of like, well, I know what it feels like to walk in the wind. It's fucking cold. It's fucking breezy, right? So you take that feeling, and then let's say, I know what it feels like to walk, right? Walking like a trail. I know what it feels like to go like up a steep hill. Maybe some of you have climbed a steep hill, or you may have went up like a hill, had to walk up, right? Like, let's say like there's a spot here where you got to walk up the hill. So you know what it feels like to so you take that feeling, right? It's finding things in your physical reality that you've already experienced and linking it to that other experience and making it as real as you possibly can. You have the power within yourself in every present moment with your imagination to do whatever it is. But what's going to get in your way is your third dimensional thinking mind telling you you can't do it. I know, because it's happened to me countless of times. Like, anytime I'm attempting to feel a feeling, right? Sometimes I get blocked by myself. The mind doesn't want to do it. And I have to keep fighting the mind. But when I stop fighting the mind and I just relax, because you got to get relaxed. Because when I'm attempting to do these things, I'm not in a fully relaxed state, right? I'm doing this more under not stress, but tension. Practice love, y'all, and practice authenticity. When I start doing it when I'm more relaxed, it's easier. It's a lot easier, because the mind is just relaxed. There's no thinking happening. There's no over processing. It's just, I'm able to do it. And I'm able to take things that I've experienced in my physical already and make it feel similar to what I felt or what I imagine it to feel like, right? The universe, I'll tell you right now, you can't get it wrong. You can't get your imagination wrong when you're doing it. Even if you can't see it clear, or you might not be feeling the feeling accurately, trust me. As long as you have the intention and you put your attention on that intention, it will come to pass. But you have to also let go of the physical and not be like, well, my reality didn't change. Well, remember, Nero's manifestation, well, it's not his, but like he came up with it, right? Well, it was through the library of all that is. But what is his definition? Manifestation is internally shifting to a degree in which you are no longer emotionally dependent upon seeing reality change. You're good with or without it. Whether you see it, morning, you're good with it or without it in your physical. And guess what? You know why you desire you know why you desire it in the physical? It's because you're looking for a feeling. It's not about the money. It's about what money brings for you. Comfort, security. Feel what that feels like. Love. It's about feeling appreciated or adored. It's not about being in a relationship. It's about feeling appreciated and desired. Know what that feels like. In a business, in entrepreneurship, right? It's about time freedom, having control over your schedule, and not having to be like, you can, if you want to take 2 weeks off and go on a vacation, right? You can. Yes, your clients are your bosses, right? You're always gonna have a boss, but there's a boss that tells you what you have to do and dictate and pay you based on time that you do whatever it is that they tell you to do. And then there is your clients as your boss, where you're helping them and you're serving them. That's why I prefer to be the entrepreneur, because I get to help people. I love being an entrepreneur. Being an entrepreneur is easy, it's fun, it's enjoyable. I love it. It's easy, it's enjoyable, it's exciting, it's exhilarating. E words, and also entrepreneur starts with E. Right? Don't see entrepreneurship as hard and like difficult and struggling and stressful. That's the frequencies you're putting out. But guess what? You have all those frequencies within you. It's not just all positive, you have the negative ones too. You're everything, and you get to choose which frequency you get to be in every present moment. That's another bar. That's why I say you can recreate yourself anew in every present moment. We've been conditioned for the physical. And then of course other versions of us who are around us are going to tell you about their physical things and their physical problems, or they'll complain that you're not doing this and this and this and this and that. Don't even bother with them. It's irrelevant. They're an illusion. They're real, but they're an illusion, right? Everything is, right? Reality desires you to master yourself. Now, here's Maharishi or whatever his name was. I don't know if it was him, but there's definitely been some spiritual like masters who mastered the mental world. You know, they meditated and they transcended and they got enlightened, right? They got the enlightenment. This is going to be a bar or a fact. Please make note of this one. And I listened to this video, and they were in stage 5 of the 7 stages of evolution, from prisoner to God mode. And there's seven stages or 7 phases. It's funny, it's usually like 7, right? 7 or 9 or 3. And a lot of them, they transcended the body, right? They transcended their body. So yes, they got their enlightenment, but then their bodies became useless. So they became ascended masters, but then the body was useless to them. So they couldn't even operate in the 3rd dimensional realm. So it was absolutely useless. So like they practically became spiritually enlightened, but they became physically useless. What's the point? Yeah, I know that I said that this is both real and an illusion at the same time. I'm making sure that I cover all bases. It's not just one way, it's all ways. Right? How does one operate when it's all ways, right? A lot of people, I had a little bit of a difficult time to master that, but I've come to realize to accept everything as is. Right? There's no wrong, it just is. All perspectives are correct. Even the person who made the comment about Napoleon books outwitting the devil is correct, right? Because it's based on his frequency right now. You can only experience the things based on your frequency, how you're going to experience it, and that's another fact of life. Make note of that. Damn, I'm on a roll right now. Let's go. So, you have all frequencies within inside of you. You can literally attune yourself to any frequency, but you're gonna have to let go of the physical, but the physical will eventually make its way to the earth. There's some delay. But what we call delay is actually an illusion too, because you already have it. You just have to feel that you already have it, and you just walk regardless of what it says, whatever reality tells you. You just got to keep going. That's why I said there's a reel that I saw, another reel that a sister she saw my comment and she liked the comment. She saw that I made a comment on it, but another brother basically said, you are doing the inner work that 99% of the planet isn't doing. So what percent of the people will understand you? And then he says, keep going. Straight to the point, simple, easy. You're doing the deep inner work that 99% of the people are not doing around you, let's say. Because it can't be 99% of the people around on the planet, because there's a lot of people who are doing inner work. So there's a perspective shift there. But, there's 99%, let's say you're doing the deep inner work and the people around you are not doing the deep inner work. So what percentage of them are going to understand you? Right? How can they understand you? It's impossible for someone to understand you if they haven't done it themselves. Morning. How can they? Right? How can they understand you? They simply can't. All right, phone battery, hold up. We're okay. Little windy today. Little windy today. Little windy. Little windy. Little windy. Little windy. We're just taking this walk, just taking it in for a moment, you know? There's gonna come a point where this is no longer where I'll be in the physical, I'll be somewhere else. It'll be much warmer, sunnier as well, hot. Yep. These are going to be my last times where I'm going to be experiencing this. I'll be in San Diego because I'm emotionally and mentally there right now. Feeling the sun hitting my skin. Yep. Pretty breezy here. You can see how a lot of the trees are pretty much bare now. Not all of them, not fully, but most of them are bare. We already saw what it felt like for winter. We got a winter stream in. I might do my play out inside. We'll see. It's a little windy, that's why. This might be a somewhat semi-indoor day. Half indoor, half outdoor. We'll see, you know. Holy mack it off. I'm on the last little bit of the trail. Last little bit of the trail. Let's go. Well, the bubbas are no longer here. The ones that are like the small little ants, they're like brown that you can barely see because they kind of merge. They kind of camouflage with the concrete. They're no longer here. I have to concern myself with stepping on any of them. It's funny though, like yesterday we were playing Dead by Daylight outside and there's like a couple flies that were still flying around in the area. Well, to be fair, it was supposed to be 12 degrees yesterday, but it was more like 6, if anything. My nose. My nose, my nose, my nose. Let's see. Son of a mother. There's a lady with her doggie over there. Wind is pretty something today. I'll tell you that. It's pretty wild. But it's nothing I can't handle. I've handled a lot worse than this. Like I said, I've handled a lot worse than morning. It's been cold. Morning. All right. We're gonna run up backwards, as you know. Today's laundry day as well. So definitely today is gonna be probably like an indoor day. 3, 2, 1, go. I do have to fix the table outside though. Okay, this way. This way. Yes. Let's go. Wild. So we went through this street throughout this week. So we're gonna go through that street. My hands have fuck yeah, let's go. Oh, low battery percent. Just showed up a low battery message, not percent. Yeah, we'll see if it's an indoor or an outdoor day. We'll see. What happens. All depends. Remember, once the body starts moving, cold is irrelevant. Like nothing stops me. Yesterday we had to run inside after it started raining to do a little bit left. So, if I can mix it up like half, a little bit indoor, a little bit outdoor, do what I gotta do, and just like continuously get some like fresher air and shit, we'll be all right. Anyways, it's shit, man, my fucking hand is like it's all good. It's all good. Wonder if my book came now. Like I said, it's supposed to arrive between 7 and 11 equals 9. I took a screenshot of that. 7 a.m. to 11 a.m. The Kabbalion. I wonder how many pages the Kabbalion is. Might be a 300-page book. Definitely gonna read that book on stream. Ooh, Merry Christmas. It's funny, Nero said, you think I would think I'd put up a Christmas tree? Something pagan? It's funny. Christmas and, all celebrations are pretty much real but an illusion. I don't really adhere to Christmas much anymore. I still accept things, but I remember when I first got to San Diego last year, like, I wasn't gonna tell anybody that I was there. Not a soul, but yeah. Ended up telling Victoria, she's like, "You're here? Well, you have to come. You have to come see me for Christmas." I'm like, well, of course, I'll be more than happy to come see you. Oh man, it's so good. Three different Christmases. Experienced three different types of Christmases. Christmas with Victoria and family. Christmas with Chuck and family. Christmas in New York City with Jessa and Huang. There's like a hair in my mouth and it won't come out. I'm like attempting to get this shit out of my wild. Excuse me, Bubba. Can you please get out of the road? Come on. Don't be just sitting there. What the fuck are you doing? Come on. Go. Good job. Clouds rolled back in. I know home right now has a bunch of rain apparently, from what I saw. That's interesting though. They don't get that much rain. So it's interesting to see that California, like San Diego and Laguna Beach, them getting a lot of rain. But normally throughout the year, they're perfectly hot and sunny, you know. So good to be there. I love being there so much. It's what I call my heaven on earth, my magic. I mean, heaven on earth is anywhere. Like I can have that feeling right now because all things exist simultaneously. It's pretty cool though. It's pretty cool though, to say the least. And whew, yeah, it's wild. Let's go. Let's go. All right. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Da-da. Phone battery at 15%. I'll make it back. I see 11111. Nice. So, we're in the street with the Buddha house. It's coming up. I really like that house. I really like, they've given me inspiration on what I can do for like healing resort and stuff. Oh me, oh my. Since they're Buddhist, do they put up Christmas stuff? Ah, they removed the Buddha stuff. Some of it's still Halloween. There's still some Halloween stuff here. Ooh, my hand. My hand. It's not even my hand, it's my fingertips. It's crazy. Got my US citizenship fully. Got my US passport and my Canadian passport and my dual citizenship. Dual citizen, Canadian American. My wife is also dual citizen. Rot, 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 rot. Cool beans. All right, almost back. Sky got kind of dark. Definitely, I have to fix the table though, because I was seeing, because last night was super duper windy, so I was seeing how it's gonna hold up, and that was a perfect test to see what has to be adjusted. Now I know what has to be adjusted. Half of the table is good, like 80% of the table has been covered and is perfectly fine. 20%, well actually it's like 90% of the table is great. 10% of the table has some things. Damn, it is dark as shit out here. It's starting to get like really dark. I mean, we know that the sun is always out, but them damn cloud bubbas. Them damn cloud bubbas. Let's go. Osho, Cass, Kiki, and Mech. Nice. Osho. I think his name, it said Oshi, not Osho. Oshi. Oshi. There goes, well, no, my sister is just, or that's either my mom or my sister rolling in the car backwards right now. Oh, it's snowing. Or it's like cotton. It's some weird fall right now. It's not hail. So it's not hail. It's not snow, but it's something. I came back just in the nick of time. It's definitely not snow. It's not snow. It's not hail. It's like, it feels like styrofoam falling from the sky. It's like styrofoam. Oh, low battery, 10%. See, mom cleaned outside, but look, all of these keep coming back. So what was the point of her cleaning? It's just a waste of time. She should have just not bothered with that. These are just coming. Save her time. Cotton. Is that our brother over there? No. Well, I mean, everybody's our brother and sister. See? What was the point of shoveling? Or not shoveling, but of like, what was the point? Okay. So as you can see, I gotta do the table. So I'll tackle all that in a moment. We're gonna be inside. Ugh. We'll be inside for now. I do have to fix that table though. It's okay. So far it's okay. Gotta plug you all in. Sometimes this damn cable. There we go. Yep. My book. It came. Put you all on a tripod in a moment. I'll put you all on a tripod in a moment. Yeah, it's snowing. I came back perfectly in the right time. Well, now I know what I have to fix, but it's okay. Alexa, play notification.
2 new notifications from Amazon. Today, there's a chance of rain near you in Malton, starting around 3 a.m. and 4 a.m. Amazon shopping. A package containing the Kabbalion has arrived. By the way, see that your cart contains Outwitting the Devil and the Alchemist, 25th. At any time, to hear what's in your cart and get the order total, just say, "What's in my cart?"
Okay. So it is raining outside. Well, by rain I mean it's not like rain, but yeah, it's interesting. Where is the? Oh, it's there. I was like, what the hell? Okay. Okay, my hands are cold. I'm going to warm them up. You're all gonna hear this. I know. How disgusting to hear all that. But I forgot to take off the mic. That was disturbing. Okay. Give my hands a little bit of moment to warm up, and then I need a knife. I wish I had a... No, I do have one. What am I talking about? Never mind, I don't have it here. Should be on my bag though. Unless I removed it. I don't think I did. Yeah, this thing. It's a multi-purpose tool. It's supposed to be a box cutter. So, do I need a knife? Nope, not at all. It doesn't, it's not sharp, but it's not a... Ooh. Look at this book. The Kabbalion. It's all plasticed up. I love it. I love it. The answers to life are in these two books. That's why it's not important to have the other books per se, because, you know, but I will eventually get them. The physical copies. But these two books deserve to be physical. The Kabbalion. Oops. Yeah, see, good thing I did what I did with the chairs. There. So we're going to be reading this. Ooh, it's so nice. How many pages? Oh shit, it is short. This is actually a 144 page book. Technically 145 page book, but 144 equals 9. The Kabbalion, Centurion edition. I like the pages, it's very nice. The Hermetic Philosophies, the 7 Hermetic Principles. We can read a little bit. I did say I was going to read on stream, so. All right. Introduction to the Centurion edition. Centurion edition. People grazing in metaphysic bookshops may have wondered about the mysterious volume called the Kabbalion, written by the 3 initiates, and first issued by the Yogi Publications Society of Chicago in 1908. The best known edition is a plain volume bound in blue cloth and stamped with gold in the format like those of other books from the same publisher, including various books on yoga by one Swami Ramcharatara. The Kabbalion claims to be a brief introduction to the mystical traditions that has survived from antiquity. The core of the work is a series of aphorisms, which the author contends go back to the early days and were passed on from teacher to student. The exact significance and meaning of these terms have been lost for several centuries. The word Kabbalion, taken at face value, looks vaguely Greek, but it has no meaning in that language. The closest word to it is the standard Greek lexicon, curiosity in Caribia, meaning dice game. It also tempting to connect this word with the Jewish mystical tradition known as Kabbalah, especially given that early modern occult texts such as 17th century English translation of Cornelius Agrippa, 3 books of occult philosophy, sometimes uses Hebrew words for Kabbalah, meaning Mikubalim. But the Kabbalah is never mentioned in the Kabbalion. Rather, it presents itself as the essence of teaching of the Hermes Trismegistus, of the teachings of Hermes Trismegistus, thrice great Hermes, a legendary semi-divine figure who said to have brought learning to Egypt in the remotest past. Hermes Trismegistus is often identified with both the Greek god Hermes and the Egyptian god Thoth. The Kabbalion is organized according to 7. How many pages is this? Jesus, we're not even. Do I even care about the introduction? Sure, I'll just read it. Fuck it, whatever. The Kabbalion is organized according to 7 basic principles, which it says forms the basic of occult philosophy. Mentalism, the all is mind. The universe is mental. Correspondence, as above, so below, as within, so without, as the universe, so the soul. I'll add that. Nothing rests, everything moves, everything vibrates, everything is dual. Technically, everything is trilistic. Everything has poles, everything has its pairs of opposites. Everything flows out and in, everything has its tides, all things rise and fall. Cause and effect. Every cause has an effect and every effect has its cause. Everything happens according to law. And then gender. Gender is in everything. Everything has its masculine and feminine principles. Gender manifests on all planes. The origins of this book have mystified many. Scholar Philip Dislepy argues convincingly, I believe that it was written by William Walker Atkinson, who operated the Yogi Publication Society in Chicago. He is also thought to be Swami Ramacharaka. As the first principle, mentalism suggests the ideas of the Kabbalion bears some resemblance to New Thought, a movement to which Atkinson was closely connected. The universe, the Kabbalion tells us, is contained in the mind of the All. The All creates the universe mentally in a manner akin to the process whereby man creates mental images. You know what? I want to put on that music that I listen to. It's very Egyptian-y. It's very, very Egyptian-y. Let's see. Be familiar to the frequency, not foreign to it. Your desires likes it when you move like this. Ain't your first time receiving it. Reality will gladly mold itself for the individual that lives like they already lived this life. Act like you've been there before. It's just a frequency. That's a bar.
So I stick them.
If Apple made a
That's right, it's my aunt's birthday today. Where is that music? I was looking for... This is that Egyptian music. Where are we? The Kabbalion tells us it is contained in the mind of the all. The all creates the universe mentally, in a manner akin to the process whereby man creates mental images. This idea is central to practically all New Thought teachings. Nevertheless, the book does echo a more remote past. The term the all, for example, resembles the Greek topan, which also means the all, and which appears to some Hermetic maxims, most famously hen to pan, all is one. Given the claim made for it, the most obvious source to examine for the roots of the Kabbalion is the Corpus Hermeticum, or Hermetic body of texts. These were composed probably in the early century CE and purport to expound the wisdom of Egypt as narrative in the series of discourse and dialogue, including Hermes and his son Tat, a version of Thoth. And indeed, there are intriguing resemblances between these works and the Kabbalion. The first text in the Corpus Hermeticum, the Pomandres, probably a Greek adaptation of Egyptian premier or mind of authority. There's some hard-ass words to pronounce here. Tell us that the source of the universe was nouns, conscious, or mind, much as the Kabbalion asserts the principle of mentalism. Moreover, this divine mind is described as being androgyne and existing as the light and life, which parallel the concept of gender as it sets out in the Kabbalion. The Kabbalion also speaks of the principles of correspondence. This idea appears in another ancient Hermetic text, the extremely brief and elliptical Emerald Tablet. Ooh. Yeah. Which says in Latin, I don't even know how to say it, co es superius es sicut cu es inferius. A co es inferius, a sicut co es superius, ad perpetradan mercurius renovus, which is above is like that, which is above is like what is below, and what is below is like that which is above, to enact the wonders of the one thing. The Emerald Tablet is said to have originally been written in Syriac, the Semitic language spoken in the Eastern Mediterranean world in antiquity, but it survived only in somewhat dissimilar translation in Latin and Arabic. Whether there really was a collection of aphorism, whether there was a collection of aphorism known as a Kabbalion. Alexa, what does aphorism mean?
Aphorism is usually defined as a terse saying embodying a general truth or astute observation, as power tends to corrupt, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. Lord Acton.
The Kabbalion has passed down from master to pupil from the days of antiquity is hard to say. There are, to my knowledge, no copies of it or any reference to it that predates the 1908 edition. But that does not mean there were none, and there are claims of similar hidden texts in other traditions. The Russian esotericist Boris Moravitsky claimed that esoteric Christianity has an unpublished set of aphorisms called the Golden Book, some of which he quoted in the three-volume work Gnosis, study and commentaries of the esoteric tradition of the Eastern Orthodoxy. Although these do not resemble the maxim of the Kabbalion to any degree. As the author William Walker Atkinson, 1862 to 1932, was born in Baltimore, Maryland. After an abortive career as a lawyer, he moved to Chicago with his family in 1900 and lived there for most of the rest of his life. He began writing books and articles in the vein of New Thought, a movement that stresses the power of the mind in the creating reality. His first book, Thought Force, was published in 1901. Most of Atkinson's books were published pseudonymously in 1903. He began walking under the name Yogi Ramacharaka, and in 1908 the Kabbalion appeared ascribed to the three initiates. The publisher was Atkinson's own Chicago-based Yogi Publication Society. The identity of these three initiatives has been a puzzle. Many candidates have been named, notably the occultist Paul Foster Case, founder of the society known as the Builders of the Aditum, yeah. Some of these words are very interesting. I've never seen them in my physical, but I know the soul knows these. But as Philip Giuseppe research has shown, the book almost certainly had a single author, and that was Atkinson. Indeed, in 1917, for a French edition, the translation identified the author as Le Physique Américaine, W.W. Atkinson. We're not even in chapter 1 yet. So how many pages is chapter? So I basically have this to read today. So what I'm going to do is put my $100 bill as my bookmark. The Kabbalion quotes a number of sources from Atkinson's time. Thomas J. Hudson, 1893, works The Law of Physics, the Phenomena, Rama Prasada, 1890, titled The Science of Breath and Philosophy of the Tattvas, as well as the philosopher William James and Herbert Spencer, but chief source probably laid elsewhere. In 2009, blog posting, the tarot scholar Mary K. Greer suggests a plausible source of the Kabbalion. In 1885, Anna Kingsford, an English woman who founded the organization called the Hermetic Society, published a book titled The Virgin of the World of Hermes Mercurius Trismegistus, which contained an adaptation of the Hermetic text. As Greer points out, this book, especially its introduction written by the Kingsford Society, Edward Maitland, offers parallels for the Kabbalion's seventh principle. So I read this book on my tablet, or on my computer back in the day, but this is like a slightly different version, like at the beginning. So I'm just reading the introduction because I didn't get this Centurion edition, but I love it. This nice gold bounded version. It's nice and small too. Him and Nero's book are more than enough. That's all I require. I am going to get ready to do our play out shortly, so we're reading. Number 1, mentalism. Maitland asserts that consciousness is the indispensable condition of existence. Emphasizing Maitland, matter is itself merely a mode of consciousness. Maitland writes, from the oneness, this is number 2, correspondence. From the oneness of original being comes a corollary, that's another word, a corollary. The law of correspondence between all planes or spheres of existence, in virtue of which the macroism is the microism. The macrocosm is the microcosm, yeah. The macrocosm is the microcosm. I was like, wait a minute, that's not how it's spelled. The macrocosm is the microcosm. The macrocosm is the microcosm. The universal as the individual, the world as man, and the man as God. 3, vibration. The Kabbalion formulates this principle thus: nothing rests, everything moves, everything vibrates. The idea echoes a passage in one of the Hermetic texts, 10. There is nothing immutable, nothing stable, nothing unchanging in nature, neither in the heavens or the earth. Polarity, number 4. Maitland writes, all being modes of the one. No inherent antagonism or essential difference is possible. Total unconsciousness is not being and bears to consciousness the relations of darkness to light, the latter alone of the two being, however, reduced positive entities, and darkness being non-entity. Rhythm, number 5. The Corpus Hermeticum 14 reads, order maintains the fabric of things established by destiny and necessity. For all things this is everlasting sequence without beginning or end. It rises and falls alternatively, and as time rolls onwards, that which has disappeared again rises uppermost. Number 6, cause and effect. Maitland refers to the inexorable law of cause and effect in things moral, in virtue of which man's nature and condition is the future, are the result of the tendencies voluntarily encouraged by him in the past and present. Number 7, gender. Maitland writes, so far from repudiating the relations of the sexes, the Hermetic doctrine exalt them as symbolizing the loftiest divine mysteries and enjoy their exercise as a duty, fulfillment of which in some of at least of his incarnations is essential to the perfectionment and initiate of the individual. Given these resemblance, along with the Kabbalian's insistence that is contained, the essence of Hermetic teaching, is it very likely that Kingsford and Maitland's work was the main source for the Kabbalion. But these examples also show that Atkinson was not plagiarizing the virgins of the world Rather, he was attempting to distill its most important principles into his own words. The style and context of the Kabbalion echoes those of Atkinson's other works. Here's, for example, is the Kabbalion. Well, how can anything be plagiarizing when nothing belongs to anybody, technically speaking? Yes, somebody produced it, but where did that person get it from? It all belongs to all of us. It belongs to no one person over another person. I'm gonna pause there for a moment. My tongue is like blah, 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 blah. I want to fix the table quickly. It's kind of bothering me. It's pretty windy out here. Lots of leaves just showed up as well. Got to make sure I keep this area clean, you know? I'm the one that's taking care of this area, so it's by my duty that I must take care of it. These will continue to fall here, but yeah, we're gonna be doing the play out inside. It's too windy to be doing it out here. The phone's gonna fall down just by sheer fact that like a little gust of wind will knock down my phone. My phone will just take a massive like hit. Okay. Yeah, so this wasn't tight enough, it seems. And that's okay. That's the reason why we're gonna tie this again. And we're gonna make it even tighter so it doesn't disappear. That's the reason why we're doing this again. Okay, so actually, you know what? That didn't matter. If I go underneath, okay. All right. windy, it's wild. No, don't get underneath the table, damn it. Well, it's blowing all that direction, so. Had to save a worm last night. Jeez. Yeah, it's fucking cold out here. It's like it's gone so windy. Yeah. All right, so let's see how this is gonna hold up. Oh my God. Fucking cold. All right, let's see how I can get the table wrapped up properly. We're just doing a quick little test to see if that will suffice. The chairs are okay. We are gonna get rolling with our play out shortly. What time is it? 9:59. All right. Well, I mean, it's holding in place, but we'll see what happens. I'll go back outside, throw this, come back. Fuck, man, it is so windy outside. Crazy. Like I said, every day is going to be somewhat of a losing battle with these leaves. But, you know, if I can keep it relatively clean, then it'll be all right. Today is supposed to be very, very gusty, very, very windy. So today's what we call an indoor day. There's like no point doing like cleaning leaves. No point. Holy shit. Okay. I wanted to get done this introduction, but introduction has like 20. Yeah. So we're on page 16. So we're halfway done the introduction of the book. But This is going to be a good book. It's a very powerful book. So it kind of goes hand in hand with my these two books is all you require. Outsmarting Reality and The Kabbalion. Okay. So we started cleaning last Sunday. I knew that was gonna fall. I knew it was gonna fall. I just knew it. And it's funny how this went through. Come on, bag, what are you doing? You don't want me to put you back? That's fine. You can stay with me. Wait, how the fuck do I put this thing back again? Right, there we go. You can stay put. My basketball went underneath. Ugh. It's wild. All right. That was crazy. So whoever's here, we're going to be reading the Kabbalion later because it came in. I was reading the introduction, but I haven't finished the introduction. There's a lot of very. I've read it before, but I haven't read the introduction. And the introduction, the words are just crazy, like they're wild. Yeah, that table. I have to wrap the table properly because that table is just like not being wrapped properly. I have to do a better job of wrapping the table. But for the time being, it's wrapped. We got our play out to do, so that's what we're going to be doing. You leaves can go over here for the time being. We'll be playing this ancient Egypt type music for when we start reading the Kabbalion. The Kabbalion's a 144-page read, not including the intro. And yes, you're seeing me taking off my pants. It's the first time you actually see me do that on stream, but it's okay. I have my tights on. We're not getting naked. Okay, I'll leave this on. Today's laundry day as well, so this is probably going to be majority of indoor day. It is just extremely windy now. Gusty, windy, just absolutely annoying. So I'll finish out the intro and then we'll start chapter 1, which will be the All is Mind, I believe. Let me see what chapter 1 is. Shorter book, powerful book. Chapter 1, the Hermetic Philosophies. Chapter 2, the 7 Hermetic Principles. Nero's book and the Kabbalion. And then Parallel Realities would be the 3 books I would read on reality creation. The answers are found in all the books. Well, the answers are found within you. So it's 10:07. Let me stop this track. Let me organize my shoes properly. There. Yeah. Let me go back to my cart for a moment. The parallel universes of self. The process of realization as well. You can't add that to cart. Okay. Holy shizers. The wind, it's crazy. I was just checking for some books. Okay. This was the original Kabbalion. Yeah, I took that one. I have that one. 555. That is real success indeed. All right, we're gonna get rolling. Tiff, X, Dan, cardio. $30 minutes HIIT. We did this one last week. We haven't done this one in a while, so let's do this one. Yep. All right, so it's 10:13. So this one's no excuse. So for those of you who are going to join me, there is no equipment. So you're in luck. There is literally no equipment. So you'll just be following along with your body. Because if you have arms and legs like I do, and I'm sure you do, you can do this. So there's literally no excuse. That's why I said, like, you know, the ones with dumbbells, the ones with jump rope, like, I get it. If you don't have dumbbells and you don't have jump rope, it's all right. It's literally all right. Right? If you don't desire to do it, no big deal. There's nothing about feeling guilty. And I'm not here to make anybody feel guilty for not moving their body, right? Right? Do things that make you, do things that bring you joy. If moving your body doesn't bring you joy, don't do it. However, if you're like, I really want to do this exercise with him, but like I don't have this and I don't have that, well, you're in luck because today is cardio. And cardio has, it's just your body. So, but then you might say, but I don't have enough space. Well, look at the space I have. I don't really have as much space either. It's like I have the door right there, and then I have that right there, and I have that behind me, and then of course you all are right in front of me, and I don't want to be too super close. I don't want. So I found out that, you know, coming up to someone, like coming up to the camera is like personal space. Like you all have your own personal space. So like if I'm too close, like I'm invading your personal space. I came to that realization. So I'm like, so let me back away, and this is more suitable for us. It's like when people are like on Zoom, when people are super close, they're like invading your personal space. It may not seem like it, but it is. Just one of those things. So this is all I got. This is the room. This is the space I've got. So I make do with what I got. And I've been doing all of my playouts for the last 2.5 years in this room. Now, of course, I used to be downstairs in the basement. Like COVID, 2020, 21, 22. So for 3 years, I've been doing my playouts down there. I was never doing it up here. But there came a part of the journey where like it was getting annoying to, you know, my brother was down there and like, you know, I want to do my shit. And I was like, fuck it, I'm going to come in my room and do it. So, or come in this room and do it. And so here we are. We're doing the thing. Other than that, something was bothering me for a moment. I had to derail. Well, hello there, sister. Good to see you. I was just hearing mom complaining about bills. You know, it's one of those illusionary things. Just hearing her complain, but you know, I feel for her. I get it. Anyways, so for those of you who say that like you can't do something because you don't have the thing or you don't want to do it, well, if you don't want to do it, it's no big deal. Remember, you're not here to feel guilty. You're here to just hang out and have fun. Now, I'm never here to make anybody feel guilty about like if you don't want to move your body, no big deal, right? But If you do desire to move your body, but you're like, I don't really want to move my body right now. Well, I mean, do what works best for you in the end, but really, like this, today is no excuse. Because like there's no equipment, it's literally just your body. And again, if you have hands and arms and legs, then you can do this one because that's all there is. It's gonna be about 30 minutes, I think. Hi Jonah. Hi Bubba. I think this one is going to be, yeah, 30 seconds of play, 15 seconds of rest. So yeah, it's not too bad. Yesterday we did a long one. We did an hour-long jump rope play out, and it was wild. But I accomplished it. I did it. I did the thing. So I'm happy. I'd be outside right now, but it is really windy, and my phone will just keep toppling over, even if I have it on like this thing, because this thing doesn't have enough weight to sustain the wind that's blowing right now. Yikes. So, yep. By the way, ended up getting the Kabbalion. I finally bought the physical version of the Kabbalion, so I'll be reading that on the stream. I already started reading the introduction to 7 Hermetic Principles. Thank you. You too. Have a great day. Just 7 Hermetic Principles. Very good book. Very, very, very good book. So, yeah. The sun is kind of out here, but it's not fully out. The clouds are covering it, and it's extremely windy. So, yep. Be grateful that you have warm weather. Just be grateful. Be grateful. So if you're thinking I'm not mad or upset, but like if you think you're having a bad day, just remember where some people have winter right now. I know you're not. I know you're enjoying your day, but like for those of you who have hot weather right now, you have nothing to complain about. Literally. We have 0 to complain about. Everything's known in comparison, right? Anybody who has hot weather right now, you have nothing to complain about. And if you're complaining, come here and I'll give you something to complain about. Yep. Anyways, it's all good. Yeah, I'm gonna start in a moment. I'll start in a moment. I have to use the bathroom actually. I'll go and do that quickly, then we're gonna get rolling. Yeah. I wonder how I'm gonna read. Am I gonna go read by the chair? No, I'm gonna stand up and read. I like when I hold the book and I stand up and read. I look like I say unto thee. I feel like Jesus like walking around with a book in his hand, but Jesus never had a book in his hand, per se. I say unto thee. For verily. I like when I heard that in that verse in Nero's book. It's funny. I say unto thee. Wow. All right, anyways, so this playout is 30 seconds on and 15 seconds off. So it's not 40-20, it's 30-15. So we haven't done this one on this channel yet because I haven't given him a like. Usually whenever I've done a playout, I usually give him a like. So I know the ones I've done from the ones I haven't done. So this one has not been done on this channel yet. So with that being said, we're going to get rolling. I'm going to go use the bathroom and we're going to get right to it. So be right back. We're going to do this thing called chicken wing. All right, people, let's go. Let's get it. All right. Well, let's get rolling. And I said unto thee, I keep doing that. Okay, so we're gonna put on play out music. Oh my god. Why is it doing that on this browser? All right. You can tap your body quickly. So we're starting with air squats. This is no warm up. It's just straight going. It's funny, last Sunday we were inside doing our play out. This Sunday we were inside because of the wind. It's crazy. Okay. So we're doing push-up pulses. So we're not going fully up or down. So we're just pulsing. Okay, very good. So we're doing plank jacks. So you're gonna go ahead and do like a jumping jack, but in a plank position. Make sure you're sucking in your gut here, pulling your navel, contracting your core, bringing your belly button into your spine. Okay. So we're doing shuffle lunges. So 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So you're alternating. This one's good for mind-body coordination. We got high knees, 6 high knees with burpees. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we're doing pike shoulder taps. Pike shoulder taps are next. I'm a cardio machine, y'all. Very good. So we're doing squat pulses next. So we're just staying low. Very good. Let some air, fresh air in. So we're doing pivot squats to the right. So we're just moving the right leg. So we're kind of doing half circle here. You're doing good, y'all. Okay. Pivot. Pivot. Oh! Let's move this out of the way. Bear plank rows. Okay, so we're doing lat pull downs. So you're gonna lie flat on the mat. Like I said, there's no equipment here, so there's no excuse. Let's go. Butterfly crunches are next. So there's gonna be some abs in this one, but just because we're doing abs here doesn't mean we're not doing abs after. This is just our main quest. We still have a side quest to do. And I have my mobility training after, and then Yeah. Okay, so we're doing side plank, dips to the right. How is that possible? So we're doing plank rotations to the right. Ugh. Cool. So we're doing plank marches. I was gonna go back outside, but like, it's just too dang windy at the moment. Okay. Now we're doing side planks to the left. Oh, knocked my tablet down. Oh wow. That's the beautiful thing about the tablet. I can move it wherever. All right, we are doing bicycle crunches, but he's doing it like this. No behind the head, he's doing it like this. He's bringing his elbows like this. So he's holding his hand. It's a slightly different way to do bicycle crunches. So with ab exercises, remember to suck in your gut, pull in your navel, contract your core, bring your belly button into your spine. Russian twist is next. Let's go. Spider climbers. So you're gonna be on your forearms. You bring your knees towards your ankle, your knees towards your elbows. Very good. Narrow push-ups. So not wide, not standard, but narrow. Very good. Oh, I don't know why he got up. He just stayed on the ground. Plank knee tucks to the right. Cool beans. Commandos. Wow, how many ab things are we doing? If any, this feels like an ab exercise now. More, instead of like cardio HIIT, this feels like abs. It's all good. Cossack squats are next, but his version is going to be different from mine. I'm keeping my feet flat. He's keeping his ankles up. Okay, what's next? Okay, so plyo lunge claps. 619. Now we're gonna do the left side. So I will face, no, I'll face the same side. So I'll do the left leg now. Okay. We're doing star jumps. So squat star jumps. Okay, cool. Plank tucks are next. Walk out. Push up. These are inchworms, basically. No. Why are we thinking that? Get the fuck out of here with that. San Diego. Entrepreneur. Making tons of money. Entrepreneur. San Diego. Not Toronto job. Fuck that. Get the fuck out of here with that. It's weird. All right. So we're doing curtsy lunge. So you're gonna bring your right leg back. So we're doing left now. Front punches. not bad, not bad. I mean, after doing yesterday's play out, like this is like chump change. It's like easy. It's like easy money. We're doing blast off push-ups. So anytime I do push-ups in a play out, it doesn't count towards my daily. Very good. Lateral bear walk. So you're gonna be hovering your knees. So like this. See, I'm at the limit of my shoes now. Unless I move them out of the way. And that's okay. Very good. So rear lunge plus front kick to the right. So you're just kicking. Okay, so we're doing the left side now. Cool. So we're doing prisoner squats to knee plus to elbow. You're gonna put your hands behind your head. You're gonna go down. Let's go. Okay, so we're doing power jacks next. Let's go. Nothing changes if nothing changes. So in order to change, you must change your way you think, feel, be. Otherwise, nothing changes. Even though everything technically does change. You just have to see that. Embody the version of you that's already whatever it is that you desire. In my case, it's the serial multi-trillionaire entrepreneur who lives in San Diego, fully citizenshiped in we're doing 180-degree burpees. So you're gonna go down, push up, jump, go down, push up. You're spinning 180. dual citizen whose name is Orion Phoenix Stellar. Okay, we got push-up pulses, mountain climbers, switch lunges, and then jump squats. So it's 20 seconds each, 80 seconds on, 4 exercises, no rest. There you go. Doing great, y'all. Keep it up. Okay, switch lunges. So you're kind of stopping in the middle here. Okay, now we're doing squat jumps. Almost there. Whew. We did the thing. Give yourselves a round of applause, y'all. Give yourselves a round of applause. That was good. Wow. Amazing, amazing. Okay, so stretch and relax for a moment, cool down and chill. Just gonna move the tablet over here. Nice, nice. Dry air. Technically, he's doing this one. Wow, that's a stretch. That's a stretch. Ooh, that's a stretch. That's a stretch right there. Oh my God. Oh my God. Wow, that's quite the stretch. child's pose. We'll be doing child's pose again in a moment. The main play out is done. That's good. Are you ready? You're doing good, yo. Oh, have to fix those chairs. One chair is more in than the other. They should have made the table a little bit wider. What were they thinking? That has to go in. There. So we're doing arm circles. I saw 88% with 8 seconds. Crisscross. Whew. I'm not tired. Lack of oxygen there. Cool. All right. It's time for us to do abs. Time to do them abs. Them sexy abs. Them abs. Look at them abs. Whew. Look at them abs. Look at them abs. Them abs. Them abs.
Connection where your deep thoughts about someone are subconsciously received by that person, forcing them to play the role you've mentally assigned to them. Your parents acted with you following the same mental patterns they inherited. Everyone's trapped in this network where each person involuntarily acts out the expectations of others without realizing they're actors in someone else's script. You're never yourself. You're the manifestation of the assumptions others hold about you, while simultaneously forcing everyone around you to manifest your own assumptions about them. The physical world doesn't cause your feelings. It's the visible result of your internal states. First you feel, then reality reorganizes itself. Every difficult person, every frustrating situation, it's all literally you pushed outward through the creative power of I am.
Yep. So true.
Everything that occurs in your external life originates first in your inner consciousness. When you assume something specific about someone, that person begins to act exactly as you imagined, not through coincidence or verbal suggestion, but through a precise mechanism that Neville Goddard mapped out during decades of study and practice. Your internal assumptions transmit directly to the consciousness of others, who then involuntarily play out the roles that you have mentally assigned to them. The pattern repeats itself regardless of culture, age.
Let me get a look. I can probably get through to her if I can get a little
Oh no!
Oh my God. It's crazy.
Seems like you're going through a lot right now.
Yes, my family hates me
Sorry to hear.
because I cut my hair and I'm a girl.
I think you look pretty badass.
Yeah, you look
But
pretty.
then, who am I to talk? Hey, first of all, if your family's not okay with you being you, that's on them. The problem, though, is that we make it mean something about us.
Yes,
Are you good enough if your family approves of you or not? Like, say your family doesn't approve. Are you good enough?
yes, I'm good enough.
What if your family's like, I don't like your haircut? Are you good enough?
Yes.
Yeah, I remember watching this episode with.
This is why most people end up rambling. In every interaction you have, there's an underlying intent. If you don't know the exact outcome you want from the conversation, how will you even know what to say? Start asking yourself this question before any meeting or any conversation. What do I want this person to think, feel, and do? Once you've built up this simple habit, you'll notice your communication being sharper. You'll speak with more clarity and more confidence and more impact.
It's true. Yep. And that's what happens with humanity when we don't celebrate the journey.
We're at the Penske Automotive Racing Museum here in Scottsdale, and everybody has entered into the giveaway. So if everybody with all the money to buy these cars is doing it, you better do it too. Click that link below. As you know, we are giving away the Mark V. And at Fuel Fest, we told you you could pick the MK4. So which one are you taking? We're at the Penske Automotive Racing Museum here in Scottsdale, and everybody has entered into the giveaway.
What's going on?
Nice.
You want me to say it? I'll say it. Being around you makes me nervous. But if nerves were a pool, I would high dive, belly flop, embarrass myself just to try to look cool. Because you make my heart beat faster. You don't mean to. I know. But when I'm next to you, why would I care to watch any stupid show? Finish the sentence.
I love it.
Look away. If I could be next to you, I would let my hyperventilation stay. Because with you, I feel nervous. But the kind of anxiety that turns to humor. I'm laughing at how ridiculous it was that my greatest insecurity was being a late bloomer. You make me shy. And that way that makes you have to smile, like I can't look at you for too long or my heart grows legs to sprint a mile. I'm smiling at you. I'm blushing. You're so pretty, by the way. And I would feel pretty lucky to remind you of that every day. Being
Nice.
around you makes me jumpy in a chaotic sort of calm, as if a heavy metal rock band covered a beautiful ethereal psalm. You make me feel excited. Maybe you could tell, because when your knee kisses mine, I'm put under a spell that starts with "oh God" and ends with "please no more." My hands cover my face. I've never been giddy like this before. So I push my leg closer. We're both sitting on the floor, challenging the limits of tension until we can't take it anymore. From my book, A Magnificently Ordinary Romance, available in bookstores and online now. You want me to say it? I'll say it. Being around you makes me nervous.
Love it.
But if nerves were a pool, I would high dive, belly flop, embarrass myself just to try to look cool. Because you make my heart beat faster.
Nice. All right, we got abs to do. So what I'm going to do is play back the music. So let me open up another tab. So we're gonna do abs. It's almost 11:11, which is awesome. We did ultimate abs yesterday. What did we do yesterday? No, we didn't do ultimate abs yesterday. Yeah, we did do ultimate abs yesterday. So we're gonna do total abs today. So total abs is gonna be 50 seconds of play, 10 seconds of rest. So a couple things. Ab exercises, again, do not give you abs. You already have abs. They are hiding under a layer of fat. It's very subjective. I know a lot of people out there will say the ab exercises will give you abs and do these things and you'll get your abs. It's no. If that would be the case, I would have had my 6-pack abs in like 3 months. That's not the case. I've been doing this thing for 5 years, 6 years now. We're on year 6 into year 7. I've been basically exercising for 6 years straight. I keep saying 5, now we're in 6. 6 years straight. Minus 42 days because of, hospitalization, but I was flexing my mind. And so I was doing neural fitness. So whenever anybody says doing these things will give you abs, no, it'll strengthen your core. Your abs can pop, but it won't show unless you lower your body fat percentage. And that's all subjective through your rest, your stress management, your cortisol levels, your hydration, your habituations, your environment, your mindset, your mind mastery, your training regimens. Like if you're doing cardio, if you're doing HIIT, if you're doing yoga, if you're doing resistant training, if you're doing jumping, like jump rope, if you're doing boxing, if you're doing dancing, if you're doing fighting, if you're doing all kinds of stuff. So there's all kinds of things that are at play here, and everybody's bodies are unique. So, like I have abs, but the thing is, do ab exercise actually give you abs? No. You will feel it in your abs, yes, and they're here to strengthen your core, yes, so that you can lift heavier dumbbells, have a stronger core, so stronger body, so more stability. You're basically doing core movements for more core stability so that you can have core stability with your stances and having proper energy management when you're lifting and pulling and pushing with your core. Weak core, weak body. Strong core, strong body. So that's why we do abs every day. It's a non-negotiable. And it's probably 11:12. Yep, it's okay. I saw 11:11 with the soul, but it's a good thing I saw 11:12. In any event, you're going to, I gotta remind myself to wish my aunt happy birthday. So what I'm gonna quickly do right now is wish her happy birthday, and so that I don't forget. So, because it's her birthday. Every day is technically your birthday. Every day is technically your birthday. Okay. Let's grab let's go ahead and wish our aunt happy birthday. It's so weird to call people aunt. Bankai. Bankai. Okay. We had some birthdays that we didn't get to wish, so we will take care of that now. They are unconsciously. I wonder if I mean, has he seen my messages? No. But he's definitely updated his profile pic. You're looking good, dude. Nice. I buy, fix, and sell homes. Nice. Yeah, I remember seeing this guy in 2021. Whoa, bitch, get out the way, yo. The way, yo, get out the way. Okay. Let's get see, will you see 1117? I keep seeing 1117, like there must be a significance to that number. Okay. Let's get the abs done. So, let's continue. Okay. Leg switches. Let's go. So make sure you keep your lower back flat to the mat. Suck in your gut, pull in your navel, contract your core, bringing your belly button into your spine. All same thing, different words. If you're having a hard time with this one, make sure that you put your hands underneath your butt for lower back support. So anything where you're lifting your legs. And if you're having a hard time with this one too, keep your legs bent or keep them straight. Totally up to you. So we're doing reverse crunch with leg opener. Thank God I found another way to do my abs in here. I used to face that way and I would always bump into like my wardrobe cabinet here. Now, there's nothing really that impedes me except for the bed, but you know, no excuse. No excuse, y'all. Leg lowers are next. Ooh, nice. Okay, cool. Scissors crossover is next. The fact that the sun is out is great, but like, it's just like windy AF. It's the fucking wind. If it wasn't windy, it would be all right, but it's all good. We're getting fresher in the room. So after this, we have our 55s to do and our mobility training to do. So we're doing cross crunches here. So you're gonna bring your left elbow to your right knee and your right elbow to your left knee. Ooh. Now, if you can bring your elbows past your kneecaps. If not, bring your elbow tips to your kneecaps. Let them touch. And if you're unable to do that right now, that's okay. Go as far as you can. Challenge yourself, but don't hurt yourself. I remember when I first started back with abs, I couldn't do half of these things. Like, I couldn't touch my elbows with my kneecaps because I was just too, like, well, I respected my body then. I won't ever diss my body, but I just couldn't do it because my body, I lacked the flexibility and the proper form, and I did have a bigger belly. Butterfly crunches are next. You're gonna put your feet together. Ooh. Earth from my bird's eye view. We're doing single leg extensions. You should grow feathers and see this too. So with this one, you're gonna bring your torso up a little bit and extend out. Oblique heel taps are next. Ooh. So keep your legs wide here. Now, if you're having a hard time with this one, I don't want to call it hard. If you're having a challenging time or a difficult time, again, those are words I still don't subscribe to. If it's not possible at the present moment yet, right? Keep your feet together and reach between your toes and your heels and do this. Rest of us, challenge yourself, but don't hurt yourself. We'll be in a plank position shortly. Plank knee tucks are next. So you're bringing your knees in. Then we're going to be doing spider crunches. So you're going to be on your forearm. And you're going to bring your elbows to your knees. Or your knees to your elbows. I do that all the time. It's all good. You bring your knees to your elbows. And you're bringing it to your corresponding elbow. So left knee, left elbow. Right knee, right elbow. Pink and purple. Yep. So I'm just gonna move this a little bit forward here. So just like this. So you're contracting your obliques again, which is the side ab muscles here. See, the more you do these things, over time, it becomes maintenance. So all I'm doing is maintenance. I'm not looking to build too much muscle. Like I'm pretty set where I am. A little bit more muscle would be great, but... And shredding. But I'm in maintenance mode now. And we're done. The other days, summer's on nothing, nobody belongs to me. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. It's 11:28. We're gonna do a couple ab stretches here. It's nice and sunny outside. It's just very deceptively cold. 1, 2, 3. When it's not too windy, I'll go back outside and hang out. But today's probably a day to stay inside and because I got laundry to do anyways too. Ooh. So abs, main quest and side quests are done. Okay, Awesome sauce. Okay, cool. Nice. All right. I am going to get rolling with my movements. I feel like just chilling and watching like episode or something. I can't deny you. I feel so alive. Ah. Only in Texas, indeed. Boop a doop a doo boom. Cloud shape. So we got 33 signs from spirit guides. What is this? We got synchronicities, finding feathers, messages in dream, random animals showing up, butterflies, repeated numbers, flickering lights, sense that you are a remind of something or someone, finding random coins, rainbows, intuitive hits, warmth from nowhere, chills or goosebumps randomly, messages in lyrics, yep, symbols in nature, an inner knowing while in midst of Mr. Fogs, candles flickering strangely, cloud shapes, voices, electronics acting strange. Yep, that's a big one for me. Electronics acting strange. Finding dimes, that happens a lot. Seeing orbs. I have seen orbs. Okay. An inner knowing. Unexpected gifts. Yep. Color patterns with meaning. Old memories resurfacing. Message from a book or quote. Yep. Visions while awake. That's definitely happened to me. Unexplained bells going off. That one, not so much, but wind chime, but that's only because the wind's blowing. Warm embraces that feel spiritual. Finding four-leaf clovers. Spiders haunting your space. Well, there was a spider there, but he's gone, or she's gone. And heart flutters. I don't get the heart flutter ones. Maybe I become stone cold. Did I save this? I think I saved it. Hi, babes. Hi, babes. All right. Yeah, I did save it.
9% of people go their entire life without doing. What percent do you think are actually going to understand you? Keep going.
Yep. That's a fucking bar.
When you do the work that 99% of people go their entire life without doing, what percent do you think are actually going to understand you?
Keep going.
Keep going.
And this one.
You cannot change your life unless you change something.
You cannot change your life unless you change something.
If you always do what you always did, you'll always
Get what you always got. You cannot change your life until you change something. Nothing changes if nothing changes. Of course, there's a caveat to that because there's a paradox to everything. And I was talking about that earlier. If you always do what you always did, then you always get what you always got. It's a bar. That's why you always have to find ways to push the envelope. If you're not happy where you are, that's like in life, in terms of do something about it. Find ways, find opportunities. Sometimes it may feel like you're getting stuck, but that right there, and that was part of the phase 5, where life seems like the universe is just like keeping you stuck and the third dimensions keep pulling you, and it's that very feeling that like you keep feeling like you're going backwards and like nothing's working for you, and you exhausted all of your options, or you think you exhausted all your options, and you're like, nothing works for me, nothing works for me. And this happened to me a lot, like nothing fucking works. Like everything I do, I had this belief stuck in me for years that everything I do, it is never good enough. It never works out for me. It always works out for others. People put less effort and they always get it to work for them. But then whenever I put in that same amount of effort, or I put more, it doesn't work for me. It's simply because of the frequency that I was emanating, that belief that was hiding in the background. And because of that belief that was hiding in the background, so every time I would do something, it would never work. So like whenever I shared something with someone, it would just never fucking work. Or like my videos, I would make videos, like this YouTube channel is like blocked right now, but it's okay, I'm gonna keep going, but I'm gonna be on a different channel. New faces, new energy. Some will be great, some will be, well, we'll see. I'm only cultivating those who are a mere reflection. Like I'm making sure that before I start that channel that I'm on point. Like I'm not gonna get derailed by a lot of nonsense. Anyways, do something, change something. But it's that point of like when you're going through that, like that nothing ever works out for me, that's exactly what is supposed to happen, so that you can keep pushing forward. You know what's funny? Nero was talking on his live stream yesterday. He did almost 4 hours. Good on him. I do 12. He was saying that he's been posting his consciousness stuff ever since 2017 on Snapchat. He was on Snapchat for years before he even made it big, right? He's been posting stuff, just like I have been posting stuff out like on YouTube and Facebook and Instagram for a couple of years now. It didn't quite click, right? It clicked for a little and then it disappeared. That's what the growth of the channel. But guess what? I had to go through all that, and then I had to go through another journey, and now I'm even further along than I was even when the channel was working properly. I'm a lot further along now. Trials and tribulations, setbacks, a lot of stuff. Comebacks, overcoming. Didn't really have to overcome anything because that was a belief that we always think that we have to overcome something, and every time we pretend, or every time we entertain the idea that we have to overcome something, that means that we're subconsciously making another mountain for no reason. Because it feels like if we don't overcome something, this is the paradox. If we don't overcome something, then there's no purpose. And if there's no purpose of overcoming, then it feels like you have no purpose. But guess what? You do have a purpose. You always did. You always had a purpose. I always had a purpose. And our purpose was to just be. Be still and know that you are the creator. Be still and know that you came here to be in joy. Be still and know that you came here to be in more in joy. Be still and know to be more of yourself. Be still and know to be in the now. That was all fucking facts. Make note of that. Every time my intentions when I'm sharing something is for one thing: to make you aware so that you have the tools available, knowing that you can make a better choice in life. That's it. I came here so that you can be aware of the tools you already possess, just so you know. I'm not giving you any tools. You already have your tools. I'm just making you aware, hey, look in your tool belt, look in your toolbox, look in whatever you want to call it, your container. I don't care what you call it. Look within and you have the answers so that you can make an informed decision by decoding, deciphering, and discerning and deciding and then detaching what you're going to do. You all have all the answers. You always did and you always will. All answers reside within you. As above, so below. As within, so without. As the universe, so the soul. Yep, the all. I look forward to this chapter. I open up on page 33. No accidents. The all. It says, nothing endures but change. As if he be a thinking man, he realized that all of these changes, things must be put outwardly appearances or manifestations of some underlying power, some substantial reality. I'm going to change some of these words though, because it's not he, it's all. I really like this. I really like this version. It looks nice. Nice hardcover book. I like hardcover books over paperbacks, but paperbacks are more flexible. I bought Nero's hardcover book. Still investing in myself, but that's all I require. I mean, I already have all the answers within. I don't have to be buying books. I choose to so that I can read them in the physical, so I don't have to look at my tablet. I love my tablet, and I love the fact that I have all my books, a digital version of the book, so I don't have to carry them with me. But like, you know, these are books that I would be sitting with and just be like, this is it. These are all I require. Well, parallel realities, I mean, I have all of my books on my tablet, so. Oh, you know what? I keep forgetting to do this. Every time I, like, let's do this once and for all before we get caught up with stuff. Turn any wall into pure cinema. Nice. I like the music. Okay.
Welcome back to Phone Transformer. In today's video, we're exploring the 5 best ebook reader apps for Android, helping you find the perfect app to read and enjoy your favorite books.
Let's see.
Let's get started. At number 5 on our list is Aldico Book Reader, a popular app with a 4 out of 5 rating from over 185,000 reviews. Aldico is designed for book lovers, letting you bring all your ebooks and audiobooks into one place, whether from public libraries, the Kantuk bookstore, or your personal files. Some standout features include designed for book lovers, a reading experience tailored to enjoy every page, real word of mouth, connect with library catalogs and public domain books to explore what others are reading, a ton of stories, Access thousands of titles and import your own EPUB or PDF files. The Home tab gives you quick access to featured books and recommendations. My Books organizes your personal library, including borrowed and downloaded titles. In Catalogs, you can browse library collections or the Kantuk bookstore. Settings lets you customize fonts, themes, and dark mode for comfortable reading. Lastly, add a library or import your books allows you to expand your collection with OPDS catalogs or your own files. With its flexible library management, personalized reading options, and seamless access to thousands of books, Aldico Book Reader makes reading simple and enjoyable. At number 4 on our list is Kobo Books, a versatile reading and audiobook app with a 4.1 out of 5 rating from over 228,000 reviews. Kobo lets you explore millions of rating from over 514,000 reviews. Read books offline for free in formats like PDF, EPUB, Kindle, Word, TXT, and more.
Yeah, well, that app doesn't open up for some dumbass reason. The hell? Uninstall. And then install. Open. Continue. Well, the app finally fucking works again. I gotta organize it though. Okay.
More. All without 1,000 reviews. Moon Plus Reader allows you to read thousands of books for free, supports online libraries, and lets you enjoy local books with smooth scrolling and powerful.
And I do have Moon Plus. But it's not taking from my files. Wait, what? Okay. Moon Plus is a good one, but it's green lights. The gene keys, the fourth dimension, the fourth turning. A lot of books, but I have so much more books on my computer. I have to like compile all of my books into one massive ass folder. That's a project in a half to do all that shit. It's a project and a half.
Do you want to know why the...
It's a project.
And look how many times we left and the first came just in time. This
Julia, I love this energy, but just remember we don't swing wild, okay? We strike with precision, okay? Strategy. We're playing the long game, okay? So my people are on this, okay? Your title is going to be right back where it belongs on your waist, okay? Okay. She woke up something she should have left sleeping. I will break her mind, her body, everything.
Okay. Little too much pizzazz there, Julia. Okay.
Hey everyone, welcome back to the channel. If you're a book lover like me, but also love your phone a little too much, you're gonna love today's video. I'm breaking down the 6 best ebook reader apps for Android that you need to know about in 2025. Trust me, picking the right one can make or break your reading vibe. So let's get straight into it. Starting at number 6, we have Librera Reader.
Librera?
Light, free, super versatile.
Librera.
It supports tons of formats like PDF, EPUB, Mobi, and even has a text-to-speech feature if you like being read to while you chill. The UI has a few bugs sometimes, but hey, the devs are always improving it. If you want flexibility without any cost, Librera's a no-brainer. Coming in at number 5, Pocketbook Reader. Now, it's been around for a while, but it's packed with features like Adobe DRM support, highlighting, exporting notes, and even OPDS support if you need it. And guess what? It's completely free, solid, reliable, and perfect for everyday use. At number 4, we've got the feature king, Plus Reader. This app supports basically every format you can think of: EPUB, PDF, Mobi, and more. Gesture controls,
Moon Plus.
over 10 beautiful themes, Dropbox. This app is stacked. There's a paid version for about $8.99 if you want the ad-free life. But even the free one is awesome. Number 3, e-reader Prestigio. Fun fact, it changes names almost every year, but it stays awesome. With support for over 25 languages, built-in text-to-speech, and a library of over 50,000 books to download, it's hard not to love. Plus, the night mode is clutch for late-night reading. It's free, with ads you can remove if you want. Sliding into number 2, ebooks. If you want a clean, ad-free, super smooth reading experience, this is the one. It supports all major formats, instant page loading, syncing across devices. It's basically a dream. It's missing a built-in dictionary and backup options, but honestly, it's so good you probably won't even care. And finally, number 1.
Read Era.
Read Era. This app checks all the boxes. Free, easy to use, supports all the popular and even rare formats, and doesn't need you to sign up for anything. One cool bonus, you can even do split screen reading, like reading 2 books at once if you're feeling wild. The UI is clean, it's fast, and did I mention it's totally free? Yeah, it's an absolute gem. So there you have it.
There's a paid version though, but
Something feature packed or just something free and easy.
okay.
Definitely a perfect app for you.
So read Era.
Try first. Let me know in the comments below. And if you found this video helpful, smash that like button, subscribe for more awesome tech recommendations, and I'll see you in the next one. Happy reading, everyone.
Okay, so I got the best of the best.
So this is a pretty cool one. This is a projector, new projector from XGME. It's called the Horizon 20 Max, and it is the top of the line in there. The scale of the display, you can use that optical zoom to get the display size that you're looking for without losing any quality. So in this situation, like I've got some ambient lighting. There's some lights that are on in the studio. And so that means that we're kind of pressing the projector to overcome that situation.
Holy moly.
We all know that projectors do that no matter what. And this can be especially useful when you're playing video games. No.
Nice. That's a dream right there.
No. Stupid. So yeah, I mean, like, listen, what's this about? This is about really big.
Steam controller. It's a huge ass controller though. Fuck. Shit is huge. That's what she said.
Now, the real you is not a body, okay? I want you to understand, when I say it's within you, I'm not talking about your body. I'm talking about the real you, which is a force field, an infinite force field of consciousness. The real you is so massive that it's immeasurable. It is the immeasurable I am.
Yep.
Full stature now. Once you understand what the real you is, which is an infinite stream of consciousness, an infinite field, force field of consciousness, then you understand that everything you desire to experience, for your mansion, your swimming pool, your house, revelation. I lost the gift, says alchemy. Like, you can't lose what is within you. All the frequencies and parallel conditions and vibrations, all the thoughts that have ever been thought, all the emotions that have ever been felt, everything exists within you. How can you lose what you already are?
Exactly.
All of that exists as a possibility within the real you now. It all exists within you now. Number one, becoming aware that it's here now. Everything is here now in certain states of visibility and invisibility. And what makes those things that are invisible to you visible is your awareness that they are here now responsibility for the real you, which is an infinite force field of consciousness. You are an infinite being that creates from an infinite source, and you have an infinite supply of resources within you right now to create whatever it is that you desire. Create the life that you want. All of it exists within you now. And all you've got to do is become aware of it, and then begin to move vibrationally. Sorry, I had to deliver that in a certain way, but I had to break that freaking brainwashing of yours, that trauma-based mind control, that everything is outside of you. Nothing is outside of you. That's an illusion. You have to stop being mystified by the illusion of five senses projected. There is nothing outside of you. This whole projection is coming from within you. You are everything, and everything is within you. Everything you see around you, this entire holographic bubble, and that's all you. And I'm going to tell you something. You will have a massive revelation when you understand that nothing has ever come from outside of you. And that all the answers you've ever sought are within you now.
Exactly.
They're not outside of you, neither is anything else, neither am I, neither is this wisdom, this higher conscious wisdom.
Exactly.
It's all coming from within you.
You don't download, you get uploaded.
It's always you, and it's always within you.
Yep.
Money you want is coming from within you. Freaking Tesla you want to manifest is coming from within you. Freaking mansion you want is coming from within you.
Exactly. It's all within.
Everything I need exists within me.
Or that you just simply say. Now, the real you is not about.
Very good. All right. We're watching our brother's video. Hanging out with the bro. 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 I'll leave the microphone by him so that you all can hear him while I do my stuff in the background, listening, paying attention. What's up, people? We were listening to Mega Man.
What if actually studying manifestation is actually leading to a greater difficulty in materialization of your
Exactly.
reality?
Here we go.
You see, oftentimes what you don't realize is that learning actually does something quite dangerous to you. And the truth of the matter is, in the entirety of life, there's actually more to unlearn than there is to learn. So in this video, we're going to be unlearning all the things in the realm of manifestation that are leading to the perpetuation of you struggling to materialize whatever it is you want. More clients in your business, more sales in your business, a healthy relationship, a job promotion. Because isn't it a bit ironic that there are individuals who will never, and I honestly mean never, them niggas will never ever pick up a manifestation book in their life, yet they're able to materialize what it is that they want. And the truth of the matter is, the field of manifestation actually does something quite detrimental to the mind. And until I can point out all of these things to you, which bear in mind, these are things that you're unconsciously adhering to, you will continue to suffer. So, let's unlearn.
Let's unlearn, boy. I like the fire.
Drawing, right? Manifestation books, burning them. He's throwing one into there. You can't say this drawing isn't. This drawing is good, innit?
Good drawing.
It's good, innit?
Good drawing.
Good. I love it.
You know, we used to get comments about people telling how they manifested stuff. Now we're getting comments like, I had a cray-cray dream about you two last night.
You two is in...
Yeah, both of us. I'm assuming.
Nice to know you're involved.
I don't even know what I'm involved
Usually it's just me, innit? So, I'm glad to hear that.
It felt like it was very important. The way you spoke to me about wisdom and secret things of the universe, even things you have not mentioned on this channel. It was so weird.
See, this isn't going to help the conspiracy that I'm not a human being.
You know.
That's not going to help at all in the slightest.
She also said, I'm sorry. I had to say something. Lol.
Why are you apologizing? Like you had to get off your chest.
Because anyway, I don't usually interact. I'm one of those people that watch and lurk, but I love your page and your purpose. Thank you for sharing your gift.
Thank you very much. It's honestly a pleasure. Thank you. First things first. We'll start with the foundations. The wood must always be laid. Pause. And in the realm of manifestation, I have a particular definition of manifestation, which is, this definition is literally why I'm hired by 79-figure entrepreneurs, professional athletes, Hollywood actors. They literally hire me for this. So please, honestly, this definition alone can save you years, even weeks, months' time in struggling to materialize your desired reality. And I say that as somebody who was struggling for years, reading a whole bunch of books, doing a whole bunch of meditations, whole bunch of visualizations, a whole bunch of affirmations and scripting, and none of that shit was working. And the issue is, if you have an incorrect definition of manifestation, then no matter how good everything else you do is, unfortunately, you will not manifest. Now, my definition of manifestation, make sure you take notes and leave them in the comments. Bear in mind, I'm only pointing out this definition so we can set that foundation. Then I'll get into all the things that are actually leading to you struggling to materialize your desired reality. You can't manifest, and here's why. But before that, like I said, and for those that are familiar to this channel, and they often hear me say this, and they're like, yeah, you already know it. If you already know it, then why is this shit changing? You see what I'm saying?
Yep.
Manifestation is internally shifting to a degree to which you are no longer emotionally dependent on seeing reality change. Internally shifting. Most people's definition of manifestation is about altering their reality, bending reality, shaping the universe, but indirectly, by focusing on the external, you're indirectly set up to focus on an illusion. And the unfortunate thing about illusions is that they will lead you to the deepest degrees of delusion. If you're focusing on the external reality based upon the idea that my reality isn't changing, things aren't changing, that means you're still externally focused on what's going on outside of you. And if you're focused on what's going on outside of you, then you're going to miss what's going on inside of you that is actually leading to the very same cycles of the things that's going outside of you. And that's a bar right now. It's about internally shifting to a degree to which you're no longer emotionally dependent upon seeing reality change. And I say that for the mere fact that emotion is energy in motion. That energy in motion emits a signature. We call that signature a vibration. When vibration picks up momentum, it becomes a frequency. Frequency is interchangeable with self-concept, state of consciousness, mental attitude, imagination is fine. And then frequency or state of consciousness, self-concept, mental attitude leads to reality. So your emotional dependence upon reality is actually an indication that you're lacking what it is that you want. Bear in mind, you can only have what you already have. And if you don't already have what it is that you desire within, then you can never possess it without. When I say possess it within, I mean by the universe's definition and not our humanistic definition. Our humanistic definition of having is physical possession. I have a pen in my hand right now. I'm holding this. That's the human definition. But remember, the human definition comes from the realm of illusion, which is our third dimensional realm. And if we're defining things in accordance to the third dimensional realm, then we're always going to be limited, because the third dimensional realm is the realm of limitation in of itself. So the true definition of having is vibrational possession, which is a combination of mental and emotional energy. You need to possess the mental and emotional equivalent of whatever it is that you desire before reality proves it to you, because reality will never prove anything to you until you prove it to yourself. And that's what bar write that down. Most of the time, the reason why we have emotional dependency is because you think the acquisition of that person, that job, that promotion, that amount of money in your business, we end up falling for the delusion that that is going to do something for us. That's the only reason you want it. It's not for the thing in of itself. It's the emotion that that particular thing represents, because we want nothing in reality other than frequency. And that's what bar write that down. You don't want 100K per month. You want the frequency, the feeling, because if that particular thing didn't come with a feeling, you wouldn't want it. You don't want a burger. You want the satisfaction of your hunger being appeased. You don't want a drink. You want your thirst. You don't want a drink for the sake of the drink. You don't want a person for the sake of the person. It's not about the desire in of itself. And because most people focus on the desire, they never have the capability of producing the emotion that would indicate to the universe that that desire is something that they have. Because remember, emotion is energy, emotion, vibration, frequency, reality. On seeing reality change. So now let's actually get into the reasons as to, or the things that you need to unlearn. And bear in mind, these are things that even though I'm about to point them out to you, they're going to be things that you end up catching yourself out, because this is some shit that I go through too. And hey, I'm the nigga that's hired by professional athletes, Hollywood actors, and 79-figure entrepreneurs. So if I'm still going through this shit, then we're all gonna go through this shit. You feel me? Don't look at me as if I'm some, perfect being just because I can talk well off the top of my head for an hour at a time. I still go through shit just like everybody else.
I've got to thank you, Nero. My whole life, I've had people telling me that my dreams were impossible because of my background, and I believed them until I found your videos. Now, 2 years later, not only has my mental health improved drastically, I've been awarded the most prestigious prize for my new talent in my industry. I'm moving to my dream city.
That's fucking hard.
And already had people reach out wanting to be mentored by me. I'm so incredibly grateful. And for the first time in my life, I'm excited for my future because I know whatever happens, I'm going to be fine. So thank you, and thanks, AJ, for your wonderful piano skills.
Real. He's literally hitting them keys right now.
He's locked in still.
I mean, shit. That's the thing, though. In what he said, someone saying it's impossible for his background. Like, I only recently learned the statistics on individuals that are raised by their moms. Were 70% more likely to end up in jail, you're on drugs. Factor that in growing up in the fucking ends. That makes it much worse. So naturally, we've defied the odds. That's what we do on this channel, including you that's watching this video. It's likely you're somebody who's defied the odds. We've done it from the start, so we might as well finish it like that.
Exactly. It's all about finishing it. Finish what we started.
I gotta put this one part down. I'm in the studio. I want to see if anybody knows the intro to the song that I'm singing right now. I'm at the studio, man. Man, quit playing with me, man. Not for real. Don't play like that. Are you serious? How you know? Put that on everything. Man, I'm gonna call you back. Every time I was in LA, I was with my ex-girlfriend. Every time you called, I told you, baby, I'm working it now. Do you know the song by now?
We played it before this.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say it because I want him to comment.
I know I hurt you. I know you hate me. But there's more. Listen.
Don't know. The beat gives it away, bro. Everyone knows this.
These are my confessions. First things first. Please remember this. Because we all forget this. She going to sunset, she got one on the way. Man, I'm throwing it. I don't know what to do. I guess I gotta keep on telling her.
Just do my thing in the background.
I gotta tell it all. Damn near cried when I got that phone. I don't even blame him. First things first. I'm the realist. Sorry, that was Iggy Azalea. Sorry. All serious now. Techniques do not create reality. And this is something that we have to remember. Because oftentimes, naturally being beings that live in the third dimensional realm, we end up falling for an illusion. This entire game of manifestation is just about your ability to remember who the fuck you are quite frequently. Because the more time that we spend in reality, just like, who watched that film, Percy Jackson? I'm the lightning thief. Ridiculous. No. Percy Jackson. Okay, those who know. Essentially, they're looking for somebody. They get to this casino, and in the casino, there's these cakes, and they give them these cakes, and these cakes make them, forget that, they have something to look for, that there's time, and they end up falling for the illusion of the entire place. Do they keep eating these cakes, and they forget that we've actually got some shit to do because the cakes feel so good, and they kind of like drug you up a bit. That's the nature of reality. We end up spending our lives, even though we acquire this information, how often do you actually remember that this is something that you know? Because even I forget sometimes. And this is part of it. Techniques do not create reality. In the realm of manifestation, there's this idea that in order for you to create your desired reality, you have to find the perfect technique.
Nope. You are the technique.
You have to know the correct technique.
You are the technique. That's it. That's all.
And this is the funniest thing, because the truth of the matter is techniques do not create reality. Techniques do not create reality. Remember, the only thing that creates reality is you.
Told you.
That is the only thing that creates reality. You can never do another fucking technique in your life, and you're still going to create reality. There's individuals that will never sit down and consciously visualize or consciously affirm or consciously script, and they're still able to materialize what it is that they want. Because what ultimately produces reality is your state of being, your frequency, your self-concept, and your state of consciousness, which, by the way, has nothing to do with the technique at all. So what often happens to us is that we think to ourselves, I need to visualize every day. I need to make sure I do my affirmations. You probably got in your calendar. Okay, I'm gonna do my visualization, 7 a.m. Or, I'm gonna do my affirmations before I go to bed. And you make it routine. And you end up making the mistake of attributing the causation of your reality into a technique other than you. You end up externalizing your ability to shift your reality into a particular technique. And then you become so hyperfixated on that technique that when you don't do that technique and you miss a visualization or you didn't affirm the day before, you end up feeling guilty. And because you end up feeling guilty, that particular degree of guilt is a corrosive emotion that emits a particular frequency that ends up corrupting the frequency or distorts the frequency of your desired reality. Guilt is corrosive. It literally eats you from the inside out. Pause. And the thing about guilt is that guilt can only be alleviated by self-condemnation. When you feel guilty for some shit that you've done, you feel like I need to be punished.
Yep.
pause. And that particular degree of self-punishment then ends up leading to the universe punishing you through adverse conditions, adverse circumstances, adverse events. And you feel like the world is against you, and it's because you want the world to be against you because you feel guilty, or because you missed a visualization, or because you visualized a technique. And here's the thing. Like I said, techniques have one purpose, and one purpose only. The only purpose of a technique is to shift you internally. Why? The purpose of the technique is to shift you internally, because upon shifting internally, then you naturally shift externally.
More. As within, as without.
Techniques are like cars. It doesn't matter if you have a G-Wagon, it doesn't matter if you have a Prius, it doesn't matter if you have a Yaris, it doesn't even matter if you have a bike. It really doesn't matter. The vehicle is irrelevant. The only thing that is relevant is the vehicle's ability to have fuel. Now, of course, if that's a bike, it's a bit different, but you get the general gist of what I'm saying here. The techniques do not create reality. The techniques are nothing more than vehicles that are meant to drive you towards your desired reality by being nothing more than fuel in your tank. Because it's not about the technique. It's actually about the emotion that's produced by the technique. Because the emotion that's produced by the technique is ultimately what ends up programming your subconscious mind. Because the one true language of the subconscious mind is emotion. People often say it's repetition. That's not true. And that'll be another point that I speak on further. But for simplicity's sake here, just understand that techniques do not create reality. And the mistake that people often make is that they become so hyper fixated on the idea that I need to do my visualization, I need to do my affirmations, I need to do my scripting, I need to do this, I need to do this, that they miss a day and you feel terrible. Yep. The techniques don't create reality. You create reality. And it's actually the hyperfixation on techniques that gets you to move attention away from yourself, so then you don't even realize what's going on upon you missing a technique. How many times have you felt like, damn, I didn't do a visualization today? Damn, I didn't meditate today. Fuck. And then you end up making it more of a problem, because the problem is really the problem. The problem is nearly always the perception towards the problem. So it's not necessarily that you missed the day, it's that you missed the day, and what does that represent? Fuck, now I can already feel myself. I'm a bit more restless right now. It's difficult for me to control my mind now. I'm not in a good state. And it's not necessarily because you missed the technique. It's because of the subconscious power that you've given to this technique. The technique has nothing more to do than shift you internally. But you think a technique creates reality. So you think anytime that you're not doing a technique, you're not creating reality, which, based on this truth that there are no truths in the reality you experience other than what the subconscious mind accepts as true, you then end up making it a truth, quite literally. I repeat, you think techniques create reality. So anytime you don't do a technique, you feel like your energy is being wasted. You feel like your desired reality isn't being materialized. And based upon that subconscious acceptance, your subconscious makes it true, because you make the laws of your reality. And if you make the laws of your reality, then anytime that you're not adhering to an unnecessary law, you will be punished for it. It's no different from the individuals who believe that hard work is what gets you success. And bear in mind, I'm not of the spiritual individuals that believe that you don't need to work at all. We exist on 3 planes of existence: mental, physical, spiritual. It's about working multidimensionally, not working hard, not working smart, but working multidimensionally, which is arranging yourself correctly on the highest planes of existence to allow things to unfold for you. So once again, techniques do not create reality. You create reality, and that's something you have to unlearn. Now, if I would prescribe something to you, yes, if I'm prescribing something to you, have a week of no techniques. Have a week of no techniques, and feel your mind be like, oh, this isn't right, this isn't right, this isn't right. Because you have a dependency upon techniques. And the dependency upon techniques is based upon these mistaken association that techniques create reality as opposed to you. You need to be able to fight that part of your mind that's attempting to convince you that if you don't do a technique, then your reality is fucked up. Because then, indirectly, of course, anytime you don't do a technique, your reality will be fucked up. Not because of the technique, but because of the subconscious acceptance that a technique is the only thing that leads to your creation of reality. This is no different from individuals who think hard work creates success. And anytime they adhere to it, then success comes, but only after they've had to burn themselves out. But there's individuals that don't have to work as hard. There's individuals that will never do a technique in their life. And this isn't me saying don't do techniques. This is me saying realize who's in charge here. Not the technique, you. Techniques have one purpose, and that's to shift you internally. Now, I'll be building upon that point in about 2 more points. But yes, on to the next.
Nah, you're spitting still.
Thank you.
Little brother Nero. These videos be 50 minutes of pure gold information and 45 minutes of you wiping that damn board.
That's very real. That's very, very real. I mean, that's life though. Like, I think it's called the 80-20 rule. It's also known as the Pareto principle. The idea that, you know, it's going to be something small and something larger that actually leads to an effect. So that makes sense. Like, I remember there's, you know, certain occult and esoteric teachers that I'd watch, you know, and they will live stream for 9 hours. And in that live stream of 9 hours, there'll be 20 minutes of pure bars.
I remember you telling me.
Niggas complain that my videos are an hour long, and then, man, you don't know what it's like watching a 9-hour lecture over 3 days.
Oh, yeah.
Same people that will go home and go watch something stupid. Same brothers that will go and watch baddies come to my thing and complain. And truthfully, I actually don't intend for these videos to be long. I actually just don't realize that time ends up going like that. Like, AJ, I'll be like to AJ, how long was that? He'll be like, 20 minutes. I'll be like, what? And he'll be like, no, it was an hour and 15. Oh. I used to pray for times like this, to rhyme like this.
So I had to
rhyme like that, to shine like this. In the matter of time I spent with some locked up shit in the back of the penny wagon, cause locked on wrist. See my dreams unfold, nightmares come true. It was time to marry the game, and I said, yeah, I do. If you want it, you gotta see it with a clear eye view. Like, sure, she trying to bless me like I said I chew. Like a nigga sneezed. Nigga, please. When them trigger squeeze, I'm getting green. Never let them hoes get in between of where we started. Little nigga, but I'm lying hearted. Nah, they could never make me hate him.
Nah, the intro on that tune is absolutely ridiculous. The whole tune is
honestly
ridiculous.
There's no song that's more dangerous at a club. Actually, that and Chief Keef, Finito, that's also dangerous. But I've literally seen girls that were just sat there with their 942 in the club, hear that song, and then come like this, rapping bar for bar. I'm like, oh. Nah, Meek Mill before the Great Shift was legendary.
Oh,
then again, though.
Then again, what? I feel like you're about to say something outrageous. You're about to say something outrageous, isn't it?
Drake makes us feel like that every day.
Gobble, 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 gobble. Gobble, gobble, gobble.
Oh, shit.
How did he manage to bring Drake involved? How?
This is how I feel when you talk about Kendrick. I'll be talking about something completely random to this guy who's like, oh my God, Kendrick did this in 1942. I'm like, what? Yeah, before he was born, he did this and then that. And I'm like,
it's either Kendrick or Jay-Z that I talk about like that. I'll go orange. Or, you know what it is.
Get this thing out.
So, the second thing that you need to unlearn, let's go.
Storm Claudia is going crazy.
Yeah, there's currently a storm in the UK. Which to me, this just looks like a normal day because honestly, it's just raining.
Apparently, Storm Claudia is meant to just be like straight rain for 24 hours or something.
Is it?
Yeah, and heavy winds in some areas.
Nah, the wind is what does too much. The wind does way too much.
I agree. The wind. That's what's happening right now. Got the wind. The wind be killing it right now.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Perfect. So, what often happens in the realm of manifestation simultaneously that people need to unlearn is that people actually don't go into enough depth. I think one time someone on the channel said, you know, watching other content creators in the realm of manifestation is like being in nursery or kindergarten, and again to Nero's like PhD level. And I do honestly keep things simplistic, but one of the issues that me in particular I ran through in manifestation, you make a face.
You ran through.
Okay. One of the issues that I encountered in the realm of manifestation was the idea that the information is just not enough. And when I say not enough, people have 3 or 4 lines that they will constantly repeat. Think from the end. Feel from the end. Visualize. And that will be it. That will literally be it. Persist. Like that will literally be it. And that may work for some people, but for me, I think based upon the way that my mind is, that was never enough, which is obviously what led me to end up reading hundreds of books and also writing my own.
Amazon bestseller.
Outsmarting reality. Amazon bestseller for 23 weeks straight in all 3 categories.
23? I thought we were at 27.
And obviously, I realized a couple of things. When oftentimes I would try to discover what something means, such as what is a self-concept, and people often say the way that, you know, you look at yourself, fine. What's it made out of? What's your consciousness comprised out of? What's your frequency made out of? And the issue is everybody was just using buzzwords and regurgitated information without actually being able to identify the components. So remember, frequency, state of consciousness, self-concept, mental attitude, frequency, these are all the same thing. This is all interchangeable. These are the things that the components are made up out of. And one thing that often, especially when clients hire me, they come to me and they're like, hey, I've been trying to manifest this one thing, and I've been doing the visualizations, I've been doing the thinking from the end, I've been feeding from, but there's just still something. Oftentimes it's a subconscious block. But what often it is rarely, and this is something you need to make sure that you don't have, is a distortion in your frequency. I need you to understand something. The clearer your frequency is, the more likely it will materialize, because the universe will be able to pick up that signal and know exactly what it is. The more solidified your self-concept is, the more the universe will be able to recognize it. The more solidified your consciousness is, the more likely you'll end up materializing, being that consciousness and matter are, you know, the equivalent of steam and ice, right? Imagination, self-concept, state of consciousness, frequency, that's like steam. You can't really grab it. But ice, matter, so it's a bit more tangible. Typically what happens is there's a distortion somewhere here. One of these. So you can have an idea of what it is that you want to materialize, but what often happens is people have one of these particular attributes in direct contradiction to the frequency of their desired reality. I'll try and give as many examples of the typical kind of industries that, you know, we talk about in the channel. So we'll talk about jobs, we'll talk about promotions in jobs, we'll talk about relationships, and we'll talk about money, and we'll talk about business.
Relationships / getting hoes.
Yeah. Getting hoes,
since that's
getting tricks,
you know,
which is typically what people do on this channel.
You can see in the comments.
I'm yet to have some. Actually, no, there was someone. I think her name was Cheyenne. Actually, I think there was somebody who commented that they ended up finding somebody that they're in love with. So you know,
okay,
that's lovely.
It's nice. That's nice. More of that, please.
More of that. Now, typically, like we said, what happens is there's a contradiction somewhere in one of these. So let's go with the first example. Let's say somebody, you want to get employed. Let's say you're trying to manifest a job. What typically happens is you can do the visualizations for the job, you can do the thinking from the end. But what's happening on a deeper level is that somewhere along the line here, there's a contradiction. So let's say you want to materialize a particular job. You don't have a job, you want to materialize a job. You're doing everything you need to be doing. But one of the beliefs that you don't have, is that there are no jobs in the economy. I can assure you, you can do as much visualization as you want, you can do as much scripting as you want. If you have the underlying belief that there's no jobs in the economy, whole time you're trying to manifest a job, clearly we can see how they're in direct contradiction. Across all these attributes, there has to be congruency. You understand what I'm saying? Next, we can say perception. Now, these are all somewhat interconnected. Perception is the way that you look at life. The way that you look at life is the way life looks at you. Let's say you look at life through the lens of getting a job is hard. Why? Because you have the preconceived belief that there's no jobs in this economy. Based upon that perception, you then put on those shades. You then see tints. You see the world tinted without even realizing that the world that you're looking around is nothing more than tinted, right? And because you end up seeing through the idea that it's hard to get a job, which could also be a belief, you then end up experiencing it based upon that particular perception that it's not easy to get a job, because that's the way that you look at it. And the way that you look at it is the way it looks back at you. Expectation. Do you really expect yourself to get somebody to get back to you and say, hey, we'd love to have you? Do you expect that? Because oftentimes we expect the complete opposite of what it is that we want to materialize without even realizing it, bear in mind. And if you're like, no, Nira, I definitely don't do that. Okay, then let me ask you, what is it that you find normal? Do you find it normal to be rejected? Do you find it normal that they don't get back to you? Because if so, then that is your underlying degree of expectation. Because our normalization is directly interconnected to our expectation. Your emotionally charged thoughts. What are you thinking with emotion throughout the day? Are you thinking, fuck, I need a job. Fuck, I need a job. With stress, with pressure. Because the combination of that mental and emotional energy creates this powerful charge. Remember, emotion is the language of the subconscious mind. So any thought that has emotion back behind it sticks to your subconscious mind. Your reaction, when a job gets back to you and they say, hey, sorry, we're just not looking for you right now. We're just not looking for, whatever rejection they throw at you. Are you like, fuck? Because if so, then of course that's the reaction. That reaction indicates a particular state of consciousness. That reaction indicates a particular frequency, a self-concept. The way that you react is based upon the state of consciousness you're in. So are you reacting or are you responding? And to respond is to go from the version of you who already has what you want and then look at it that way, right? Conviction. Do you actually have conviction? Do you know that you're going to get it? Because if you don't, then the likelihood isn't, because belief is never enough. Most of the manifestation space teaches people about belief. And I have a video on how to build conviction. I think it's called self-confidence. I go through how conviction is the end product. Prior to conviction is self-confidence. Prior to self-confidence, it's self-discipline. Prior to self-discipline, it's self-trust. If you don't trust yourself to listen to yourself, then how could you trust the universe to listen to you? And that's a bar, write that down. Conviction is important. If you don't know you're going to get it, then the likelihood you're isn't. And what is your focus on? Is your focus on the fact that people are getting fired and there's no jobs and there's no opportunities and yada, 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 yada? Because the thing about focus is that focus is a centralization of energy. Think about it like a magnifying glass. If you had a magnifying glass and put sunlight through it, it's powerful enough to start a fire. Concentration is a very, very powerful thing. So much so that the individual that wrote The Kabbalion wrote another book called The Power of Concentration under a pen name. Search The Power of Concentration by, I think, Thurnon Dumont or something like that. It's William Walker Atkinson, who's one of the 3 initiates that wrote The Kabbalion. But anyways, that is job. Make sense?
Right
Make
there.
sense? Makes sense.
Makes sense.
Promotion. Now, same thing,
Now that I have
right?
the Kabbalion,
You could be
now
doing your
it's
visualizations, you could be doing everything you think you need to be doing, but the underlying stuff of what's going on is, do you have the belief that they would never give someone like you the opportunity? They don't like you. They don't appreciate you. Because bear in mind, that's in direct contradiction to the idea of a promotion. Do you know you're going to get the promotion? No. Why? Because you have a bunch of history to which you've gone for the promotion and they've rejected you. And that history you think has gone into the past, but it hasn't gone into the past, which based upon the emotion produced by that rejection is entered the subconscious mind. And you're actually haunted by your previous rejection on an emotional level to the point that the frequency that is being emitted from you is nothing but continuous rejection. So you're attempting to take action to get promoted, but on a subconscious level, you know you're not going to get it because what we know is what we've emotionally experienced. That's a bar, write that down.
So we're not haunted by the past, we're haunted by our subconscious mind. That's kind of scary.
Yeah. Because here's the thing. And I was talking to a client earlier. I was talking to Malik about this football player at Newcastle, who's also player of the month, and he's also on the national German team, looking like he's going to be playing for the World Cup. But that's besides the point. We had our session today, and I was talking about PTSD. And I was like, how would you define PTSD? And he was like, some war shit. And I was like, That's how most people would define it too. But PTSD, of course, is based upon trauma. So what's your definition of trauma? And he said, you know, I haven't really had anything traumatic too much, because when we think of trauma, typically, especially if you're, you know, of an ethnic background to which, you know, we just downplay everything, right? Trauma has to be something so extreme. But that's not what it is. In the realm of metaphysics, I define trauma as an emotionally intense negative experience. And when you look at it like that, then you're like, why would you define it like that? What's trauma? A traumatic event is something that has the capability of changing your entire mind. How you look at things, how you feel about things. One particular instance can reshape your whole world. And trauma is nothing more than a large degree of emotional intensity with negativity. Why? Because emotion produces a charge. Strong emotional charge enters the subconscious mind. And to go back to what you were saying, when we go through things in the past, whether it's to, you know, we've continued to apply for jobs and we didn't get it, we've applied for promotions, didn't get it, we've been heartbroken or someone done us dirty, our business has failed or collapsed, you know, we've been struggling with money and whatnot. A lot of niggas have PTSD with money and they don't even realize it. What ends up happening is that we experience a large degree of emotional intensity. That emotional intensity charges our subconscious mind, to which then you think some shit that happened 5 years ago
Still happening
it's
now.
just gone into the past. What the fuck is the past? The subconscious mind has no logical rationale. It actually can't distinguish between the past and the future. It doesn't exist. All your subconscious mind registers is emotional charge. So something in the past, on a third dimensional realm level of looking at time linearly instead of cyclically, something that happened in the past that was emotionally intense isn't in the past. It's in your subconscious mind. And because it's in your subconscious mind, the subconscious mind is releasing a beacon. Imagine a beacon like this, with that same frequency in resonance, to repeat it again and again and again and again without you even realizing. That makes sense now? Yeah. Perception. What is your perception towards yourself? What is your perception towards the individuals that are meant to give you the promotion? If your promotion is based upon somebody that you view as a fucking asshole, then the likelihood is that based upon that particular degree of perception, your frequency speaks before you've even spoken, he's in turn going to look at you back like an asshole, so why would he ever promote you?
Exactly.
Expectation. Do you expect yourself to get that promotion? Probably not, due to what I just said. Emotionally charged thoughts. The emotionally charged thoughts that you're thinking on a daily basis, are they in contradiction to the version of you that already has the promotion? Would the version of you be frustrated thinking, fucking appreciate me, yeah? I'm giving everything. They don't appreciate me. Would they be thinking that if they were in that reality? No. So that fundamental line of thinking is in direct contradiction to it. When you get rejected from the promotion, that particular degree of reaction indicates a state of consciousness. What are you focused on? Are you focused on the fact that there's not a lot of people like you that are in that position? Not a lot of people that look like you that are in that position? Understand? Relationships. Relationships is an interesting one because a lot of niggas end up getting traumatized by the internet, other people's relationships. Sometimes I'll see some shit and be like, oof, oof. You know what I'm saying?
Bro.
That's why the gal are saying that having a boyfriend is embarrassing. It's crazy. It's crazy. There's a whole Vogue article on it. But that's people traumatizing each other online. But that's besides the point. It's actually a very interesting article to read. But on the topic of relationships, let's say you want to materialize a healthy relationship. Because remember, we're looking for a distortion here. How the fuck are you going to...
Hi, sister. I'm just eating my apple and watching in the background. It's really cold outside. It's very windy. I trust you're doing good. It's been a while. We're just taking in some... I already know all what he's saying. I'm just... a little more of a reminder.
Men aren't men anymore. Women aren't women anymore. But nah, you want to be the person that's going to then go and materialize a healthy relationship. When your preconceived belief is a border, that's a bar. Your beliefs are the border of your reality. If in a particular belief you have the idea that all men are dogs, then guess where? You won't be able to go outside the border of just being surrounded by dogs. And if you think women aren't what they used to be, you won't be able to go outside the border of being surrounded by the idea of women not being what they used to be. It's the same thing. Your beliefs are your borders. So your desire, is it in contradiction to your belief? What are you focused on? Are you focused on all the shit that you see online of this story of this person cheating and this person cheating and, you know, this person getting done dirty and this girl let this nigga drive her car and this guy, you know, this girl got taken by this rapper at this concert and yada, 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 yada. Where's your focus? Because your focus is centralization of energy. Where attention goes, energy flows. But what they don't tell you is that that energy grows. And that's a bar, write that down. Conviction. do you know that you can be in a healthy relationship?
That was a
Remember,
bar
what you
in
know is
me.
based upon what you've
The
emotionally
focus, go
experienced.
energy
If you've
flows,
emotionally
but
experienced
it also
toxicity,
grows.
distrust, and heartbreak, then it's likely that you won't have conviction in that desire anyways. Your conviction needs to match your desire. That's something I didn't say. A lot of us end up desiring things that we don't even have the conviction for in the first place. That doesn't make any sense.
What's new with you, sister?
You see men as good people. I can hear my female friends in my head.
Like I said, I trust you're doing stellar and awesome. I'm just eating in the background and just chilling like a villain, not on penicillin. Yeah.
And the thing about the mind is that there's a portion of your brain called the reticular activating system that which, when you're looking at one thing and you're hyperfixated on one thing, it isolates every other instance to which can be contradictory to that evidence, which is why, that's besides the point. I was going to talk about religion. But anyways, expectation. Do you expect to meet a good man? Do you expect to meet a good woman? And I don't mean good in a sense of like what people typically mean when they say a good man, which is a man that would just get done dirty and have anything. And the same thing with a good woman, a woman that will literally be a dust man. That's not what I mean. I mean, whatever your definition of good is. Emotionally charged thoughts. What are your emotionally charged thoughts based upon? The thoughts that you think with emotion, are they in contradiction to the version of you? Because remember, you have to already have it. So if you already had it, would you be focusing on this? If you already had it, would you be believing this? Would you have conviction in this? Would you be perceiving it like this? Would you be expecting this? Would you be thinking these emotionally charged thoughts? Would you be reacting like this?
Nope.
If the answer is no, then that means that there's a distortion. And that distortion is leading to a corrupted frequency, a corrupted signal. Business. Business is a very interesting one. Business is a very, very interesting one. I was talking to one of my clients who recently had an 8-figure exit, and we were talking about his new business that he wants to set up. And in his new business, he said to me he wants to work with people like him. And I said, perfect. Okay then, because you're saying he doesn't like his current customers. And I was like, okay. So you want to work with people like you. You want people like you to be your customers. He said, yeah, people that are competent, people that are low maintenance, people that can just get on with it. I then said to him, are there a lot of people like you in the world? He said, nah, I'm rare. I said,
that's it.
So you then want to go and materialize an abundance of clients when you have the preconceived belief that there's not a lot of people that exist like you. Direct contradiction. I said that to him. He said, whoa. Distortion. Conviction. Do you have conviction? What are you emotionally experiencing? Bear in mind, what you emotionally experience is something that you can manufacture within yourself, right? Which we'll get to. What are you focusing on? Are you focusing on all the evidence that leads contradictory to what it is you want to materialize? What is your perception towards the business? Do you perceive a product of yours as costing expensive? Because that indirect label of expensive means that other people are then going to materialize it and experience it as expensive. If you have a particular product and you see it as expensive, then naturally, based upon that perception, you're only going to see people in that world that then see it expensive, so then they then either don't buy it or they tell you it's expensive. It's crazy. Your expectation, what's normal to you? What emotionally charged thoughts are you thinking? Are you thinking the thoughts that you would think? Are you thinking the thoughts that you would think upon being in that reality now? Your reaction. How are you reacting when something doesn't go your way, when the deal doesn't close, when a customer doesn't want to buy something? Are you reacting from the version of you and how they would react? Because probably not. And that's a distortion. There has to be congruency. All of these have to be aligned. And finally, money. Money is a very, very interesting one. Very, very interesting one. Because even in money, we can, say that we're, manifesting more money, but then indirectly we'll have some type of contradiction across one of these. We can even have the preconceived notion that it's hard to make money. Or you need to work hard to make money, which then means that anytime you're not working hard based on that preconceived belief, you are not adhering to a law that you set for yourself, and then you don't have a lot of money. Your focus on the abundance or the scarcity of reality, the abundance or the scarcity of what you have. There's an amazing book written by one of my favorite authors called The Trick to Money is Having Some, which makes no sense. The Trick to Money is Having Some. The Trick to Money is Having Some. I highly recommend it. Your conviction. Do you know that you have a lot of money? Remember, emotional experience. Are you perceiving money as something that's easy to get? Are you expecting money to come in, or are you expecting money problems? Expectation is a form of creation. You get what you expect. emotionally charged thoughts? Are you thinking thoughts that you would think upon having a lot of money with emotion? Are you reacting to the problems through the lens of the version of you? Because in doing so, you then stop reacting, you start responding. That could have been a whole video in of itself. But on to the next one, on to the next one.
You two are funny, and I did hear you read out a comment by someone saying they sing along to all the songs with you. I do now too. I think that's because I'm relaxed now, enjoying your videos, whereas before I felt tense and not the way I feel now.
I can always tell when there's someone new who's commenting on the channel, because they'll be like, I just want the information. Relax. Relax.
They'll be like, oh.
It's not that serious. And the fact that you made it that serious is exactly why you're complaining and tense in the first place. It's actually you being tense and being so serious that brings your conscious mind present and your subconscious mind away, which is ironically the thing that you have been trying to program, but you put it to sleep and you're so conscious that just relax, man. Take it easy. Zip up your pants, wipe your mouth. Yeah, you'll be all right.
These are my confessions.
Just wanna know. She gonna start, say she got one. These are my confessions.
And I'm rolling, I don't know what to do.
What to do? If I'm gonna tell it, then I gotta tell it. Bro said he damn near cried when he got that phone call. Nah, that one was that we say long day. That's a long day. Take it red. So, the other thing that you have to unlearn is your addiction to study. Or not even necessarily an addiction to study, but studying many different people, which I know sounds completely contradictory. I'll never forget, I did this one call with this guy, and he said, when I first got into manifestation, I came across your video, and that was like, I came across one video and I was able to manifest so much shit. Then I started seeing what other people were saying, and I, wanted to learn from other people too. Then it became more difficult. Now, this isn't necessarily to say that you should only focus on me, but one thing that
This is where obfuscation comes in.
Few people, like few authors when I read their books, right? Because the truth of the matter is, an addiction to study ends up you going to different places. When you go to different places, what you often find is that different people say different things, and that different things then ends up being something that creates a cognitive dissonance in your head, because you say, Nero say that I don't have to repeat, things again and again. I can just produce one powerful and emotional charge in the same degree that trauma is a negative, intense emotional charge, which has the capability of shaping your whole reality. So the energetic polarity of trauma, strong positive emotion, can do the same thing. Somebody else might say, you need to repeat again and again. Somebody else might say, hey, do affirmations. Somebody say, my script. Somebody might say, you don't have to do any of them. You can just, decide. And of course, these things all seem contradictory, and it's that degree of contradiction that ends up confusing you. So what I would prescribe to you is just to focus on one person and literally max out on anything that person says. Now, I'm not necessarily saying that may be me. I may not be in resonance with you. That's fine. But just focus on one person, because what often happens is studying is this really paradoxical thing where the more you learn, the more you realize you don't know, and the more you diminish the conviction in what you do know. Yep. And ironically, conviction is the only thing that's necessary. You can watch one video, read one book, and have conviction that this is going to be the absolute thing that works, and then it ends up working because the mind has a placebo. Remember, one of the Hermetic axioms is as above, so below. And as above, so below means that you are a microcosm of the universe, and the universe is a macrocosm of you. So if you have a placebo below, the universe has a placebo in of itself, and conviction is the trigger in order for that. But if you diminish your conviction based upon everything that you're studying, and then you end up thinking that you know nothing, you then actually end up reducing what you do know, and you don't have the capability of activating it. The knowledge that you have is activated by conviction.
That was a bar.
So make things easier for yourself, yeah? My house in Budapest, my hidden treasure chest, golden grand piano, my beauty focused be on you. Ooh, you finding Vito.
Oh, I didn't see this.
Uh-oh.
Here we go.
I can hear him laughing. That's how I know it's over.
The rain thing ain't no joke. Y'all come over to Nigeria. I've manifested more than 20,000 for someone who averaged 2,000 monthly. I've been waiting to drop my accumulated testimony.
Congratulations on that, by the way.
As the winnings ain't stopping. I'm only making this comment to let you know it's true. The rain can be seized in Nigeria. And
they say seized in the same way police seize drugs.
Serious, isn't it?
You hear 2 million street value has been seized.
And it's a service for big and prestigious events that can't afford someone ruin them. I'm guessing the rain to ruin it. Man are seizing the rain.
AJ still doesn't believe.
I told you, I love Nigerians. The stuff they say. Seize the rain. Oh my God.
Nigerians speak like Shakespeare.
Oh
I'm Zimbabwean. If you ever want to know you're talking to a Nigerian, they speak Shakespearean English. I swear. I swear.
Seize the rain, romance the ball.
I love it. Cool. So to go back to what I was saying. Initially, one of the other mistakes that a lot of people make is the idea that repetition is the best way to program the subconscious mind. And in my opinion, this is long-winded. It's almost like brute force algorithm, which for those of you who don't know what that is, it's an algorithm to crack encryption or a password, and it quite literally tries every single combination possible. It works, but it's long-winded. And I don't know how much time you have, but I can assure you, you don't want to be somebody who's been trying to program their mind for decades, right? When it can be done in an instant, because it has been done to you in an instant. And that's the beauty of it all. I need you to realize you have either had or you programmed your mind in an instant, whether you realize it or not. Whether you realize it or not, it has been done to you. Now,
yes, it has.
It's long-winded. And this has to be one of the things that you unlearn, because you'll just make things unnecessarily long for yourself. And you don't have to do that. And I don't want that for you, right? But it's about coming to the recognition of the true language of the subconscious mind, which is emotion. The true language of the subconscious mind is emotion, because emotion creates a charge. And that charge is ultimately what enters the subconscious mind, based upon the example of trauma that I was saying earlier. Remember, trauma is nothing more in the realm of metaphysics, nothing more than emotionally intense. A situation or event that's emotionally intense but with negativity. And energetic polarities exist in this third dimensional realm because we're subject to the hermetic law of polarity. Masculine, feminine, good, bad, hot, cold, so on and so forth. Everything has a polarity. So if trauma exists within our reality, then it has an energetic polarity, which is the production of a strong positive emotion, which is exactly what you can do to alter your reality. And in doing so, it's simple, right? It's about understanding that if you can produce a strong, intense emotional charge, bear in mind, this is going to differ between different people. Different people are going to react to things differently, right? I have some clients that say their whole body comes alive and they can't stop smiling. For me, I'm a chill guy. So for me, it's extreme relaxation, right? And this all comes down to the understanding of, remember, techniques have one purpose, not to create reality, but to shift you internally so you become in correspondence or in resonance with the reality that you seek to materialize by already convincing your mind that you have it. Because anything that has emotion behind it will enter the subconscious mind. So whether you want to visualize or do an affirmation, I always recognize simple visualization, and I speak about this in Outsmarting Reality, Amazon bestseller, for 23 weeks straight. In all three categories. I have a technique in there, but just to summarize the technique about how to go about it, it's simple. You lay down or sit down, get into a relaxed meditative state when you just feel like your body's relaxed. Don't deep it too much. I know some people like to target the state akin to sleep, and they really hyperfixate on it, or they really think, let me get into theta and alpha, which is just, you're just making things unnecessarily complicated, because relaxation is actually the prerequisite to your brain producing theta, which brings your subconscious mind forward. In doing so, when you're in a relaxed meditative state, just visualize somebody that you love acknowledging the materialization of your desire. So when somebody that you love, because the love of that emotion will be powerful, congratulates you or acknowledges the materialization of that desire, then it will make an emotional charge behind a visualized scene or an affirmed scene, or whatever it is. And that combination of mental and emotional energy will stick together into the subconscious mind. And if you can do that vividly, clearly, and emotionally enough, subconscious mind will be done. And it's literally that simple. It is that simple.
Yes, it is. I know, so I've done it.
Someone said, ever since I started watching this channel, I manifested my first ever job. Woohoo!
Nice.
Congratulations! See, we don't even use effects, we do it manual.
I received an offer to be a recruiter for an accommodation company since I'm a student. This happened because everything I've learned from this channel, and I focused on embodying the frequency of what I desire to be.
It's not what you learn from this channel, it's what you implemented. Don't project it onto me, because we will exploit you over here. You know what I'm saying? Honestly, guys, anything that you end up materializing, yes, the information, maybe you got it from me or the knowledge, but don't project it onto me, because this, like I said, this isn't a cult. If I was to be like, you're welcome, my child.
It's not?
What are you saying, bro?
It has been a game changer. I'm not swayed by the 3D reality anymore. At that time, my circumstances were tough. I had just been scammed and could have
getting scammed is dark, man. You ever been scammed so bad that you carry it to your grave, you don't even tell anyone? The way that you just been scammed, it's too embarrassing for you to even say. You just firm it, silence.
I've talked about mine many times.
I had just been scammed and could have easily felt frustrated by that experience. However, I kept my cool, and weeks later I landed a job with a higher income. My question about this video concerns letting go of control and the idea that I can control my manifestation timeline. This concept is so appealing to me, but I've struggled with control in the past. If you could please clarify for me.
What was the question there?
My question about this video concerns letting go of control and the idea that I can control my manifestation timeline. It's a video where you said time traveling is the fastest way to manifest.
One more time? I'm trying to hear the question specifically.
My question about this video concerns letting go of control and the idea that I can control my manifestation timeline.
It's not necessarily about controlling your manifestation timeline. Don't be like one of those people that think, I'm going to quantum jump and all of this other stuff. All of that particular rhetoric still does nothing more than external focus on the alteration of your reality, to which when you don't see a result, you then end up thinking that you're doing something wrong. And then based upon the subconscious acceptance that something has gone wrong, you've then created wrong. It's not necessarily about controlling how quick you move into a reality or anything to do that. The only thing it's about controlling is the state that you're able to produce and sustain within yourself. That's the only thing you need to control. So even when we're talking about, shifting to timelines or parallel universes, which are all just mere concepts of explaining the same thing on a different level, right? From a quantum mechanical down to a spiritual level, and so on and so forth. What you just have to understand is that the only thing that you have to control is yourself. Nothing more, nothing less. And don't get caught up in everything else, because when things start going right, we then end up getting encapsulated in third dimensional realm. We end up getting finessed out of our position without realizing that reality is an illusion. So it means fuck all to us. You understand what I'm saying? Now, there's a scripture in the Bible. It says a man cannot receive unless it's given to him from heaven. Then that's in the chapter of John. And then there's also Matthew 6:33, which is the idea that seek ye first the kingdom and righteousness, and all these things shall be added unto you. Heaven is essentially a state of relaxation, whether you want to conceptualize it as peace and bliss and whatnot. But what you have to understand is that this is a prerequisite to manifestation. And oftentimes you struggle to materialize your reality because you're so stressed. And you're so stressed because you make time to do nothing. And because you make time to do nothing, you never get to relax. And you are so overstimulated that you can't tell the difference. That you think doing nothing is boring. And because you think doing nothing is boring, doing nothing is actually a form of peace. And then in doing so, you end up actually moving yourself away from the capability of altering your reality, because relaxation is a prerequisite to manifestation. That's to borrow that down. You have to make sure you're relaxed, because oftentimes we think to ourselves, when I attain this, then I will be relaxed. But then simultaneously, if you attaining that would make you relaxed, then you being relaxed would indicate to the universe that you've attained that thing. So it's about understanding frequency first, frequency first, frequency first. You first need to focus on your internal state and make sure you're in a state of relaxation, because in doing so, you then put your brain into producing alpha and theta waves on a daily basis. So a lot of people think that the only time they can sit down to alter their reality, the only time they can alter their reality is when they're laid down or sat down. But if you just stay in a relaxed, calm, composed state, then your brain is always going to be cycling through these cycles. And the chances of you cycling through theta and alpha will be greater, which means everything that you're doing, all the internal work, it will actually go somewhere. Really like, oh god.
Yo, these comments, bro. What?
Here we go.
I just read the first line. Shouldn't even laugh. The same girl I manifested from work just broke up with me.
And you think that's funny? I'm telling you guys, AJ is not a good guy. I'm telling you. Just because he plays the piano, I don't think he's a good guy.
Crazy thing is, we were never supposed to be together.
Oh.
She has a baby daddy that is locked up, and I have a baby mama I don't get along with.
Ooh.
Crazy thing is, I'm not even upset about it. Oh, bro, why did you manifest her in the first place?
The other mistake that people need to unlearn in the realm of manifestation is that doubt is an indication of something wrong. Oftentimes, I'll see people say, oh, I'm having doubts. And they're like, you're not visualizing enough. You're not doing affirmations enough. You're not scripting enough. You're not doing this. Well, I would like to introduce something new. Doubt isn't the issue. The issue is the way that you perceive doubt. That's how borrow that down. Every human being is going to experience doubt. Naturally, Sir Isaac Newton said, for every force, there's an equal and opposite force. When you take a step forward, you generate the potentiality to go a step back. So the idea that you're experiencing this particular degree of resistance is very fucking fine until you make it not fine. And then when you make it not fine, you make it a problem. When you make it a problem, it becomes a problem. The issue isn't doubt. The issue is your perception towards doubt, because you think doubt represents something wrong. Well, I'm saying to you, doubt represents something right. You only begin to experience doubt upon the idea of your old frequency feeling threatened. Your old frequency is the version of you that exists on the spiritual plane that was created from the thought forms of how you used to think, your old beliefs, your old perceptions, your old reactions. Remember, the old frequency, old state of consciousness, old self-concept. That is an entity, a living thing that wants to continue existing. So in order to continue existing, it's going to play games and try to hit you with the maddest of psychology. And because it's going to try to hit you with the maddest of psychology, it's playing mind games, straight mind games. So it wants you to think that this doubt is yours. So then as you're progressing and moving forward, it's going to get you to doubt yourself. And then you think that it's yours. So then you internalize that doubt. And because you see it wrong, you internalize wrong into the subconscious mind. And then you end up perpetuating more in your reality without realizing that the only reason that doubt is coming to you now is because your old frequency feels threatened, and it wouldn't feel threatened if transformation wasn't around the corner. So the very fact that you're experiencing doubt is a good thing. What if every time you ever doubted yourself in your life and you ended up not moving, you actually stopped yourself from transforming? What if every time that you doubted yourself, as you were getting to date that person, things were going good, as you was applying for that job, as you were applying for that promotion, as you was about to that night close that deal, you began to doubt yourself? What if just then you were around the corner from transformation, but you didn't realize it, internalized it as your own, and then internalized it as your own, you made it wrong, and then it ended up being wrong, whereas doubt is something good? What if you looked forward to the self-doubt? Then that would change the way that you experience it. Right. People in manifestation always try to put the blame on you and say that you're not doing enough, but it's likely that you are doing enough. But it's just the perception towards things now.
That was a damn bar right there. Perception is everything. The PP loop. Well, my version of the PP loop is different.
I went through the dark night of the soul right before I found this page.
You're even reading it sad.
It just seems very...
It's just the energy behind it.
That tone.
Yeah, I feel you.
And I can say that I found this channel when I needed it the most. I'm unrecognizable from who I was a year ago. And I know you say that you don't want credit for changing people's lives. However,
I don't want credit. No, okay.
However, you have.
Okay.
However, you have.
Okay.
I bought the book on Amazon. I read it in your accent, lol, and I sing along with you guys because I know all the songs. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. By the way, if you're an entrepreneur who feels as if they have a mental block that they can't figure out and it's capping your revenue in your business and you'd like to unlock your potential in 7 weeks, link in the description. Bye-bye. See differently. Feel differently. React differently.
He's almost done. Because you hear the music slightly changing.
Think differently. Cool. So, how do you know a manifestation is working? In the realm of manifestation, they define a manifestation working by your ability to see it. Hence why anytime that you don't see your manifestation coming into play, you think that it's not working. And then based upon that subconscious acceptance, you end up making it not work. But everything that we do here is to create an internal shift. So what are the signs of an internal shift? There's signs of an internal shift, and I have a video on this called like the signs your frequency is changing or some shit. But if you want to know if what you're doing is actually working, then you'll know if you see differently, feel differently, react to things differently, and you think things differently. But see, most people's definition on if manifestation is working is if they see things outside of them change. When I say see differently, I mean perceive differently. That says perceive, I promise you. But anyways, most people define manifestation working by their ability of their reality changing around them. And in doing so, you set yourself up for a trap, which is why it's something you need to unlearn, because you're looking for signs outside of you, but without realizing that reality is a delayed form of consciousness. So when you go and look outside of you and you see nothing's changed, you then internalize it being reflective of something wrong, and you end up distorting the frequency that you're projecting to the universe. So it's not necessarily about looking to reality for signs, but looking for within yourself for the signs. And that's what barred that down, because within yourself is ultimately not an illusion, such as reality. And you'll know that what you're doing is working if you feel differently, react to things differently, think things differently, and see things differently.
Bar.
And ladies and gentlemen, that is everything we need to unlearn from the realm of manifestation.
Give this boy a round of applause. Let's see the bloopers.
Oh, I forgot what I was going to say. Fuck. Ow.
That was a bit aggressive, isn't it?
Fuck. Look, I be riding through my old hood, but I'm in my new whip. Same old attitude, but I'm on that new shit. They say they gonna rob me, see me never do shit, cause they know that's the reason they gonna end up on the news clip. All the mom on my wrist, there's nothing on my wrist, but we still bust down.
Bill Donahue, huh? Or William Donahue? Nice. Yep. Give that boy a round of applause. Yep. I was just like sitting back while I actually ate breakfast and lunch. Well, first meal, second meal together. Like I went, got my meal, came back, saw Crazy Cat. She said hello, dropped, went back upstairs, grabbed my second meal, ate my second meal. I haven't showered yet because I have to do laundry. Whoever's here watching, I hope you enjoyed that one. There was one point. Now he's brought it up a couple times in different videos, and I've been saying it now in a little bit. But he made me aware of something that I wasn't aware of. We all have everything inside of us. But he made me aware of something that was on point. He's like, there was this point about, consuming a lot. This is the paradox. We think we have to keep learning. Like, look, I have the books, right? I have the physical copies of the Kabbalion now. I just got it. This is one of the books I always desire to have. It's not because I don't know it's not like I don't know what's in either of these books, right? I have all the answers. It's nested in here, just like you have all the answers nested in. I'm going to be reading this in a bit. I'll come back and shower, and I have to do laundry and whatnot. But anyways, you know, I'm gonna hold this book in my hand for now. So he was mentioning about, you read one book and you believe with every fiber of your soul that this book is going to work. And you manifested stuff. You manifested up the wazoo. He didn't touch, he forgot to touch about something, but it's okay. I'll touch upon it right now. And this shit works. And you're like, you know what? And he was talking about it. He's like, you know what? Let me go read another book, and another book, and another book, and another book. 10 books later. Now you just had more information slapped in your head. And what he said earlier, we are here to actually unlearn more than learn. Actually, we're here to remember and unlearn the things that has been taught to us, because truthfully speaking, a lot of the shit it's irrelevant. As long as you have conviction in yourself. Now, of course, what he said about the techniques, you know, if visualization works for you, cool. If affirmation works for you, you say a bunch of words, cool. As long as you have conviction behind those words, because, you know, I heard a lot of people just talking mad words, and they nothing, right? They'd be saying, I am rich, and I am wealthy, and I am abundant. And I used to do this all the time. In fact, I used to write these things down in like what he's saying, repetition, over and over and over and over and over again. But the thing is, there was no emotion behind those, I am rich and I am wealthy. Because back then I was unaware of conviction. That's what I was not lacking, but I was unaware of. We're not lacking anything. We never have been and we never will. We just are unaware. That's the difference. Being aware and being unaware. That's it. That's all it comes down to, is being aware and being unaware. Now, once you gain awareness to whatever it is that seems like you're learning, you're not learning, you're remembering what you once knew. Now, that's another way of me saying you are remembering what you have forgotten, right? Because you forgot all this stuff. But someone will be like, but I never knew this stuff. How can you say that I knew this stuff? Well, in your present form, maybe not. But in your previous forms, because this is where it's going to get tricky, your previous forms, which they still exist simultaneously because they're parallel, they know. You knew. What do you mean by present previous forms? The form you took the last time you were here on Earth. But I only lived one life. No, you did not. There is no soul on this planet who has lived one time. I can tell you that. I can put fucking $1 trillion on the line right now, and my life. I will literally put my life on the line for this. There is no soul on this planet right now who has only lived one life. They've lived there's at least hundreds of lives you live. You may have not lived millions of lives and whatnot, but you definitely lived at least 100+ lives. That's bare minimum, by the way. Remember, look at all of the eons. You think you're dead and then you're gone? No, you come right back. Once you gain the awareness of, like, in one lifetime that this might be your final lifetime, that's it. It's your final lifetime. But you've lived many, 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 many lives. And you had different soul cluster families. So the same people that you're family with right now, they weren't your family in the previous incarnation. You were a set of different families, and they were a part of different families. That's why everybody's technically fucking related. Because look, I'm a blow your mind right now, and I said it before. Let's say you were a woman in their previous incarnation, or let's say 5 incarnations back, maybe 160 years ago. Let's just say 5 incarnations, 160 years is actually nothing. So let me go back a little bit further. Let's say you lived 5 incarnations, which was 250 lives, 250 years ago, right? and you're a woman back then, and you gave birth, right? And your kids, they gave birth and they gave birth and they gave birth and they gave birth, right? You died. You came back as a male this time, different family. Oh, I'm about to screw with this right now. You came back and you're in a different family, but you married one of your great grandkids. Bizarre, isn't it? Remember, when you're sleeping with someone, you're sleeping with yourself. I know, I will fuck with so many people when I say that one, but it's true. When you are sleeping with your partner in bed, you're actually sleeping with yourself, and vice versa. They're sleeping with you. They may not see their face, but we're all one. It's all an illusion. What makes you think that this is different? So like I said, let's say you gave birth to a kid in this incarnation, and you die and you come back 300 years from now. Let's say you came back, this time you're a guy. Actually, no, you're a girl. So in this incarnation, you're a guy, and you had kids with a woman, and you died, and you come back as a woman next lifetime. And for whatever reason, like it's technically your great son. Or if you're a lesbian, if you want to be a lesbian, it's your great granddaughter. You meet her or him, you fall in love. Doesn't matter it doesn't matter what race you are, because you have been every race. You have been and you always will be until Earth is done. Until this is no longer necessary. Lindsay Sterling, my wife, she could technically be my current great granddaughter, hypothetically, right? Do you think one day the Sterlings just appeared out of thin air, and the Samirs just appear out of thin air, or the Stellars just appeared out of thin? Well, I mean, I have now forged Stellar, but you know, right? Somebody took a name. Like, where did all the names come from? These are things that I've questioned, and because I've had my experience, it's allowed me to go even deeper now, to see things differently. Now, does this have any relevancy to your current reality? No, it does not. What I am attempting to bring to your attention is the fact that a reality is not what it appears it to be. So like, you may think that you're like, this is another one. You could actually re-enter the same bloodline. But this time you died, right? You gave birth to a son. That son gave birth to another son, and another son, another son, and then like through whatever, a daughter came through. You could have been the daughter. You could have reincarnated as the great granddaughter to yourself. That's another paradox. I know some of you are going to be like, that's very far-fetched. How do you know that to be true? How do you not know that? It's simple. Because all things are one thing. So like, there's a chart where you're 7 generations back bullshit. Like, when you entered a bloodline that you've never been in before, you inherit the stuff of the 7 generations of their traumas and their beliefs and all their bullshit, and you're here to clear it and solve it. It was never yours. First of all, it was never yours to carry. You just have to come to that realization. There's nothing wrong with you. There never has been, never will be. You've been perfect. Even as I'm saying that, it's just wild. It's just wild. But you inherit that, you know, the whatever the, let's say your great grandfather or your grandfather, they have like I don't know, some trauma towards alcoholism or whatever, or they've been rejected by girls, and then you for whatever reason inherit it, because it's possible to inherit other things, but that's only if you entertain that as truth. The moment you simply make the decision to not entertain that, it's dead. But then that's spiritual bypassing, as someone would say. It's spiritual bypassing. How dare you spiritual bypass? Or you're gaslighting yourself. Yep. Because humans love to use words to keep yourself stuck. That's a fucking bar. Humans love to keep themselves stuck by using words that think they're not sticking themselves, but they're actually sticking themselves even more. They're throwing themselves more into the mud, into the quicksand, or into the cement that's currently wet, and then it will dry. I haven't gone deep in this aspect, but it is. And see how we were talking about something else and how everything kind of just encompass. Oh, look at that. How it all just got encompassed with each other. That's how this shit works. There's no thinking here. This is off. This is what's happening. Whoever's here listening, I hope you're taking this into consideration. Yeah, there is someone here. You can't pay for what I just gave you. And even if I charged you, you couldn't afford it. Well, technically you can. That's if your belief. If you can pay me $1 trillion, hand it over. Anyways, jokes aside. I'm not really joking, but you know. You're paying me $1 trillion of your energy right now. So it's fascinating, though. It's things that people don't think about, because I am quecto sane. Well, I'm technically God sane, but you know. Some would be like listening to this and they're like, what in the God's name are you talking about? Because you all have simply forgotten. And and we go right back to what we're talking about. All you're doing when someone is making you aware is remembering. You're not learning, you are remembering. There's a difference. You can feel the difference between learning and remembering. I'm learning. Now, if you have more conviction in the word learning over remembering, cool. Use what works. For me, that's not the case. There's not enough energetic charge in the power of the word learning anymore to me. That's why it's like this. It's flatlined for me. Remembering is like this. So like when someone says, oh, you're going to learn? Yeah, well, depending on your conviction behind the word, because you can change your conviction behind any word at any time, because every word is a paradox in themselves, right? So I can literally change the word learning to remembering, remembering to learning, and keep them simultaneously one and the same, and have the word learning for simplicity's sakes, because a lot of people don't use the word remembering, they use the word learning, because there's still people who think that they are learning. And so I have to also be mindful of who I'm speaking to and making sure I still cater to their lingo. This is the stuff that a lot of speakers don't pay attention to. So this is why like the universe has been refining me and preparing me like Jesus when from age 13 to 30, you can say. I forget where in the Bible the age gap. They pick up where he's at age 30. And he's like helping the masses. So what was he doing in the last 13 plus years? 20 plus years or whatever. It's simple. He was a carpenter helping his dad in a small village in Nazareth. Now, whether that's true or not, it doesn't make a difference. Right? It's just whether he existed, he didn't exist, it is what it is. We're not focusing on past, we're focusing on facts now. That everything is happening exactly as it's supposed to prepare me for the next phase. So I'm here to prepare all of you for your next phase. And technically, I'm not really here to prepare you. You're using me as a mirror to prepare yourself, because it's really yourself speaking to yourself. This is your multi-dimensional selves speaking to your third-dimensional character right now. And of course, as I'm speaking to my third-dimensional character as well, from the multi-dimensional being, Orion. And I say unto thee, I like having the book in my hand, and I say unto thee, for verily, I like that line. Anyways, back to Nero's point. So when his client, so I see how I'm going all the way back now to what we were originally talking about. When Nero was talking about that aspect of like, you're learning from like, I'm going to use the word learning. When you're learning from 10 million different people, you're now obfuscating, because all 10 million different people are going to say 10 million different things. And now you're like, this person's saying that thing, but that person said that thing, but now they're contradicting. And because it's contradicting, now you're like, what the fuck do I do? And that's what happened to me, because I read hundreds of books myself. I've listened to hundreds of books and I've read hundreds of books. Don't get it twisted. I only have like physical copies. Remember, may I remind you, now of course I didn't read it on my tablet, and this is only like a third of my, not even a third, this is like a quarter. Is it a quarter? That's like 10% of my books. Let's open it up, shall we? You see all these books? I've read through practically all of these books. There's some newer ones, but I've read through them all. Like this one, Ask and It's Given, this was a very powerful book. Right? There's Access to Superconsciousness. I've read through all of these books. There's the 8 Rules of Love. I've read through a lot. There's about 300 books in here alone. Yes, I read Will as well. You, right? You're a Badass. That's Tuning Fork. Think Like a Monk, right there. Right? Life Force. You Are a Badass at Making Money by Jen Sincero. All right, these are my Theta books. The Universe has your back. Yes, it is. The Universe has your back. The Third Door. The Subtle Art of Not Giving a Fuck. Like, I read through all these books. And I could tell you right now, clear as fucking day. So again, don't get it twisted that I only have a few physical copies. Don't worry, I'm gonna have those physical books. Some of them I bought, some of them I downloaded because I was like, fuck it. This book, if I had never read any other fucking manifestation book or any book on anything else, this one right here. I give our brother so much love and respect and admiration for writing the book that I didn't have to write. He saved me a lot of time, by the way. This book, The Kabbalion, which came in today. This is the 7 Hermetic Principles. If his book didn't exist, this is the only book you really need. But again, it comes down to, do you feel like that's enough? Remember there was a thing that I wrote on my tablet? You are more than enough. You've been more than enough. You have more than enough, and you know more than enough, because that is enough. That is more than enough. So what else do you have to know? In fact, he said it in the video. There's a process where you were able to instantly change your beliefs. Or you're able to get programmed instantly. Instead of taking 10 years to reprogram your mind through repetition, it can be instant. The reason why you don't believe that is because you've now taken on 10 million different versions of yourself. Because remember, every book was written by you. This book was written by me. That book was written by me because we're all each other, right? Every book is written by God, by the Creator. So listening to 10 million different perspectives. I know there's not 10 million people, but obviously, well, let me rephrase it. There's 10 million people, but there's not 10 billion people. So that's what I meant to say. You've taken perspective from 10 billion people, even though there's not. Now you have 10 billion different versions and you're like, what the fuck is going on here? So imagine you had only read one book. I read through all those books. Some were on mindset, some were on health, some were on wealth creation, some were financial literacy, some were manifestation, some were romance, like relationships, some were on mental health, some were on emotional intelligence. I've read through all of those books, and I can tell you that yes, and I don't really read any fictional books, and which I really should, because that actually opens your imagination. So I'm going to be starting to kind of dive into fictional books like Lord of the Rings and stuff like that, to kind of conjure up the imagination more. That builds your imagination, because when you're reading, you're like producing an image. Like when you're reading a non-fiction book, you're not really producing an image per se, but but you are to some degree, because every word that you think, you're actually creating a mental picture, just so you know. Anyways, there's so much to say. I'm like, I want to like cover everything, so I'm making sure like. But you read one book, and all those books that I read. So what I was about to say was, all the books I read, guess what the answer is? You want to know what the answer is to all those books that I just read? And I read them throughout the 6 years. I'm not pointing, but I am. Every fucking book, the answer that you're looking for is you. He said the same thing. There is no bullshit thinking like, oh, it's outside of you and this person's smarter than you and all of this nonsense. It's not. It is you, and it will forever be you. It starts with you and it ends with you. It will always end with you. It starts with you and it ends with you. And if that's one, I don't care if you call that a mantra, I don't care if you call it an affirmation, wire that shit in your head if you can. It starts with you, and I don't mean to say empty words. I mean it with conviction. Put some energy from your heart. Send those words up to your throat with conviction. It starts with me, and it ends with me. Well, Orion, if it really starts with me, and it ends with me, then how come I don't know how to do X, Y, Z? Fair question. That's a fair question. The reason why you don't know how to do so thing, whatever that is because you simply forgot. So if you're interested in whatever thing that you've forgotten, guess what's going to happen? Your RAS, the reticular activating system, will start to filter through and find something regarding the thing that you've said you forgot. And when you see another person, which is a mirror, and remember, everybody is a mirror, but there's a paradox with that, but I'll tell you that in a moment. When you see that mirror and they have the thing that you think you don't have or you don't know, when they're mirroring it back to you, and I said mirroring, not teaching, mirroring it back to you, mirroring back with you and through you and by you and as you, because they're nothing more than you. They're your reflection. All they're doing is making you aware. They're making you more aware. The difference between everyone is awareness and unawareness. That's it. That separates us as individualized expressions. The greats from what you call the not greats. But here's the thing. There are no greats or not greats. Everybody is just fucking great. But we've created these delusional, even though I love to live in delusion. So this is the fake delusional thing, which people call realistic. There's this delusional thing of like, yeah, but there are people who are great and there are people who are trash. Well, the fact that you're saying that this person is trash, you're basically telling yourself that you're trash. Yes, their behavior may not be in alignment with you, but all you can really say is, this person, this other version of me, is simply acting in misalignment. I was going to go do my laundry, but clearly I can't do my laundry at the present moment since I hear the washer going. It's okay. I'm in a little bit of a flow. So because when someone is sharing something with you, so every time I hear something that this vessel hasn't heard, the mind really, the third dimensional thinking mind hasn't heard yet, right? What it's doing is it's what I'm wiring in is like, oh, thank you so much that you're helping me to remember what I have forgotten, or helping me remember what I once knew, because that's what it is. You once knew it, but you simply forgot it. That's another way. Thank you, S, for that one. I haven't seen her. I'm trusting she's great. I know she's great, and I know her wedding's coming up soon. So I'm wishing her only love and blessings to her and her future hubby. You are literally remembering what was once known to you, consciously. Unconsciously, right now you're unaware of the thing, but you're going to bring it into your consciousness, one way or another. Do you think that me speaking and me live streaming and me talking about all this stuff, do you think this was by accident? Now, of course, all of you that are currently here, you did not know me 6 years ago, 7 years ago. We'll use 7 because that's a significant time, 2018. Do you think I even knew what the fuck I was going to do? I was content with IT for the rest of my life, even though there was a point where I hated it. Well, it's that I didn't hate it. It was just I was frustrated with the fact that I had no support. But then something changed inside of me where I'm like, yeah, I'm not working for someone else's bidding. I came here for something extraordinary, and IT is not for me personally that is going to bring forth what I came here to do. I came here for something immense. I came here for something epic. This. I came here for this, what I'm doing right now, what I'm remembering. I once upon a time was a speaker in a previous incarnation. And there was another time where I spoke my truth, and my truth, I got silenced. I got executed for opening up my mouth. And I brought other mirrors into this reality to mirror back more of who I was in a previous incarnation so that I could remember this, so that I can break it. This is how the game is fucked up. This is what we do. Because the soul desires to have all kinds of experience. If you murdered someone, I hate to break it to you, but in one of your incarnations, you are going to get murdered. And I hate to say that. But it's because you desire to experience everything. I know I got murdered. I got burnt to the stake. I can remember that pain. It fucking sucks, being burnt to the stake. I got executed. My head got chopped off, just so you know. I know what that pain feels like. I know what it feels like to be raped. Brutally raped. So, because I've done that to someone else, I've executed people. So it only felt like my soul is like, okay, I executed someone in one lifetime, so now I'm going to be the one to get executed, because sometimes what we do is we take the opposite thing and we experience the opposite. Anyways, my point to say is, and back to Nero and what he was saying, you can have read one book. Hell, you don't even have to read a book. There's people who have never, he was just saying, there's people who have never read a book and they brought forth what they desired. And once upon a time, I had not read a book since I was 11, 10. And no, I'm not counting the fucking books that they give you in school. Those like Macbeth and all that other trash. It's not trash. Sorry, let me just, the stuff that is not in alignment. I don't care about Shakespeare stuff. It's irrelevant to me. Shakespeare's an amazing dude, but it's irrelevant to me. I don't resonate with his like works. Anyways, the last time I read a book, and I couldn't even remember what that book's name was, it could have been even a picture book, was probably when I was like 10 or 11. So I went, when did I start reading books again? 34? 35? 34. October 6th. The day I awakened, I started doing everything. I started journaling that evening. I had somebody sent me a book and I hadn't read it yet, and they're like, here, because they were preparing me. They were setting me up from even before October 6th. Like they were giving me signs. Like there was another brother, his name was Joffrey Lambert. He's the one who told my manager that I'm going to jump off the roof, and then my manager told his manager, which is his boss, who works in my office, in the office that I was working in, which was Nat, to go and save me from jumping off. But Joffrey, he gave me a book called The Miracle Morning. That was my first book I had read. That was the very first starting point to the journey when it comes to books. The very first video was a motivational video back in 2019 with faceless. There was no face, but you can hear the talking, and they had like the birds flying overhead, like the camera's like panning over a forest. You see a beach. You see people like smiling and having fun. That's what you call B-roll. It's not A-roll. B-roll is like sub video clips. Anyways, so they had B-roll playing in the background while I was listening, and they're like, you can change your life, and you know you're meant for more. And that was the starting of the video journey. And then when I watched that video, then another video popped up, and then another video popped up, and of course I started reading The Miracle Morning that evening and journaling, and then it was just, I consumed over 100 plus fucking books in a year. Not to mention all the videos I watch. I'm not saying this to brag or to boast. I'm saying this to tell you that after all of that, the answer always came back to me. I just didn't realize it until recently. I'm not looking down at you. I'm doing my best because the camera's technically low. I could put you back on the tripod, which I should do that actually. I should technically put you all back on the tripod. I'm purposely not doing that because that gives a perception like I'm talking down to you. I'm not talking down to you. There, that's better. Let me just make sure. There, that's better. Anyways, so a lot better. So, back to what I was saying. So, you know, there was someone, I was on what was it, a Zoom call? Yeah. Zoom was so primal back in 2020. And I jumped on like one of them like, you know, like workshops or like a master class, right? And there's a bunch of people, there was like 20, 30 people. I was still a little shy. I had my camera on, but I was a little shy, but I was like, you know what? I'm going to do it. I'm going to put myself out there. God, that was such a interesting evening. I listened to the person talking. I was like, man, I already know all this stuff. I had just read through hundreds of books, and I've consumed over at least 6,000 or 7,000 hours worth of TED Talks and podcasts, because that was my day, in and out. I got paid to do what I loved, right? I was getting paid from my job, which was making 6 figures, right? I got paid to do all that, to work on myself. It was pretty fucking badass. Anyways, so someone in the chat was like, they asked the question, how many books have all of you read throughout this year? Someone said like 10. Someone said 15. I said 100. I said 100 plus. I said 104 exact. I read 104 books that year, 2020. They're like, that's impossible. How can you read 100 books? There's no way you can read 100 books. Oh, really? Maybe from your third dimensional perspective, that's not possible. If I really desire to, I can read this book out in a day. This is nothing. If I sit and consciously know what I'm reading. Now I'm not just like speed reading and I'm like da 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 and then da 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 da. I mean like I consciously am like looking and I'm knowing what I'm reading and remembering stuff. I can read this book out in a day. 144 pages. So when someone says, I can't, that's impossible. You can't read 100 books in a day or 100 books in a week. 100 books in a year. That's impossible. Without consciously remembering all that? Yeah, because you've put a limitation on yourself. When I was reading books, I was reading to understand stuff. Now, of course, the word understand wasn't existent back then for me. So I was seeking to understand what I was reading. I didn't rush. I took my time. But every book that I read came back to one conclusion. You. It's always you. It always will be you. It starts with you and ends with you. Every book you will ever read going forward will always start with you and end with you. And should I ever write a book, it's going to be a very short book. But there's so much to write. That's the thing. Like Nero already wrote it in his book. I can expand upon what he wrote. But the first couple things I would write in the first page is this. I desire you to know that you have all the answers already within you. So technically, you don't have to read this book. You can put the book down right now and know that you have more than enough. Because you were born with more than enough. You have more than enough. You know more than enough. And that is more than enough because that is enough. The very fact that it's enough. But humans like context. Because humans like context, they want more. They're curious by nature, and it's okay. Be curious. Nothing wrong with that. But don't be obfuscating things and thinking you don't have enough. It's that very idea that you think you don't have enough, and he was saying it in the video. It's the very thing that you think that you don't have enough, which is a frequency in itself, because you have all frequencies. Everything's a frequency. You have to see everything as a frequency. And when you feel like you don't have enough, then what you're going to say is, I have to keep studying, and it becomes a trap. The paradox of studying. Thinking you come to, and he said it, you come to this realization that the more you study, the more you don't know. And the fact that the more you don't know, then you're thinking that you don't know enough, and the things that you already do know, you're thinking is not enough. You see the paradox there? That's what he was talking about. That's why everything I watch from him, I just completely understand. I'm like, pfft. He just helps me to reframe it and reword it in a different way that I already know. That's why I watch his stuff to see how is he saying these things. Catching it how, like running it back. And then seeing how I can implement it with my own way. Right? Sometimes I don't have to. It's just that simple. Not obfuscating shit. So after all the books I've read, after all the fucking podcasts I've listened to, even the ones you all, like when I say, you know, books and podcasts and audiobooks, even you have all heard through even the videos that you've watched on the channel in the last little while since the summertime, where you all have been watching through the tablet, because I've been using the tablet a lot more than I have with my laptop because I've been outside a lot, right? And while I'm taking a shower or whatever, you all are listening to something. After all of that, what is the answer? It's you. It always has been you, and it always will be you. There's nothing else you have to know. The universe is basically reminding all of you through me that you have enough. I have enough. Do I have to keep reading books and stuff? I love reading. I prefer to read over playing video games, but here's the thing. I still love playing my video games. I find reading enjoyable. I used to hate reading. But then I was like, oh my God, I love reading. I love to be this lifelong learner and this student of life and just keep learning and learning and learning and learning and learning until I realize that learning is a trap. Because I'm thinking I don't know enough and I'm not going to prepare myself. And that's the paradox of learning. Thinking you don't have enough, you don't know enough. So you have to keep learning. Or you go to seminar or retreat or this place or that place thinking you don't know enough. You know enough. You have all the answers. I am the greatest coach on this planet. I don't consider myself coach, but I am the greatest coach on this planet. Because what gives me the right to say that? It's simple. I have my memories. I currently have my memories that most of you currently do not have yet. Keyword there is yet. But take my experience and use it for yourself. You have your memories too. I just told you. I know what it feels like to be a woman. I know what it feels like to be executed. I know what it feels like to be raped. I know what it feels like to rule the world. I was the pharaoh once upon a time. Hello. I was an emperor at one point. I was an empress, but I was also a slave. I was a beggar. I was a cheat. I was a whore. I was a slut. I was a prostitute. I was all these things. My memories are starting to kick in more. I'm starting to see more and more and more. I was all things. And so were you. You may not believe that because it feels far-fetched because you're only thinking you lived one life. That's okay. That's what I thought for 39 years of my life until that magical moment in May 18th when it said, pew. My name is Sarah, and I was half Irish, and at the time half Middle Eastern. I didn't know which one it was, so I came to realize it was Afghani. My father was Afghanistan, he was from Afghanistan, and my mother was from Ireland. And you know what's funny? Lori right now, she's from Ireland. I've expressed my feelings to her, but my true wife is Lindsay Sterling. But Lori could technically be my child. Well, let me rephrase it. Lori's mother could be my child. And Lori could be technically my granddaughter from my previous incarnation. I don't know. Or, this may sound far-fetched, I could be Lori's, I could have been related to her, like I was in her bloodline potentially. It's possible. And she was a part of mine. She's just so happened in that, and I so happened to choose a different bloodline this time around. Because you get to choose which family you're going to go into. You don't pick the same family over and over. And don't get it twisted that you're stuck with this set of soul cluster family. When you're in resonance with a certain amount of souls, you will be put with those souls, and the other souls will be put with them. We're not segregating, we're not separating when we're in the other realm. What we're doing is getting into alignment. This person's going to bring a set amount of like lessons and challenges and things with you for your highest good, and you all collectively agree this is what's going to happen. You do a soul cluster meeting, and then you say, I'll see you in May 14th in 2025 at like 3 p.m. Bye. I'll see you. Enjoy your life. And then you all go whoosh. And while you're in your wombs, you all can still experience each other. But then once you come out into the physical world, all that stuff, you have to go through all that process of like the pain and the suffering of like being back in a smaller body, and like you don't have the ability to talk, even though you do remember. But sooner or later your memories are going to start to fade, because there's no way for you to, your core consciousness has lost the ability to express. So that's why you cry, wah, wah, wah. Right? That's why, like, you know, you don't like what it feels like to poop your pants and pee in your pants, right? And like teeth coming out, because you've experienced that before plenty of times. It's bizarre, isn't it? I know it may sound extremely far-fetched, but I'm telling you, this is how it is. That's why I said there is no soul on this planet right now who's only ever lived once. No one. No one has ever lived once. Soul, from the soul level? No. You all have lived countless of lives. I know because I saw. But I can't tell you what your games are like, because it was blocked. I just saw the games you all were playing. Everybody, even mine. But it was put, like a curtain was put over them again, so that I couldn't remember it all. Speaking of which, I'm gonna be right back. Give me a moment. I know. Got some yogurt. What else do I have to say? If I have to take a guess of how many books I've read, I did 104 in 2020. I was on a learning phase, y'all. Like, I got to work. I consumed everything I could at the time of my awareness. I wasn't into spirituality though, so no manifestation book was there yet. But like mindset, I was building my 4 pillars: mindset, health, like health and wellness. So like brain as well, financial, and relationships. The 4 pillars. I read all kinds of books. So from 2021, so in 2021, I read about maybe 60 or 70 books. So I'm at 160. So I'm just taking a guess. 164. 2020 into 2022, I read about 50 books. So I'm at like 210, 214 books, give or take. 2023, I read about, in 2023, I didn't read as much. In 2023, it was more taking action kind of thing. I had already went to San Diego for 1 month. I didn't read anything there. And I went for Christmas time, also didn't read anything there. But in between that, I probably read about 35 books. So we're probably at 240 now. 240. I've read more than that. No, I've read a lot more than that. That doesn't sound right. I think 2021, I actually read more books than I did in 2021. I think in 2021, I feel that I read probably maybe 110 or 112 books, because I've read over 300 books myself. I don't think I've read 400 books. I've read 300 books. I've read over 300 books, but not 400. I'm just kind of like cycling through 2021 right now. See what I read. Synchronicity Key. Return to Love. This is before Angel. This is before Jessa, Huang, Ari, Craig. So I was just like consuming. I was just finding, basically, whenever Tom Bilyeu or Lewis Howes had a guest I've never seen and they had a book, I basically read their book. That's what I did. That was my assignment that I gave myself. I basically said, okay, so this person has a book called XYZ. I know exactly where to download because, IT person here. My IT skills came into play. And found the book, read the book. Couple days, maybe a day. If it was a quick read. If it's like a 700 or 800 page book, back then it would have taken me a long time. But I used to read hundreds of pages a day. I was just like, you would think that it helped me with my so-called slurring of words, but it's okay. We gotta be somewhat human now, right? Yeah, over 300 books. So 2020, 104. 2021, 110, 115, if like average. 2022, about 50 to 60 books. 2023, less, like 35 books. 2024, even less. What the hell did I even read in 2024? Maybe I read like 15 books. Maybe 15. I think 15. I definitely read in 2024. And of course in 2025, I mean, this is read, not listened to, read books. 2025, well, I mean, we did read the 4 Agreements again, but that doesn't really count because I've already read that 100 times, over hundreds of times. I've read that every year, basically. So I don't count that as a new book. That's a recurring book that I've read. But I read that. I read this. Oh, I read Creation is Finished by Pete Sapper. And I read, so I read 3. So besides, so I'm talking about on the stream now, because, 2025 has been all streaming. 2025, I read The 4 Agreements, Pete's book, which is Creation is Finished, on the tablet. I was sitting over there reading it. It was earlier, just before this. I got it in, I think April it came out, April, May. I definitely wasn't outside reading it. I know it was one of the cooler months. So I think it was February, March. And then of course this book, which we finished a week ago. Because we finished it Saturday, like not yesterday, but a week ago Saturday, we finished this book. And then now, I've read this book though, but I'm reading it again, but this time on the stream. So I'm going to count it. So 4 books this year. Oh, no, that's true. Not true. I read Parallel Realities of Self, Parallel Universe of Self by Frederick Dobson, because, Neurowick suggested it. I was in the process of reading The Process of Realization by Ivan something. I forget his last name. And it's like an archer. Oh, I read the book that Regina shared with me. The one with past lives. I have it in the Discord. And I told her, that book is great, but I wouldn't call that the be all and end all book. But she's like, how dare you say that? She didn't take lightly to my words, and we got into it that night. But it was all good. Lifting the Veil of Duality, Andreas Moritz. So what, 5 books, 6 books? I don't have the physical, I have the digital of that book. And I don't have the physical of the Parallel Universes of Self. I have it as an ebook. So, same with The Process of Realization, but I didn't finish that. I started it, but that was actually just before the Dark Night of Soul, and that just completely just like said, fuck it. So about 5, 6 books this year. See, as the years go on, the less and less amount of books I'm reading. You're seeing a trend here. The only thing was in year 1 was about 104, and then year 2 was slightly a little bit more, but then year 3, whoosh, and it started going down like that. Does that mean I'm becoming dumber? Does that mean that I don't know enough? Does that mean that I'm going to become stupider? Does that mean that like you should be reading more and more and more? I read because I choose to, and I read because it's fun. I don't read because I have to, and I don't read because it's a chore, and I don't read for knowledge. I don't read for wisdom. Do you know why? Because we all have everything inside of us, and all they're doing is making you aware. And the only thing that I'm concerned myself with right now is to alter my frequency and bring forth everything in the physical, but, big but, let go of the when, the how, and the where? Yeah, the where, the when, and the how. And also let go of changing reality, because you're not changing reality. You're changing yourself. And as a byproduct, when you change yourself, reality changes. Because when you change the way you look at things, the very things you look at change. So when you, like he was saying, when you think differently, or when you perceive differently, when you feel differently, when you act differently, and when you think differently, I may have already said that, and you're perceiving things differently, that's when things have already shifted. And trust, doubt your doubts. It's a good thing that you're having doubts, because when you're having doubts, that means the old frequency is attempting to derail you, to bring you back down and tell you that nothing's working. You've all caught me saying, this shit doesn't work, and I throw my hands up in the air. I've done it. That's the process of being human. Now I've come to this realization of how this really, really, really works. I'm like, okay. Doesn't mean I don't get caught up in it. I don't stay long in it. I'm like this morning, I'm like, why the fuck are we thinking this thought? I was thinking a thought of we're going to be working in Toronto and never moving to San Diego. I'm like, what the fuck are you thinking? Huh? It still comes, but I don't entertain it as my truth. I've already solidified what my truth is. I'm good with or without it. I'm not too concerned how and when. And like other people like, you're just lazy, you're sitting at home doing nothing. Oh, really? Let me play a clip for you. Let me play a nice little clip for y'all. I know none of you are saying this, but you know.
When you do the work that 99% of people go their entire life without doing, what percent do you think are actually going to understand you? Keep going.
Let me repeat that one more time. This is me from a different perspective.
When you do the work that 99% of people go their entire life without doing, what percent do you think are actually going to understand you? Keep going.
Keep going. When you do the deep inner work, I'll say it in a different way. When you do the deep inner work that 99% of the people will never do in their entire lifetime, what percentage of people are going to understand you? How can they? It's like talking to someone. This is why, like, the live stream has also prepared me for the next phase of humans who will come. I am only looking for those. There is an abundance of clients that I will be finding on the live streams. Abundance. They will be working with me one-on-one or in a group setting. It doesn't matter for me whether it's one-on-one or in a group. I offer both. And I help you to blast your ceilings, all of it. I break all your ceilings. But it's not me breaking it. I want you to know that it has nothing to do with me. I say that always, and then I always make sure I emphasize it's actually you breaking it yourself. Yep. But the live streams has prepared me for what is to come. Yeah, there are times where, like, it was what? Wednesday? Tuesday. I was sitting in a squat, eating my meal. The laptop was over there in the evening time, and I put down the food and I was playing my game, and there was a brother who jumped on, pretending to be someone, again, like he always is, his little games, saying, oh, what the hell is this? Only 2 people. Oh, a know-it-all, spiritual egotism. I fed him a little bit. I entertained him. I should have not said anything, Because what is the point of entertaining people who simply don't understand, right? They think they know, and from their perspective, they do know. They know what they know. But the thing is, do they actually really know? Who really knows? And so when I look at souls like that, who are coming on and just wasting life force energy, not time, but life force energy, and they're just like wanting to get a reaction out of you, I'm not going to even bother. That's why, should I start the other channel? I feel like I'm going to be doing that one. Guess what's going to happen, y'all? Because this phone, when you record from the front camera, everything's in reverse. So like you see my Nike symbol in reverse, right? The room is technically in reverse. So technically what you're supposed to be seeing is like my red sweater on this side. But you're not. You're seeing it from that side. So everything's in reverse. Like it's in a weird order. It wasn't like that when we first live streamed. But the back cameras, they don't show it like that at all. Right? The back cameras don't show the room like this whatsoever. But the back camera can't show the front screen, so I can't see who's typing and texting. Now I could buy a little screen attachment and put it on the front and connect via Bluetooth, but I'm not going to do all that. So whoever jumps on my stream, I'm just going to talk as if no one's there. And whoever's on, cool. I'm going to probably have the whiteboard. I'll be sitting and I'll be explaining stuff. Because remember, it's going to be in backwards order. So I have to change the front camera to make sure that you all are seeing the writing properly. Otherwise, you'll see the reverse. And I'm just not going to pay attention to any Tom, Dick, and Harry who's going to come on. Yes, I'll periodically look at the screen and see if anybody has a question. Or I will simply have my laptop like available and see if anybody has a question. So I'll have the live stream on a different app or a different like stream so I can see the chat and see who's asking what. But when I see stuff, I'm like, okay. I'm like, not even going to entertain that. It's a waste of time, waste of energy. Let them talk. Let them fucking talk. Because guess what? Guess what's going to happen? When we all die, because it's inevitable, when we all die, I will be ascending to Council of Elders or equivalent. What do the Council of Elders do? You're probably wondering. The Council of Elders are the ones that help to tell the souls what they're going to be doing. They give the assignments. I will be giving assignments to souls. And I get to sit back and relax and enjoy the show and watch everybody do what they're doing on Earth. Which means those souls who are not evolving, they are, but they're wasting their life force energy. They may come to realize this 10, 15 years later though. Because remember, I was once like them too. I was acting like them at one point too. Because I understand. But eventually, there'll come a point where they die. Maybe they didn't realize. And they didn't realize that this was all an illusion, even though it is real and illusion at the same time. We'll read that in the book. In fact, we should read in a moment because I do have to go shower, but like the laundry and all that shit, so I'm gonna read momentarily. My feet are like ice cold, like a block of ice. Put on my slippers. Yeah. They will realize that they have to come back. And when they have to come back, and I don't, I get the last laugh, even though there is no last laugh, because in that realm, we don't care. We're all one thing anyways. So, yeah. So I'm reading the intro. I've never actually read the intro to this book. This is a slightly different version to the one that I read in like on my PDF. Like it's slightly different. The intro's a little different from this one. So, of course, I've already listened to the book, but the intro of this book is also different to this version. So, I'm reading the intro. And there's some words that are like really hard to pronounce. And by hard, I mean, you know, it's tongue twisty, a little bit of a, I don't want to say hard because nothing's technically hard. It just is. So I was on page 16 or XVI. There's 30 pages to the introduction. Wait, what? There's another introduction? No way. I'm doing 2 introductions. That's why I'm like, I've never read this. I've read the first introduction, but not this introduction, because like the first, because I'm like, wait a minute, what the hell is this? Because after page, what is it? That's XXV, so that's 15, that's 25. So XXVII 27. XXXVVII, that's 28. Then it says the Kabbalion. And then it's like introduction. So this introduction I read, we take great pleasure in presenting to the attention of the student and investigator of the secret doctrines. This work is based upon the old world Hermetic teachings. So I read this. I did not read this. So there's actually 2 introductions. That's why I'm like, wait a minute, what the fuck is all this? I've never read all this before. That's why this one's called the Centurion edition. Whatever that means. But the rest of the book is the same. I've already kind of skimmed through just to make sure that I'm reading. I bought the right book. It's the same book. All the words are the same. But everything, but I was like, the fuck is all this? What is all this? Did I buy the wrong book? Or is this book like wrong? No, it's the same book. It's just they added more to the introduction. Because they talked about something in 2009. This book was written in 1908. All right, where was I even reading on this page? Well, I was reading the Law of the Genders. So Matlin writes, so far from repudiating repudiating, that's the word. So far from repudiating the relations of the sexes, the Hermetic doctrine exalts them as symbolizing the loftiest divine mysteries and enjoins their exercises as a duty, the fulfillment of which in some of at least of his incarnations is essential to the full perfectionment and initiation of the individual. Given these resemblance along the Kabbalion insistence that it contains the essence of Hermetic teachings, it is very likely that Kingsford and Matlin's work was the main source of the Kabbalion. But these examples also show that Atkinson was not plagiarizing the Virgin of the World. Just so you know, I was saying this earlier because I did read this part. How can anything be plagiarization? If you really take a moment, how can anything technically be plagiarizing? By the way, I'm going to read this book out within a week, so I'm not too concerned how many pages I read today, or if I read today or not. It makes no difference. I will read this book out throughout the stream this week. Promise you that. You have my word. But how can anything technically be plagiarizing? It didn't come from you. The you that you think you are is the I am, the we are. It came from the library of all that is that already exists within all of us. You just so happen to tap into a frequency that allowed you to make what was already inside of you visible and make it that was invisible, make it visible. So technically, nothing belongs to anybody, like I said. So how can anything be plagiarization? But I rest my case. You have an answer for everything, don't you, Orion? Oh, I sure do. You bet your ass I do. It's just that simple. All right. Rather, he was attempting to distill its most important principles into his own words. The style and context of the Kybalion echoes those of Atkinson's other work. Here, for example, is the Kybalion. The Hermetic teachings are that not only is everything in constant movement and vibration, but that the differences, quote, between the variation manifestations of the universal power are due entirely to varying rates and modes of vibration. Modern science has proven that all that we call matter and energy are but modes of vibratory motion. Compare this to an excerpt from the booklet entitled Practical Mental Influence and Mental Fascination, published under Atkinson's own name. Physical science teaches that underlying all form, degrees, and apparent differences, there is to be found a manifestation of some elementary energy which manifests in what is known as vibrations. Everything in the material world is in vibration. Every manifesting a higher degree of motion. Without vibration, there would be no such thing as a material universe. In fact, the physical science itself teaches that not only is vibration the basic force underlying other forces and the various forms of matter, but also that the apparent differences between the various forms of matter and also the various forms of energy are caused simply and solely by the varying degrees of vibration manifested. So that paragraph that I read was to kind of compare the other paragraphs. So they were basically showing the differences between the two paragraphs. So basically, the same thing was said. Everything, I'm going to reword it now. Everything vibrates, and without it vibrating, nothing can exist. Because everything's in a constant state of motion, even though it may seem like it's still like this. The carpet is vibrating. This thing's vibrating. My sweater's vibrating. Everything is vibrating. It's just you can't see it with your eyes. That doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Here's another example. Another example here is the Kybalion. All the phenomenal worlds or universe is simply a mental creation of the all, subject to the laws of created things, and that the universe as a whole and in its parts and units has its existence in the mind of the all, in which mind we live and move and have our beings. Cf. Acts 17:28. Here is a similar passage from Lessons in Ganandi Yoga by Atkinson, writing as Yogi Ramacharaka. Yogi Ramacharaka. I gotta remember that name. Ramacharaka. This indeed is the highest conception of truth in the yogi's teaching. This, that all manifestations and emanations of the absolutes are mental creations of the absolute, thought forms held in the infinite mind and the infinite spirit in them, and then in the infinite spirit. But we are left with this question: why are the pseudonymous authors said to be the three initiates. Was Atkinson collaborating with anyone else? If we go by the hypothesis that I have sketched out above, the answer becomes apparent. Atkinson wrote the book by himself, but he wanted to acknowledge his debt to his Kingsford and Maitland. They were the only two initiates. He is not saying that they helped to write the book, which they did not. Both of them had died by the turn of the 20th century, Kingsford in 1888 and Maitland in 1897. Atkinson, by the way, Atkinson wrote this book in 1908, the Kabbalion. It's funny how in 1908, what the fuck is in 1908? Right? 1908. Atkinson, where's he? Yeah, Atkinson is simply paying homage to them by including them in the anonymous trinity of the authors. That's where the three initiates come from. Thus, it is possible to trace out a lineage for the Kabbalion, the original Hermetic texts, which have been known in the Western world since the 15th century and which have existed in English versions since at least the 17th, and the digest of these texts are presented by Kingsford and Maitland, M-A-I-T land. I think it's it's either Maitland or Mitland in Victorian London. In this sense, the aphorism, that's a word. Alexa, what does aphorism mean?
Euphoria is usually
No,
defined as
Alexa,
a state of intent.
that's not what I said.
Thanks for the feedback.
Alexa, what does aphorism mean?
Euphoria is usually
She's not saying it.
a state of intense happiness and
Alexa,
self-confidence.
stop. So we go to the next best thing. I asked this earlier. So you see, here's a process of like, okay, this is a word I've seen before now, but I don't know what it actually means. Does that mean I don't know? Hey ChatGPT, so there's a word called aphorism. So aphorisms. What does that word mean and how do you pronounce it?
Absolutely. An aphorism is a concise, pithy statement that expresses a general truth or principle. Think of it as a witty or clever saying that often gives insight in just a few words. It's pronounced as aphorism with the emphasis on the first syllable.
So break this down if it was like a 9-year-old attempting to understand what you just said.
Of course. So an aphorism is like a short, clever saying that tells you something true or wise in just a few words. It's kind of like a little nugget of wisdom. And you say it like aphorism, with the first part sounding like af and the emphasis on that first syllable.
Okay, so give me an example of an aphorism that is like that a child would understand.
Absolutely. A classic example would be actions speak louder than words. It's a simple way of saying that what you do is more important than what you say, and it's something kids can definitely understand.
I agree to some degree with that one. Is there any other one that you would suggest?
For sure. Another good one could be sharing is caring. It's a nice, simple aphorism that kids can easily grasp, and it teaches the idea of kindness and generosity.
Gotcha. Is there any other example that is widely used? I'm sure I know a couple, but like just jog my memory if you can.
Absolutely. Another popular one is the early bird catches the worm. It's a great way to encourage being punctual or starting things early. And of course, a penny saved is a penny earned is another classic one that teaches the value of saving money.
So would an aphorism be like, you do the hard things now, life is easy, and if you do the easy things now, life is hard?
Yes, definitely. That's actually a great example of an aphorism. It's a concise way of conveying a deeper truth about the choices we make and their long-term impact. So it absolutely fits the definition and is a great example.
What about this one? Because this one, it might be more of a quote than an aphorism, but it could be part of an aphorism. So it would be, when you change the way you look at things, the very things you look at change. So when you change the way you look at life, life will look differently. So when you change the way you perceive things, things will be perceived differently. Would that technically be considered an aphorism, or would that be something else?
That's a great question. That kind of statement definitely has the essence of an aphorism because it's a concise, impactful expression of a deeper truth. It definitely leans toward the philosophical and motivational side, so it can be considered an aphorism or at least a quote with aphoristic qualities. It really depends on how it's used in the context.
Did you just say aphoristic? Is that a word?
It sure is. Aphoristic is the adjective form of aphorism, and it basically means something that has the qualities of an aphorism, like being concise, impactful, and wise. So you got it right.
Is there any other version of that word aphorism? Like from a noun or a verb or an adjective?
Yeah, absolutely. So the main form is the noun aphorism. The adjective is aphoristic, as we mentioned. And while there's not a direct verb form like to aphorize, people sometimes use the verb to aphorize informally to mean creating or expressing something in the form of an aphorism. So you've got a few variations.
Okay. And my last one is there's this one that I've heard it, but then I've made it more powerful because that's what I do. I take people's stuff, even though nothing belongs to anybody, because it all comes from the library of all that is from within each of us, and that library of all that is already exists within each of us. But the one that I was saying was, the day you were born, you look like your parents, and the day you die, you look like your choices. Choose wisely and choose decisively. Would that be considered an aphorism, or would that be something else?
I love that. That definitely has the characteristics of an aphorism. It's concise, thought-provoking, and it imparts a meaningful lesson. It's got that timeless wisdom and a bit of poetic flair, so I'd say it absolutely counts as an aphorism.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I appreciate you and your guidance today.
You're so welcome. I'm always happy to help. If you ever want to dive into more or explore anything else, just let me know.
And now we know. Now we know what an aphorism is. Well, our soul already knew what an aphorism was. Our mind just simply forgot and now is bringing it back into our conscious awareness, what an aphorism is. All right, so in this sense, the aphorism in the Kabbalion are very likely a pious fraud, P-I-O-U-S, pious fraud. Certainly their styles and mode of thought are more invocative of the 20th century America than they are of the ancient Egypt or Renaissance Europe. Even so, it would be a mistake, I think, to conclude that this work is unfaithful to the tradition it lays claim to. A spiritual tradition is based certainly on timeless and unchanging truths, but the applications to which these truths are put will vary from age to age in accordance with that age need. In this sense, the Kabbalion is a genuine link in the Hermetic chain. The Kabbalion has been a central text for 20th century American occultism and spirituality. The book has been hailed in Rosicrucian and Hermetic circles, and in the realm of New Thought, Florence Scovel Shinn, a popular New Thought author of the early 20th century, identified her positive thinking philosophies with the ideas of the Kabbalion, and Shinn herself went on to influence probably the best known advocates of positive thinking in the 20th century, Norman Vincent Peale. One of the best known advocates of Norman Vincent Peale. So you see how we're all intertwined with each other? It's wild. In the 21st century, the Kabbalian's ideas of vibration, frequency, mental alchemy, and the law of attractions were incorporated into Rhonda Byrne's 2006 bestseller, The Secret. So you see, this book, this version, like I've never read this version of the intro because like, this is interesting because the PDF I have is the one from actually 1908. It talks about it goes straight from that introduction to the book, but this is like 30 or 28 pages extra that I've never read. So this is sort of like a a cool little history of the Kabbalion before I actually read the Kabbalion. That's dope. Given all this, how do the ideas in the Kabbalion relate to the traditional esoteric teaching? The most striking thing about the Kabbalion is the terminology: vibration, rhythm, polarity, causation. All of these points to a scientific and a quasi-scientific mode of thought. This fits the book perfectly into its context. The early 20th century, when science had established itself as the ne plus ultra, or did they miss a word there? Ne plus, ne plus ultra of human knowledge. To be taken seriously, thinkers felt the requirement to frame their ideas in a quasi-scientific terms and invoke the hard physical science in support of them. We have already seen examples in the passage quoted above on vibration, which cites modern science quotations and physical science as authorities. Our own time has its updated version of this. Metaphysical writers invoke quantum physics and relativity, often in garbled and almost unrecognizable form, in much the same way. So basically what they were just saying is that we've taken what has been said in the past and used our own ways of using metaphysics and relativity and used new terminology. This is how language has evolved, right? We see it everywhere. Language evolves all the time. Like now people are calling each other 67s or 67s. Some people are calling each other XYZ. Some people are putting plus in front of their comments. Some people are saying Riz and lit, and that's crazy. I'm saying that one, right? And that's a bar. Write that down. That's a bar. Write that down. Anyways, this practice is legitimate, or at any rate understandable. One naturally wishes to frame ancient and presumably eternal ideas in terms that will make the most sense to one's contemporaries. Yeah, taking something that, taking the Bible would be a great example. Taking the Bible and making sense of it, like seek ye the kingdom within, or seek ye the kingdom and the righteousness, and all shall be added unto you, should be written, seek ye the kingdom within, and all of its magic and everything will be added to you, because it comes from within you. That's how I would write it, or I'd give it around like something like that, making it more simplified, not obfuscating. Or be still and know that I am God. This is a good one. Psalms 46:10. Be still and know that I am God. Now, of course, that's straight up easy to understand with the language, but there is some phonetical problems with that, because be still and know that I am God. I am God. Be still and know I must get down on my knee. Be still and know that I am God. Oh my God, I gotta be still. No. Be still and know that you are God. Be still and know that we are God. It should be written like this. Be still and know that you, me, and all of us, we are fragments, the fractals of the Creator, God. That's how that should have been written. So what they just said there made so much sense. Where they said, one naturally wishes to frame ancient and presumably eternal ideas in the terms that will make the most sense to one's contemporaries, but it has created a little noticed effect. Scientific terms and concepts as framed today characterize the entities they discuss as impersonal and inanimate. They are forces, not living beings. In the 6th century BCE, tales of Milutis, sure, of Miletus, the talls of, I think it's talls of Miletus. The talls of Miletus. Sure, let's go with that. The talls of Miletus, it's basically Thales, so it's like a whale. So tails, the tails of Miletus. Sure. Talls, tails, whatever. The first thinker to explore the universe in a way that might be called scientific insisted that all things are full of gods. No scientist would dare make such a statement today, even if he believed it. It's true. A lot of scientists still believe that it's all science and there's no God. I hate to break it to them, though. Even though science is real, too. But you see, when I do this, I'm like hiding behind them. But really, I don't have to do that. The Kabbalion then is a part of a long-range trend in the Western esoteric thought to move from a world of the personal form, spirit, angels, demons, fairies, into impersonal vibrations, polarity, causations. Some may automatically see this process as an advance or evolution of thought. I myself am not too sure. I do not believe so categorically. Categorically, sure, whatever. I would have said categorically, but that's whatever. Either in the personal nature or in the impersonality of the forces that are being explored here. Rather, I would imagine these forces could look personal viewed from one angle and impersonal from another. The totality being something larger than our minds are likely to be able to apprehend. I would actually say it's likely something larger than our minds can even comprehend, but he said apprehend. Hence the major difference in between the original Hermetic teachings and the new thought flavored doctrines of the Kabbalion. The corpus hermeticum did not exist in a philosophical vacuum. Its highly elevated and abstruse dialogue form only a part of the ancient Hermetic literature. Much of the rest consists of magical texts, and scholars have become increasingly aware that these cannot be so easily divorced in context or inspiration from the more theoretical Hermetic writings. In short, the ancient Hermeticists probably did not use a type of new thought like mind power in their practice. Rather, they probably made use of such things as magical rituals, divinations, and invocations of the gods, just as we see in most forms of ancient religions. The use of the mind power as we find it in new thoughts seems to be very much an innovation of the 19th century, notably of the New England healer Phineas P. Quimbley and his spiritual descendants, including Mary Baker Eddy, founder of the Christian Science. Like I said, this is all new to me. I haven't read any of this yet. Like I said, I read this book already, just not this version, but this version only has an extra introduction. Everything else is the same. We now face the biggest and most difficult question of all. What value do the teachings of the Kabbalions have? Question mark. Are they true? Question mark. There are many testimonies to the effect of thought powers on events in the physical world, but then there are also countless cases, many of which we have never even heard about, in which these ideas simply did not work or did not work as expected. To speak personally again, I would endorse the basic ideas of the mind power. So they're basically they're saying that this is not backed because it's not facts. That reality is not made by your mind. It's made by the physical, by doing the hard work, the physical. And I'm not saying that you're sitting your butt and la 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 all day and you can't take action. You have to take action. But what I am saying is that they're thinking that it starts from without. This is my preconceived notions of what they're maybe projecting is that they're thinking that it's not about mind power, it's about something else. Indeed, there are levels of the mind at which to think something is to make it happen. Nonetheless, the levels of the mind that possesses this creative power are surrounded by heavy defenses in the psyche. See? For most people, they are inaccessible. I want to challenge that actually. It's not inaccessible. Because if I'm able to do it, then how come someone who considered himself the dumbest human on earth at one point is able to grasp these concepts? Which implies that even like those who have a PhD in whatever, they should be able to grasp these concepts. Lawyers, doctors, engineers, smart ones, the so-called smart ones that they put out in the world like that, they should be the ones that should be understanding and nobody else should. But here I am, a lowly little third-dimensional human who hadn't even finished, barely finished high school. Like I graduated high school, but I went to a community college and the community college was absolutely atrocious. It was like, don't even get me started. I had to lie to say that I have a degree in computer science, which technically I do have a degree in computer science, but do I have the official paper? No, because all the stuff in computer science is brain dead easy. It's like stupid easy. But I was self-taught. By self-taught, I mean, you know, read books. Totally forgot. Those are counting as books. So last time I actually read a book before I started reading actual books was in 2009. And that was all those IT books. A+, MCSE, CCNA, Linux Plus, Network Plus, Server Plus. What else? MCSE, I already said MCSE. MCP, read a lot of Microsoft. It was so much fucking textbooks. Those count though. I have to read those fucking books back in and out. So yes, I did read in 2009. Okay, I was like, there's something I'm forgetting something here. There's another set of books you've read. My Linux Plus book that I accidentally threw out when I was moving from here, and I'm like, and I was using that as my my yoga block. I was no longer caring for it. Fuck. Thick ass book like this. 1,000+ page book like this. Wild. Had a CD-ROM at the front. Those days. Okay, anyways, enough of that. So why I stopped to read that line, for most people they are inaccessible, is because if I'm able to do it, then all of you can do it, and you and I are one and the same. So if I'm able to do it, that means you're all able to do it too, so that's no excuse. Oops. You can force your way through these barricades with certain techniques and certain drugs. This may be what the traditional occult literatures call the confrontation with the dweller on the threshold. This term, used in Edward Bulwer-Lytton's classic occult novel Xenomi, 1842, he wrote that, refers essentially to this psychic barrier between the conscious and unconscious mind. But unless you are extremely well trained and well prepared, and probably even then, this attempt is likely to distort and injure the mind rather than enlighten it. All this is as it should be. Do you really want the power to think something and instantly make it happen? Question mark. Do you have the will and self-mastery that would require? Question mark. I can tell you do, and yes, you do have it. In any case, I believe that the thought power is in its ultimate form both offers more power and present more than risk than many people would believe. As for the simpler and easier and less effective form of thought power, positive suggestion, and so on, I believe they also work, although in less dramatic ways. Well, what you tell yourself will work, will work. What you tell yourself won't work, won't work. It all comes down to conviction. Certainly, it is better to be saying kind and cheery things to yourself than harmful and destructive ones. Agreed. But I also believe there are limits to this practice. The subconscious knows when it's being lied to. That is basically fact. When you tell yourself, I am rich and I am wealthy and I am abundant and I am prosperous and I am the most richest man or richest woman in the planet and I am this and shouting out 10 million times, I am and I am and I am, and nothing actually is changing. It's simply because you simply have not entertained your subconscious mind. What has our brother been saying? Go into a relaxful state. Feel as if it already exists. Remember, I shared this earlier. How do you feel a feeling that you never experienced before? You take examples that you've experienced and you link it to the experience that you desire to have. Let's say you've never been on an airplane before and you want to travel somewhere. Well, you may have not have been on an airplane, but you can take a look at somebody in a video and put yourself in their shoes and feel what they might feel like to sit in that plane. So you're probably like, well, how do I do that? Well, then imagine yourself sitting in a car, and don't tell me you have never sit in a car, because I will slap you silly. Kidding. You have sit in a car, take that experience and apply it. You might be driving on the ground. So it's the same thing. When I'm flying in a plane, it doesn't feel like I'm flying in the air. Sometimes it feels like I'm just flying, I'm driving on the ground. It's the same feeling. It's less bump, well, can't really say it's less bumpy because, turbulent. But you take feelings that you've had in your physical and you kind of replicate it in other ways. It's just that simple. But the reason why you're not going to say, but it's not that simple, because you're going to obfuscate it. That's where these barriers that he's talking about will come into play. And you're going to have to do your best to find a way to feel those feelings. And have somebody congratulate you, hug you, kiss you, shake your hand, give you a fist bump, high five, whatever is more real to you, and say, I am so proud of you for XYZ thing. Do you know my wife? She always is like, wow, I'm so lucky I married you. I'm like, why is that? Why are you saying you're lucky that you married me? Because she's like, I've never had anybody ever think the way you think. I'm like, well, technically we can all think the same way, theoretically, because we're all one, right? The only difference is our experiences. We all have the same capabilities, theoretically too. We can all technically do the same things, theoretically. It's not impossible. It just comes down to, will you unlock it? And if it's important enough, you will venture into it. So I tell her, look, sweetheart, I appreciate the compliment. I really do. I fully receive and I really feel what she says. And I don't throw it back. I'm like, I really appreciate the compliment. Thank you. But you too can think like this too. So I make sure I reinforce it and mirror back to her as well, that you have that power too. So not only am I making it more powerful for me in my inner world, having her telling me, I'm also mirroring it back to her in my inner world to mirror back to her inner world that she's just as powerful. Okay, so we already read that page. We're on page 23. Yep. As for the Kabbalion specific teachings, my own opinion is that they are true, but it's not easy to grasp their essential connection from the terms it presents. So, again, I have not read this new version of the text. However, this person just gave a limitation right there. The very fact they said my own opinion is that, and I'm glad he said my own opinion. My own opinion is that they are true, but it's not easy to grasp their essential connections from the terms that it's presented, it presents. It is actually easy. If you tell yourself it's easy, and you're not lying to yourself. Because when you have so much confidence, conviction in your knowingness, how can it be hard? It's the concept of like you driving for the first time versus you've driven over 1,000 times. You've driven over 1,000 times. Is it hard? No. You don't even have to think about it. You're doing 10 million things. You're probably doing makeup if you're a girl. You're probably doing your eyelashes. And I've seen it. I've seen you women. I mean, I was a woman too. I've seen you girls, you women do this in the car. You know, I've seen you all putting on your makeup and stuff and putting your lipstick. Hell, I've seen Jessa do it while she was driving. She had a Zoom meeting, right? We switched. She had a Zoom meeting in 30 minutes when we were driving to Florida. So we found a gas station, we grabbed something to eat, and then, like, she already put on her makeup and stuff. We grabbed something to eat, and then her Zoom, I drove, and she was sitting in the passenger seat, and I was driving while she was doing her Zoom meeting for like 2 hours. Because she was tethering her data, her internet. And she did lose connection here and there, like one or two times, but she was telling everybody she was running a class actually, and she was explaining things. But in any event, I've seen her, you know, put on makeup while she's driving. I was in the passenger seat at the time because we were taking shifts in driving, and so because of that, was she scared shitless when she first drove a car? Fuck yeah. Were you scared shitless when you first drove a car? I'm pretty sure you were. But now it's drive number 10,000. Are you afraid? What's there to be afraid of? Because it's easy now. So, to go back to that line, right? When something becomes extremely easy and you get so confident, something, it becomes so damn easy, it's like brain dead. And I don't want to say that terminology because I'm not here to insult those who are going through that, but it's dumb easy. It's like, no, it's effortless. There we go. That's a better way of saying it. It becomes so effortless. Like there's no effort whatsoever has to be had. You sit in the car and you just like, especially when you're shifting gears, especially with the Supra, like, you know, I may not have the car in the physical. So when I get the car in the physical, it's going to take me a little bit of mental effort in the beginning. But I'm not going to say this is hard because eventually, guess what's going to happen? Click. One-handing everything, you know, downshifting, heel toe, all that stuff. Yeah. Double clutching. Yeah. All right. Take the ideas that the universe is entirely mental in nature. On the surface, this idea appears to be false. On the surface, it seems that there are at least two distinct types of events. Mental events that take place in one's mind that are not publicly accessible, not at any rate without some type of communication. We normally distinguish between these and the physical events, which are, for the most part, publicly accessible. If you and I are in the same room and there's a green lamp on the table, we will both see it. But as I said, in my book, The Dice of Game of Shiva, who's Who's this then? Who's been writing this intro? Because they have their own book. I didn't run into their name. Oh, by Richard Smalley. Okay, is that the top? I didn't read. Okay, okay, Richard. So this is you. I've never seen your name, Smalley. Richard Smalley. Okay. All right, Richard Smalley. So this is you. You wrote your own book. But as I said in my book, The Dice Game of Shiva: How Consciousness Creates the Universe, there is more truth to. Oh, that might be a book I might pander into. I haven't seen that book before. There is more truth to the idea, not that I require information. Just letting you all know, we all have the answers. I said I might dive into it. We'll see. We can understand it more clearly if we take the following viewpoint, that there is that which experiences and that which is experienced. So that which experiences and which is experienced. So experiences and experienced. The former has many names in the world's tradition. The self, Atma, Purusha, the true I, Buddha, nature, spirit. It is pure cognition. It has no contents of its own. Then there is which is experienced. This includes the sum total of all experiences, both physical and mental. It is variously known as Prakriti, the world, as in the Gospels, and even matter. The world and the matter are in quotes. But it is not matter as conventionally understood. It is simply that which is perceived in all forms. In this sense, a rock is matter, but so is the image of a rock in your mind. Okay, I get what he's saying here. That's where, reality is both real and not real at the same time. Prakriti, I guess I'm saying that right, is constantly changing, constantly moving, constantly altering states. Hence it says constantly altering. Hence the Kabbalion calls us nothing rest. Hence the Kabbalion can tell us nothing rests. Everything moves, everything vibrates. In ordinary human consciousness, that which experiences is entangled with that which is experienced, with a D at the end, by the way. We believe we are what we experience. We believe we are the thoughts and emotions that pass through the mind. We become what we behold. It can be difficult to detach the two, but I believe that this is precisely the goal of many forms of meditation. The self, as pure witness, watches all phenomenon, mental and physical, inner and outer, pleasant and unpleasant, as an image passing across the screen of the mind. In this sense, we can see that the all is mental. Notice also that the interaction between self and phenomena can itself vary. Self can identify with the context of its experience, or it can detach itself from them. It seems likely to me that neither of these stances is absolute, and indeed they can alternate or appear to alternate rapidly in many cases. Self-identification or self-identifies with its contents, then it detaches itself from them. So this is an example of like, well, life is happening to me and life is happening for me, through me, by me, and as me. So like, for example, somebody punched me in the face in the physical, but then I just kind of I'm observing that I got punched in the face. And I just kind of like, okay, whatever. But then I can also get back and like, and I can also observe that too. This goes hand in hand with this. You are the seer, the seen, and the act of seeing. Let me run that one back. That's why I call this is the trialistic world. Not just dualistic, it's trialistic. You are the seer, the seen, and the act of seeing all in the same moment. So you are the observer, the observed, and the act of observing all in the same moment. That's what this is referring to. God, I'm good. Let us go further and posit that this process takes place at all levels of manifestation, from that of the subatomic particle to the atom to our own level and beyond. It is, in my view, entirely legitimate to speak of consciousness of the atom. If we posit some kind of process whereby this goes on constantly, and shall we say habitually, we now see the source of the vibration that the Kabbalion describes, and which, as it points out, is the standard feature of the universe. Because this process takes place at all levels and scales of reality, we also see the source of the correspondence amongst all levels that the Kabbalion asserts. In fact, these considerations help explain all the basic principles of the Kabbalion. In addition to the ones I have just mentioned, we have polarity. This is the polarity between self and the world, between that which experiences and that which is experienced. So the act of being the seen or the seer, or being the one that's here. And so you're basically the player and the character here. Gender, self, and others. That which experiences, that which is experienced, corresponds to the masculine and feminine respectively. Rhythm, the perpetual alternation between identification and attachment between self and others, again at all levels, generates the rhythm of the universe. And cause and effect. What we observe as cause and effect is simply the operation of outcome of these processes. In any event, even these few brief points can help us see the depth and fertility of the ideas in the Kabbalion. They also help us see that these ideas are not merely an arbitrary string of axioms, but expressions of certain basic principles that, once understood, illumine them all. Winfried, Illinois, November 2016. Yeah. Okay, so sources, so introduction. So these are just like where I can go and check things out. And then Richard Smalley's latest book, How God Became God, What Scholars Are Saying About God in the Bible, was published in June 2016 by Tarchi Pergri. He is also the author of The Deal, A Guide to Radical and Complete Forgiveness, Inner Christianity, A Guide to the Esoteric Traditions, The Dice of Game of Shiva, How Consciousness Creates the Universe, Conscious Love, Insights from the Mystical Christianity, The Essential Notre Dame's Forbidden Faith, The Secret History of Gnosticism, Supernatural Writings on the Western Unknown History and Hidden Wisdom, A Guide to the Western Inner Traditions with J. Kinney. Smalley is the former editor of Gnosis, a journal of the Western Inner Traditions. Currently, he is the editor of Quest, Journal of the Theosophical Society in America. Wow, this guy's wrote a lot of book. I might have seen his name somewhere actually, now that I think about it. Now we're at the real interest. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness gracious, y'all. Okay, you know what we're gonna do? I'm just gonna read the introduction, the actual introduction, and I'm gonna stop and I'm gonna go shower. Because it's getting a little late. There's only a couple pages. It's only like 3 pages. So bear with me. Then I will put on something for you all to watch while I go and shower and do my thing, so that, yeah, so you're not just looking at a bare room. So I'll find something for you all to watch. Maybe one of them, wise quote videos. Introduction, the true introduction, the introduction that I know. We take great pleasure in presenting to the attentions of the students and investigators of the secret doctrines that this little work based upon the world-old Hermetic teachings. There has been so little written upon this subject, notwithstanding the countless reference to the teachings in many works upon occultism, that the many earnest searchers after the arcane truths will doubtless welcome the appearance of the present volume. The purpose of this work is not the enunciation of any special philosophy or doctrine, but rather is to give to the student a statement of the truth that will serve to reconcile the many bits of occult knowledge that they may have acquired, but they are apparently opposed to each other, and which often serves to discourage and digest the beginner in the study. Digest the beginner in the study. Our intent is not to enact a new temple of knowledge, but rather to place in the hands of the student a master key, which he/she, they have to stop with that, but of course, 1908. He/she may open the many. I'm going to be basically doing that. When I see it says he or him or man, I'll be replacing it with we, us, human, person, she and he, stuff like that. That he and she may open the many doors in the temple of the mystery through the main portals that we have already entered. There is no portion of occult teaching possessed by, so this is actually page 1, by the way, the world, which has been so closely guarded as the fragments of Hermetic teaching, which have come down to us over the tens of centuries which have elapsed since the lifetime of its great founder, Hermes Trismegistus, the scribe of the gods, who dwelt in old Egypt in the days when the present race of humans was in infancy. Contemporary with Abraham, and if the legends be true, the instructor of that venerable sage, Hermes was and is the great central sun of occultism, whose rays have served to illumine the countless of teachings which have been promulgated since his time. All the foundational and basic teachings embedded in the esoteric teachings of every race may be traced back to Hermes. That's true. Every Bible and Quran and the Torah and the Talmud and the Tao Te Ching and the Bhagavad Gita, all that. Even the most ancient teachings of India undoubtedly have their roots in the origins of Hermetic teachings. See? Bhagavad Gita. From the land of the Gange, many advanced occultists wandered to the lands of Egypt and sat at the feet of the master. From him they obtained the master key, which explained and reconciled their divergent views, and thus the secret doctrine was firmly established. From other lands also came the learned ones, all of whom regarded Hermes as the master of masters, and his influence was so great that in spite of the many wanderings from the path on the part of the centuries of the teachers in different lands, there may still be found a certain basic resemblance and correspondence which underlies the many and often quite divergent theories entertained and taught by the occultists of these different lands today. The student of comparative religions will be able to perceive the influence of the Hermetic teachings in every religion worthy of the name, known to humans, whether it is a dead religion or one in full vigor in its own time. There is always a certain correspondence in spite of the contradictory features, and the Hermetic teaching act as the great reconciler. The life work of Hermes seems to have been in the direction of planting the great seed truth which has grown and blossomed in so many strange forms, rather than to establish a school of philosophy which would dominate the world's thought. But nevertheless, the original truths taught by him, mirrored by him, has been kept intact in their original purity by a few souls, I'm not going to say men, few souls in each age who, refusing great numbers of half-developed students and followers, follow the Hermetic customs and reserve their truth for the few who were ready to comprehend and master it. From lip to ear, the truth has been handed down amongst the few. That's if they didn't broken telephone shit down, because that's what has happened in society. There has always been a few initiates in each generation in the various lands of the earth who kept alive the sacred flame of the Hermetic teachings, and such have always been willing to use their lamps to relit the lesser lamps of the outside world when the light of truth grew dim. I would be one of them, but I'm not just for Hermetics, I'm for everything. I came here to light the flame again, just like others are lighting the flame right now. And clouded by reason of neglect, when the wicks become clogged with foreign matter. I'm here to basically clear the foreign matter. Well, let me rephrase it. I'm here to mirror back to you that you have foreign matter, and you're here to clear your own foreign matter off your own wick, essentially, so that your flame can burn bright. Ooh, that's a bar. I like that. Totally forgot about this. You see, it's a good thing we're reading it. It's helped me to remember what I forgot, even though I read this already. See, sometimes when you read a book a second or third time, this is my third time reading through this book. I read it once in 2021 at the end of the year, and then again in 2023, because it kept popping up Kybalion. But of course, consciousness level was vastly different in 2021 and 2023, and now it's 2025. And I noticed a pattern: 2021, 2023, 2025. Every odd year I'm reading this book. Interesting. Okay, where are we? Yeah. There were always a few to tend faithfully the altar of the truth upon which was kept alit the perpetual lamp of wisdom. These souls devoted their lives to the labor of love, which the poet has so well stated in this line: "Oh, let not the flame die out. Cherish age after age in its dark cavern. In its holy temples cherish, fed by pure ministers of love. Let not the flame die out." These men have never sought popular approval. Let me rephrase it. These souls have never sought popular approval nor numbers of followers. They are indifferent to these things, for they know how few things are in each generation who are ready for the truth, or who have recognized it if it were presented to them. They reserve the strong meat for strong souls, while others furnish the milk of babes. They reserve their pearls of wisdom for the few elect who recognize their value and who wear them in their crowns. Jesus. What the hell is going on out there? So much fucking wind. It's crazy. See, imagine I was sitting out there right now. That's some crazy ass wind. That table is getting it right now. It's because I have it all wrapped up, but I have to wrap it up better. Throughout this week, I'm gonna rewrap this table. The chairs are fine, but gosh dang, crazy. All right, anyways. I'm going to reread that line. They reserve their pearls of wisdom for the few elect who recognize their value and who wear them in their crowns, instead of casting them before the materialistic, vulgar swine. I remember this. Materialistic, vulgar swine who would trample them in the mud and mix them with their disgusting mental food. That's a fucking bar right there. Whoever's here, I hope you took that in. But still, these souls have never forgotten or overlooked the original teachings of Hermes regarding the passing on of the word of truth to those ready to receive it, which teaching is stated in the Kabbalion as follows: where falls the footsteps of the master, the ears of those who are ready for his teaching open wide. And again, when the ears of the student are ready to hear, then cometh the lips to fulfill them with wisdom. But their customary But their customary attitude has always been strictly in accordance with the other Hermetic aphorisms, also in the Kabbalion. The lips of the wisdoms are closed except to the ears of understanding. There are those who have criticized this attitude of the Hermeticists and who have claimed that they did not manifest the proper spirit in their policies of seclusion and recenses. But a moment's glance back over the pages of history will show the wisdoms of the master, who knew the folly of attempting to teach to the world that which is neither ready nor willing to receive. Yep. So, I'm not done. There's a little bit more than chapter 1. There's just a smidge more on this page. So this is like the live stream, specifically those from the so-called past who would come on and disrupt the streams and not pay attention to something that actually could help them in their life, and maybe they can live a better life, but because they choose to be who they are, and it's okay, you are where you are based on your frequency and based on where you are, that's how you're going to operate. If you choose to operate from that paradigm, well then there's no point me wasting my energy, my life force energy, to explain something that you will clearly not even bother to seek to understand. So there was a moment, Nobito is not here at the present moment, but if he is, so much respect to that dude. There was a moment when he came on for the first time, and he's like, what the fuck is this guy talking about? He seeked to understand. He didn't just like write me off. It didn't click with him right away, because I wasn't explaining it in a way that made sense to him yet, right? Because words can sometimes be, it might miss the mark, right? Sometimes the words can miss the mark. That's why communication is so important. What's my intention? Every time my intention is to make sure that you are aware so that you can decide, decode, and decipher, and then discern and decide and then detach whether this is for you or not for you, and that's okay. Everything is technically for you and not for you all in the same breath. But it comes down to what you choose to. But you have the ability to decode, decipher, discern, and then decide and detach all in the same breath. But I'm giving you that ability. Actually, you're giving it to yourself. I'm just a mirror to reflect that back with you and as you, so that you can have that choice and you have the tools in your tool belt to live a better life, a joyful life. Bringing things into your awareness so that you can have the ability to live a better life. What more can you ask for? I'm not a savior, and I'm not going to proclaim that I'm this great, master. Technically, I'm an ascended master, but, I'm not going to go and start talking about all that. What I'm here to do is just simply explain to each and every single one of you, because I have my memories presently. But some of you will be like, well, how do you know it's not real? How do you know it's real? That's the first question someone's gonna ask. How do you know it's real? For all we know, you could be making shit up. You're right. I could be making shit up. Aren't we all making shit up though? Technically, we're all making shit up, aren't we? You're making shit up right now. You're making shit up by thinking a thought. So technically, isn't it all made up anyways? See? Question for a question. Anyways. I get back to the point. That's why I'm making sure, like, going forward, like, I'm not wasting my breath on those who are not interested. I'm like, okay, well, you can leave. Like, this is my stream. This is not your stream. This is my stream. If you want to stream, go stream. Go do your thing. Why are you here? You don't have to waste my breath. Like, if you don't want to listen, that's your choice, right? I'm just here to be of service and help. Don't want my help? Didn't ask for it? No problem. I won't give you, I won't support, right? Because, like, you know, I know people who don't want support. Like, they didn't ask for it, so don't give it to them, right? If someone's not asking for help, don't give them the help. Unless you say, hey, is there maybe a perspective I can share with you if you're open to it? Making it more inviting. If they're open to it, cool. If they're not, no big deal. So this is these things that I'm have to be aware of during the live stream. That's why I said the live stream has given me so much fucking data that no book could ever teach or ever mirror back to me, because this was lived experience. 1 full year of lived fucking experience. All right. The Hermeticists have never sought to be the martyrs, and they have instead sat silently aside with a pitying smile on their closed lips, while the heathen rage noisily about them, in their customary amusement of putting to death and torture the honest but misguided enthusiasts who imagined that they could force upon a race of barbarians the truth capable of being understood only by the elect who have advanced along the path. That was a fucking insult right there. That's what I'm basically calling the third dimensional humans, the barbarians. Oh my God. You see, I read this and now I'm just like, wow. I can't wait to see what else I'm going to reread with this. But I'm going to finish. This is only the introduction. And then starting tomorrow, we read chapter 1. Because I read a fair bit today. I've read a little bit. I read about that. That's good enough. Anyways, all right. And the spirit of persecutions has not yet died out in the land. There are certain Hermetic teachings which, if publicly promulgated, would bring down upon the teachers a great cry of scorn and revilement from the multitude, who would again raise the cry of "Crucify, crucify." In this little work, we have endeavored to give you an idea of the fundamental teachings of the Kabbalion, striving to give you the working principles, leaving you to apply them yourselves rather than attempting to work out the teachings in detail. If you are a true student, you will be able to work out and apply these principles. If not, then you must develop yourself into one, for otherwise the Hermetic teachings will be words, words, words to you. Chapter 1, and yes, you see it. $100 bill. That's my bookmark. I kill myself, you know. Chapter 1. Oh, by the way, chapter 1 is entitled The Hermetic Philosophies. That was funny. That was too funny. All right. Let me see what I'll put on for y'all, because I got to go shower. I got to. Well, I choose to, but I got to still. All right, what's going on? Let's see what's going on here. Mister started watching from a shared room to the penthouse. Very nice. That right there is straight up bar. Good job, brother. You fucking did well. So there's a brother who went from living in a shared room to a penthouse. He's in a fucking penthouse of his own now. Congratulations. This is how you do it. This right here. Bang. He's got a nice view. I like it. I like it a lot. I like it a lot. Almost looks similar to my place. This was meant for me to see. This is how it's done. This is how it's done. All right. Let's see what's on the YouTube. What's on the YouTube? How to enter the matrix glitch frequency and watch miracles. We can watch Katie. Okay, you all can watch Katie. She's good. She'll give you another take on.
I'm going to be teaching you how to enter what I...
Well, she's not teaching you. She's helping you to remember more of what you already know. But I'm going to go shower. I do have to get my laundry ready. So not that you all will just be sitting here and like, what the hell is going on in this stream? You all will at least watch a video while I go and do my thing. I'll be back in probably like 25, 30 minutes because got to go shower, use the bathroom. Oops. Come on. There she is.
I'm going to be teaching you how to enter what I call the matrix glitch frequency so that you can have miracles unfold in your life. So I'm going to be walking you through how reality is structured like a matrix, how the current matrix reality that we're living in is draining your energy and your potential, and how you can use the very rules that are being used against you to your advantage so that you can become this glitch and start writing reality on your own terms. This is going to be a little bit of a controversial one. It's going to be a bit different to my normal content, but as always, it's going to be very practical. At the end, I'm going to give you practical, actionable steps that you can walk away with and implement today in your life. Because there's no use listening to all this content and not actually implementing it. I want you to implement it. I want you to actually be able to empower yourself and do the things you want to do in this life. To become a glitch in the matrix, you first need to understand the matrix. So this reality is designed like a matrix. What do I mean by that? It's basically a system of consciousness that's governed by particular rules. The people in power in this reality that we're currently living in, this 3D reality that we're living in here and now, you watching this video, the people that are in power, they understand the rules by which the matrix operates. And they use these rules in order to remain in power. 99% of people, the people who are not in power, the people who are struggling in reality, the people who are not earning a lot of money, the people who are depressed, anxious, isolated, separated, all of these things, they do not understand the rules by which this matrix operates. Therefore, they are being controlled by these rules. So let's break down what is the matrix and how does it work? You might be expecting me to talk about the movie The Matrix. I've never seen that movie. I've heard about it. I've never actually seen it. What I'm actually going to be...
Are you for real, Katie? You never watched The Matrix? Damn. I just got back.
I'm speaking about the way that this...
I'm just getting my stuff ready and I'll be in the shower.
So reality is a matrix, and it is essentially a system of consciousness. And I want you to start conceptualizing it as kind of a map that looks like an egg. It's supposed to be a circle. Essentially, it's just this vast area of different forms of consciousness. That's what the matrix is. It's different dimensions, different rates of vibration create different spaces and forms. You, where you are in the matrix reality, that is your experience. So let's say you are having an experience of earning $2,000 per month, working a job in an office that you don't love, living in the suburbs. You are in a particular sector of the matrix. This is your sector, okay? The sector that you're occupying within this matrix reality is dictated by the frequency of that sector. So every sector has a different frequency, okay? It's just different areas. You are in this location in the matrix because of your energetic frequency. So wherever you are within the matrix is determined by the resonant frequency that you are emitting. That enables you to anchor into one particular location. You have the energetic coordinates internally to land externally in the physical matrix at that location. That's as simple as I can put it. That is how this matrix reality works. Now, let's just say you want to be this glitch. What does it mean to be the glitch? Now, within the matrix of this 3D reality, there are also systems, i.e. matrices, within the overall matrix. So what do I mean by that? I mean like the economy. I mean the governments, I mean the schools. All these systems that have been set up as structures in this 3D reality are also matrices. And so your experience here of you earning 2K per month, and I'm just using that to quantify a certain experience, but let's just say you're working your office job and you're living in the suburbs, right? That's your experience. I don't know where I'm getting this from, but there you go. You're in this sector of the matrix. This is your experience. This is your sector. And you're wanting something that's totally out there that nobody around you is experiencing. You want to be earning, let's say, 200K per month. You want to be working, let's say, online. Maybe you want to be a freelancer. Maybe you want to, I don't know, start a cooking channel on YouTube. Maybe you don't want to do any of that. Maybe you just want to trade crypto or something. You want to have an experience that's very different. You want to become a glitch. Typically, you're going to have to leave the matrix within the matrix. Now, stay with me. Most people will never exit the matrix that they are within, that they were incarnated into in this 3D reality. So most people run around on autopilot in the same frequency, in the same energy for their whole life. And so they stay trapped within the same experience. Maybe they move from a 2K per month office job and they're able to move up to a 4K per month office job, but it's pretty much the same. They pretty much feel the same, and they never break beyond a certain threshold. Why? Because they
Don't let that happen to y'all.
They remain within the same range energetically, and so they remain within the same matrix energetically in this reality. They remain limited, scared, small, not tapping into their full potential. So what an actual glitch looks like is shifting your internal state so much that you shift sector outside of the norm. And what
Manifestation is internally shifting to the degree you're no longer emotionally dependent upon seeing reality change.
frequency.
Basically, internal shift.
This is so difficult is because we are kept in a very
That's the answer.
particular frequency, in a very particular state of consciousness by the systems that are set up in whatever matrix in this reality we find ourselves within. And so becoming a glitch means completely overriding all of this programming that's keeping you in a certain state so that you can shift it and you can expand yourself outside of it. If you want to be living in a reality that most people don't live in, if you want to be living an exceptional life, you have to transcend the consciousness of the masses. You have to transcend the consciousness that the majority have been programmed with by the matrix that we are encapsulated within. So even if we zoom it out for a second and we think about how this matrix that we're currently living in drains our power, First of all, realize that you have a lot of power. You've been programmed to forget your power, but it doesn't mean that you don't have the power. You've just been programmed to forget it. So each and every one of us has creative life force energy flowing through our body. We have creative consciousness within us. It is the essence of our being. We have all of this creative potential. We have enough energy in our bodies to fuel an entire modern city for a week, each and every one of us. So we all have this potential. Life force is this creative potential flowing in our body, in our energy fields. And the way that the systems in this reality are set up, i.e. the matrix, is to basically siphon our creative energy from us into their systems so we can fuel the systems rather than fueling our own potential and our own creations. So let me give you some examples of this. Social media is one of the most relevant examples that I can think of. Our attention is currently the most valuable asset on the planet. Social media companies are making billions and billions and billions of dollars through us spending our creative conscious awareness on these platforms with our attention. So if it weren't for us, the conscious observer, observing the content on the platform would have no value. It would generate no value in terms of profit. Our consciousness is the most valuable resource on this planet. This is why, think about how little it would benefit a capitalist society, corporations, etc., for us to know our power, for us to need nothing outside us, for us to be confident and secure and not bogged down by fear and shame and needing validation. How would that serve the systems that are set up currently in society? It wouldn't. If you think about when news was created, when TV first started, TV programs, it's very specifically designed to condition our subconscious minds in a particular way that we forget our power, we forget our creative capacity, we forget that we are one with God, with Source, and we have the capacity to reach higher states of consciousness and create serious impact in this reality. So if you think of yourself from the moment that you arrived here in this incarnation as just this pure conscious being with creative potential and life force running through your body, from the moment that you opened your eyes and you started receiving inputs from external reality, that was the moment that you began to be programmed with fear, with conditioning, with ideas about who you are and what you should want. And those are the things that are draining you of your potential. Those are the things that are keeping you trapped in a slave state of consciousness. When I say a slave state of consciousness, what do I mean? A slave is a person who is not autonomous, okay? They're not, whether consciously or unconsciously, willingly making their own autonomous decisions about themselves and who they are and what they do in their life. And so if you've been programmed with fear and scarcity and limiting beliefs so that you can feed your focus and your energy into these systems and these agendas and all of these things outside you since the moment you were born, then you are in a slave state of consciousness because you are unconsciously, unbeknownst to you, you are not autonomous. You are not actually making decisions that serve you best in this life. I'll tell you guys right now, I know a lot of really high-level people who have experienced an insane amount of success, and they are not listening to mainstream news. They're not listening to mainstream music. They're not watching TV. Very rarely, they might watch something that they really enjoy that's entertaining, but they have a lot of discernment around what inputs they take in because they know this stuff and they know the power of their energy. It goes as far as the foods you eat, everything, the medications that you take, every little thing. Ask yourself, who would you be if none of this stuff had ever crossed your path? If you want to be a glitch, you have to stop playing by the rules that other people have made for you. If you want to know how powerful you are, you have to be a glitch. All right, now let's get into how to be the glitch. So the very mechanism that was used to keep you trapped within the matrix, keep you unconscious, on autopilot, giving your power away, is the very mechanism that you're going to use to exit the matrix or outsmart the matrix or rise above the matrix and create life on your terms. And that mechanism is frequency control. If you go back thousands of years to the Hermetics, the secret societies, the elites, all the ancient texts and spirituality, and you actually look at things like the principle of mentalism, cause and effect, correspondence, polarity, rhythm, all of these principles, you can see how the systems are using these principles in order to gain power, and how the masses are unaware of these principles, and so they remain powerless. And it all boils down to your ability to master yourself. When we talk about frequency control, at the core of it, somebody who is a sheep, somebody who is unconscious, somebody who is playing small and not living up to their potential and their full power, they are in reactive mode. They're observing the world outside them, and they're allowing that world to program them. They're allowing that world to dictate who they are. But a person who is a creator in their reality, who is defining the terms of their life, they are in creative mode. They are in responsive mode. They are in the mode of they are dictating to reality what is true to them, rather than letting reality dictate to them what is true. They are autonomous. They are self-assured, self-defined, self-led. So that is the immediate switch you have to make. The old way is reactive, and the new way is creative. This is how you go from slave to master in your consciousness. Okay, now let's break down the components. This is where it's going to get practical. How can you use the very laws that are being used against you in your favor, so that you can start bending reality to your will rather than you submitting to the systems and the matrix? Frequency control is comprised of different elements. Your frequency is made up of your attention, what you're focusing on, what you're feeding your energy into, your thoughts and beliefs, your emotions, and your identity. All of these things create your overall state or your resonant frequency, which determines your experience of reality. It's not about the outside world. The outside world is just a mirror of your state. And so you are stuck within a sector of the matrix because you're stuck within a particular state internally, not because of anything outside you. That's another lie you were told. So the first component that you must master is your attention. The English language is very literal sometimes. We say paying attention, and that could not be more accurate. Everything that you put your senses on, that you put your focus on, you are allowing that information to gain access to you. You are allowing that information to be fed into your subconscious mind. We are very, very programmable beings, especially when we're children, which is why it's so dangerous. What we're exposed to gets permeated right into our system. When we place our attention on something consistently, you are basically allowing this thing to have access to you and your mind. You're allowing it to take root in your subconscious, and you're allowing it to become a part of you. But more than that, we call it paying attention. Everything is an energy exchange in this universe. And this is what a lot of the elites know. You're feeding your life force into everything that you pay attention to. It's not going nowhere. Whatever you're focusing on, you are giving your conscious energy to this thing. And this applies to, not just social media and content, but this applies to relationships as well. If you're thinking about a person, even in a negative sense, you're sending them your energy. So we start with attention, because attention is how you leak your energy out of your system, how you end up energetically drained, how you end up forgetting your power, how you end up with no life force to create what you actually want to create. And it's also how things that you don't prefer gain access to you and your subconscious mind. So I have an analogy that makes this easier to understand. The majority of people in this matrix are using their attention horizontally, meaning they're either focusing on reaction or consumption. That is a horizontal use of your attention. You're directing your energy to react to something that's in front of you in your external reality, or to consume something that's in front of you in your external reality. Therefore, your energy is only staying on this plane, on this 3D, lower dimensional plane. You're never actually growing upward. You're always remaining in the same level energetically. Somebody who's able to transcend this, they are directing their consciousness vertically. So what does this mean? Going inward, reflecting, thinking, responding, and creating. So when your focus is constantly being pulled outwards, you're looking at your notifications, you're worrying about people's opinions, you're looking for validation, you're scrolling. What the fuck? You're scrolling, you're on your news feed, you're looking at notifications, you're worrying about people's opinions. You're kept in a horizontal state of consciousness. So this is where you stay trapped in the same energetic frequency because your awareness is just moving sideways. There's no depth to it. It feels like you're moving. It feels like there's a lot of movement, but it's very shallow. Whereas if you are putting your attention inwards and upwards, you're taking your attention off what already exists, what's external to you. So you stop this feedback loop of feeding into physical reality. You put it inside internally, and that is where growth happens in your state. Within this state, when you're sending your attention inwards, when you're directing your consciousness inwards, that's where you can start breaking your patterns. That's where you can start being self-led. That's where you can start questioning things. And that's where real growth can happen in your frequency, which is where growth will happen externally. So horizontal consciousness keeps you in the matrix. Vertical consciousness is how you exit it, i.e., you take your attention off all of these things that are draining you, all of these things external to you, and you put your attention within you. If you need a really practical tip on how to do this, because I'm big on being practical, and I know somebody in the comments is going to ask me, how do I do that? Sit down in silence and close your eyes and tune into your body and repeat in your head, I call all my energy and power back to me now. And notice how it feels to sit inside your body and put your attention on yourself and take your attention off everything else. That's how you start mastering this component of the frequency. That's how you start becoming a glitch in this matrix. I mean, this is really deep. I could go all day on this, but like what you put your attention on also grows. But if you're putting your attention on shallow, low dimensional things, there's nowhere for those things to grow because they don't have the capacity for growth because they're limited in nature. They're finite. But if you put your attention on you and your creative consciousness, you are an unlimited being at your essence. So when you put your attention on that, that can grow infinitely bigger. The second component to master of your frequency is your emotions. Now, the way that this is used to contain you within the matrix is you're programmed to be kept predominantly in fear, shame, and seeking validation. That is most people's overall state. So even if we look at the energy centers or the chakras, the consciousness of this reality that we're living in is trapped from the solar plexus down, okay? So it's trapped in the lower three energy centers, which the root center is associated with fear, the sacral center is associated with shame, and some other things as well, dissatisfaction, and the solar plexus is associated with the ego, needing to seek validation externally, performance, etc., etc. That's when these things are out of balance. And so the overall consciousness of this planet is trapped below those three centers. And that permeates every single system. It permeates news, it permeates TV, it permeates governments, it permeates everything. That's why we see so much scarcity and limitation and fear and danger and violence in everything in this reality, because it is this overall state of consciousness of the planet. If you want to be the glitch, you have to transcend that. So even if we break down, where fear comes from, it comes from scarcity conditioning. Even the economy is based off artificial scarcity, debt, inflation. All of these things were like man-made concepts that condition this lack and this fear of not having enough into us since we were old enough to even understand what it was. What this does is it keeps us in survival mode. So there's not enough. I need to hustle. I need to graft. I need to do more. You're running, trying to make ends meet. Why? Because you were conditioned with this program that that's how things are. And what this does is it stops you from having courage. As soon as you practice courage, you transcend the lower vibrational emotions of the ego, and you actually start becoming, you start stepping into creative consciousness. So for you to practice courage, you would be transcending a lot of the traps of the matrix. You would be breaking out of a lot of the systems that the matrix wants you to stay stuck in. And you would be realizing your power. You would be much less easy to control. If you had no fear, what would you do? If you feared nothing, what would you do? If there was no fear of lack, if there was no fear of money running out, if there was no fear of things falling apart, of limitation, what would you do? Shame. Where does shame come from? Schools.
I'm back.
Religion. Now media.
Gotta fix the table again.
Again, all of these systems create this feeling of, I can't be my full true self. I can't speak my truth. I can't be loud. I can't dance on tables. This is something I see a lot in my coaching clients. Everybody has this ridiculous amount of shame about who they really are. And it's totally unnecessary. It's not valid at all. So I see a lot of people, especially people who have a very unique path or who have a really strong kind of calling and mission that's really exceptional and unique. Those people in particular, they have a lot to overcome in terms of shame about the self because they went to something like a traditional school and they were bullied a lot. You know, they were told they were strange. And they spent their whole lives then repressing all these parts of them when those parts were exactly where their power is. Because overall as a society, we are programmed to censor a lot of the parts of ourselves, we don't step into our full potential because those are the very parts where our potential is. And then validation, once again, school, the corporate world, capitalism, advertising, marketing. We're told that we need to be this, this, and this, that we need to have this, this, and this, that we need to buy this thing, that we need to earn this thing, that we need to, win this, achieve
All
this,
that's
to
bullshit.
be good enough.
So I'm glad she's
we're
pointing this out.
trained to source our value external to us. And that makes us very predictable. It makes us go and enter the rat race and chase all of these things that don't actually mean anything to us. So how can you overcome fear? You stop obeying it. Like the name of that book, you feel the fear and you do it anyway. And then you start to realize there was nothing to fear in the first place. That's the easiest way. Not the easiest way, but it's the most direct way to start overcoming fear. When you realize all your fears are unfounded and they're based on an illusion of a program that you inherited, you will stop obeying them. It'll be easier and easier. You'll realize fear is a mile wide and an inch deep. Shame. Don't repress. Okay, so the antidote to shame is when you're feeling shame, when you're feeling like censoring yourself, have a little bit of courage to just accept the thing that you are ashamed about. Realize there's some narrative that I'm running here that's making me ashamed of this thing, and it's probably not true. So how can I accept these parts of me that I want to repress? Because it is the repression of these parts of you that is creating the shame to begin with. And validation. When you feel the need to hustle or change yourself or go tap dancing just to get a little bit of validation, remind yourself, do not perform. This, I could do a whole video on this. When you're performing, you're not being who you truly are. So you're not going to be able to create what you came here to create, and you're not going to be able to live up to your full potential. So when you notice that you're about to perform, don't. Realize that being obedient, being ashamed, censoring yourself, looking for validation, performing for validation, all of that is keeping you in a slave state of consciousness. So overcome these emotions. Don't let them control you, and you will be able to transcend that state. Hi there. I have an appointment for 2:00 for nails. Yes, yeah. I just wanted to let you know. I'm so sorry. I'm running a little.
I'm glad she put this in the video.
Around 20:15 or 20 past. Okay, thank you. See you soon. The third element of your frequency that you must control in order to become a glitch and watch miracles unfold in your life is your identity / your beliefs. We're going to put the two in one because your identity kind of dictates the beliefs that you have. You will never hold a belief that contradicts your identity. So if you think of this like a house, identity is actually at the top, and then your beliefs are like the foundations that support the overall structure of this house. How much of what you want is what you actually want? Do you just want what you've been told to want? Are you just being who you've been told to be? And I'm going to give you some questions to help you with this. But most of your identity you inherited for approval and to perform. I'm so sorry. We learn how to be in this world based on our environment, and we adopt certain identity traits that we think are going to keep us safe, going to keep us approved, going to keep us liked, etc., etc. And that's all well and good until that identity becomes a cage, keeping you trapped in a life that you don't prefer. So I'm going to give you a really basic example that I used to always give. I think my second YouTube video was about identity because it's such a big topic. But let's say, for example, you have this identity trait of being quiet, of being shy, of being an introvert. But your purpose in this life is to be a public speaker.
Yep.
Your identity is now standing in the way of what you are supposed to do,
Bar.
of where your most abundant.
She's speaking to me, or my old me, about this.
And so I want you to be radically honest about yourself. What identity traits are you still holding on to just for approval? Or just so that you can be seen to be performing well in something? Just so you can have validation external to you? Just so you can have a certain status that means nothing to you? And you want to start defining your identity on your truth, because you don't realize how small you're playing when you're standing in an identity that is actually not aligned with you. So you want to switch from thinking, who should I be in order to achieve X, Y, and Z, in order to impress this person, in order to whatever it is, to who would I be?
Her mic got muted. I wonder if she knew that. I hope she knows that her mic got muted.
The most
Okay, yeah.
magnetic, most successful people in this world.
It broke through, but
are
it's okay.
people who defined themselves, their identity, on their own terms. Yes, you can take inspiration, you can have role models, but you have to define yourself off what truly resonates with you. And I'm going to give you a cheat code for this that I always give. But if you think about your dream life, the life that you would live if nobody was watching, if you could just design it the way that you wanted, if there were no rules, if there was no judgment, if there was nobody perceiving you,
be it now.
think about that dream life and then think about who you are in that reality. This is the avatar, the identity, the version of you that you should start defining yourself as. So you want to draw a stick figure on a piece of paper and say, me with X outcome, and define your characteristics, your habits.
I did this exercise already.
Your standards, your emotions.
Draw a circle
Just
around
in general, how you would define yourself. And let that be your new narrative. You don't realize how small you've been playing by living in an identity that just chases approval and validation and acceptance and to conform and fit in. So shift how you define yourself from avoiding disapproval to pursuing authenticity. Because, I mean, if you want to get spiritual about it, you were made unique. You were made one of a kind. You are a fractal of God, source consciousness. But every human being on this planet is in their own lane energetically. Their soul, it has their own unique blueprint for what to do in this reality. And so your path, your soul's path to fulfillment is going to be different to everyone else's. And that is why authenticity is one of the highest forms of consciousness and one of the biggest hacks for exiting that matrix slave mentality. Yes, it takes courage. Yes, it takes overcoming your fears, but it is always, always worth it. How to enter a matrix glitch frequency. You have to take control of the very things that the matrix is controlling within you. And those things are the components of your energetic frequency, being your attention, what you're focusing on, your emotions, how you're feeling, your dominant emotional state, and your identity and beliefs about yourself and what you can and can't do. When you take the wheels on these components, your frequency shifts dramatically. And as soon as your internal world shifts, your external world will shift to reflect that. But until you take control of these things, Nothing in your physical reality can change because reality is just an illusion. It's an end result of creative consciousness, which is you. You have creative consciousness within you. And when you change the internal, the external has no choice but to follow. This is how you become the glitch. This is how you exit the consciousness of the masses and you start defining life on your terms. If you want step-by-step resources on how to do this, join my private community. I have guided meditations, exercises, all the tools you could ever need to shift your state and align with the life of your dreams. You can find the link below. I hope this video helped. Please remember, you are a powerful being. You have everything you need to create the life of your dreams. You just have to let go of all the noise and tune back into yourself.
Bar. That's how it's done. Thank you, sister, for the powerful reminder. That's a powerful reminder indeed. I mean, I already know how powerful I am. And I don't require anybody to tell me. I'm a 99 dimensional man. I really should groom. I'm going to let it grow a little bit more. Probably another week. Let it, you know, just let myself be little wolfy. Little wolfy. Yeah. It's wild. Thank you, sister. I appreciate you. As always. You did good. You did good, kid. You did good.
The way religions teach about God as some separate entity watching humanity is completely wrong. The original Hebrew text in Exodus reveals something radically different.
Thing is, we don't have to keep watching content. We're done.
Asked for God's name, the answer, I am that I am, wasn't identifying some being up in heaven, but it was establishing that the very consciousness you feel right now when you say I am is literally the only consciousness that exists in the entire universe. The churches know this, but they keep the distorted translation because they'd lose all control if people discovered their temporary fragments of the same divine consciousness.
Exactly.
Job 12 completely destroys the whole narrative of victims and sinners by establishing that both the deceiver and the deceived are the same consciousness experiencing both sides.
See?
The Hebrew expression...
Did I not tell whoever's here earlier that if you murdered someone, then you will then choose to murder or be murdered. So, and in that moment when the person is about to you are that person doing it to yourself.
Of the eye means the reflection in the pupil.
It doesn't feel like that when our senses feels like it's getting attacked. That's why we have to detach. At the same,
every person you know.
But at the same token, not just let someone walk all over you too, right? But at the same time, not buy into the illusions. Sometimes your emotions will kick in and be like, and react. Mine does it, and I have to catch them. Like, what are you doing? Stop. Relax.
Is the same single consciousness that chose to temporarily forget its complete nature to experience the illusion of separation.
Bar. Okay. I am done with content. I've been done with content. Closing up all my apps. Except for my my photo app, which I'll reopen. You can only go keep going. Proud of that, brother. There. Keeping the vision open, not empty affirmations. Hi, wife. I love her so much. But she's not the be all important. Like whether it's her or not her in the physical makes no difference because I've given it to myself. But it's still nice. It's still nice. So, tablet is at 30%. Not bad. What do I want to do? What do I desire to do? You know what? I'm feeling like reading chapter 1, so I want to put on that Egyptian music. But before I do that, okay, go to downloads. Throw that out. Screenshot is this. Oh, I know the one. This is the Egyptian sound. So I'm going to read chapter 1. I feel like reading chapter 1. I feel like sitting and reading though this time. It's got this is the like Emerald Tablet music that we listened to the Emerald Tablets before. That's the other book we listened to today as well. Emerald Tablet, One Truth, One Law, like I Am, I Create, One Truth, One Law, and the Instant Millionaire was all listed on this stream. Chapter 1, the Hermetic Principle, or Hermetic Philosophies. It's getting a little dark in the room, so I'm gonna have to turn on the light. I don't really like turn. It looks bright for you all, but it's actually getting a little dark here. The lips of wisdoms are closed except to the ears of the understanding, the Kabbalion. From old Egypt have come from the foundations esoteric. Wait, let me start all over. From old Egypt have come the fundamental esoteric and occult teachings which have so strongly influenced the philosophies of all races, nations, and people for several thousands of years. Egypt, the home of the pyramids and the Sphinx, was the birthplace of the hidden wisdom and the mystic teachings. From her secret doctrines, all nations have borrowed: India, Persia, Chaldea, Media, China, Japan, Assyria, ancient Greece, and Rome. And other ancient countries partook liberally at the feast of knowledge which the hierophants and the masters of the land of Isis so freely provided for those who came prepared to partake of the great stories of mystic and occult lore which the masterminds of that ancient land had gathered together. I know, because I've been there. In ancient Egypt dwelt the great adepts and masters who have never been surpassed and who seldom have been equaled during the centuries that have taken their processional flights since the days of the great Hermes. In Egypt was located the great lodge of lodges of the mystics. At the door of her temples entered the Neophytes, who afterwards as Hierophants. So Neophytes, who afterwards as Hierophants, adept and masters traveled to the four corners of the earth, carrying with them the precious knowledge which they were ready, anxious, and willing to pass on to those who were ready to receive the same. All students of the occult reorganized the debt that they owed to their venerable masters of that ancient land. But amongst these great masters of ancient Egypt, there once dwelt one of whom masters hailed as the masters of masters. This man, if man indeed he was, dwelt in Egypt in the earliest days. He was known as Hermes Trismegistus. He was the father of occult wisdom, the founder of astrology, and the discoverer of alchemy. The details of his life stories are lost to history owing to the lapse of the years, though several of the ancient countries disputed with each other in their claims to honor of having furnished his birthplace, and this thousands of years ago. The date of his sojourn in Egypt, in that his last incarnation on the planet, is not now known, but it has been fixed at earlier days of the oldest dynasties of Egypt, long before the days of Moses. The best authorities regard him as the contemporary of Abraham, and some of the Jewish traditions go as far as to claim that Abraham acquired a portion of his mystic knowledge from Hermes himself. Hermes Trismegistus, y'all. As the years rolled by after his passing from his plane of life, traditionally recording that he lived 300 years in the flesh, the Egyptians defiled Hermes and made him one of their gods. Defied him. Deified, not defile. Sorry, my apologies. The Egyptians deified Hermes and made him one of their gods under the name of Thoth. Years after, the people of ancient Greece also made him one of their many gods, called him Hermes, the god of wisdom. The Egyptians revered his memory for many centuries, yes, tens of centuries, calling him the scribe of the gods, and bestowing upon him distinctively his ancient title, Trismegistus, which means the thrice great, the great great, the greatest great, etc. In all the ancient lands, the name of Hermes Trismegistus was revered, the name being synonymous with the fount of wisdom. Could you imagine? I go from Orion Stellar to Orion Trismegistus. I am Orion Trismegistus. Trismegistus? That's funny. We're not going that far. Stellar is good enough. I love Stellar. That's my name. OS, not OT. OS. Operating system, oneness system, oneness synergized, I'm oneness synergized. Orion Stellar, oneness synergized, OS. Even to this day, we use the term hermetic in the sense of secret. I have to do a lot of quotes. I'm going to be doing this a lot. So, in the sense of secret, sealed so that nothing can escape, etc. And this by reason of the fact that the followers of Hermes always observed the principle of secrecy in their teachings. They did not believe in casting pearls before swines. That's funny. And we read that earlier. But rather held to the teachings, milk for babes, meat for the strong men, strong human. Both of which maxims are familiar to readers of the Christian scriptures, but both of which had been used by the Egyptians for centuries before the Christian era. And this policy of careful dissemination of the truth has always characterized the Hermetics even unto the present day. The Hermetic teachings are to be found in all lands, among all religions, but never identified with any particular country nor with any particular religion sect. This is because of the warning of the ancient teachers against allowing the secret doctrine become crystallized into a creed. I like that. The wisdom of this cautions is apparent to all students of history. The ancient occultism of India and Persia degenerated and was largely lost owing to the fact that the teachers became priests and so mixed theology with philosophy. The result being that the occultism of India and Persia has been gradually lost amidst the mass of religion, superstition, cults, creeds, and gods. So it was with ancient Greece and Rome. So was it with ancient Greece and Rome. So it was with Hermetic teachings of the Gnostics and early Christians, which were lost at the time of Constantine, whose iron hands smothered smothered philosophy with the blanket of theology, losing to the Christian churches that which was his very essence and spirit, and causing it to grope throughout several centuries before it found the way back to its ancient fate. The indications apparent to all careful observers in this 20th century being that church is now struggling to get back to its ancient mystics teaching, aka mirroring. But there were always a few faithful souls who kept alive the flame, tending it carefully, not allowing its light to become extinguished. And thanks to these staunch hearts and fearless minds, we have the truth still with us. But it is not found in books. To any great extent, it has been passed along from master to student, from initiate to hierophant, from lips to ears. When it was written down at all, its meaning was veiled in terms of alchemy and astrology, so that only those possessing the key could read it. Could read it aright. This was made necessary in order to avoid the persecution of the theologians of the Middle Ages who fought the secret doctrine with fire and sword, stakes, gibbet, and cross. Even to this day, there will be found but very few reliable books on Hermetic philosophies, although there are countless references to it in many books written on various phases of occultism, and yet Hermetic philosophy is the only master key which will open all the doors of the occult teachings. I can tell you that. That's spot on. Ooh, is that 555? Look at that. See, I was like, why am I looking at the phone? Now I know why. Because it wanted me to see 55555 just now. It's gonna happen. Wild. The live stream's at 555 minutes, and it'll be 55 seconds in 3, 2, 1, bang. And it's 4:32 as well. Take that. Take that to the bank, Jack. 432 is a healing frequency. How wild is that, y'all? See that? See that? Pretty badass. Okay. Like I said, it's getting a little darker to see because the lighting on here is like terrible, but it's all good in the hood. In the early days, there was a compilation of certain basic Hermetic doctrines passed on from teacher to student, which was known as the Kabbalion, big capital letters. The exact significance and meaning of the terms have been lost for several centuries. This teaching, however, is known to many to whom it has descended from mouth to ear on and on throughout the centuries. Its precepts have never been written down or printed, so far as we know, it was merely a collection of maxims, axioms, and precepts which were non-understandable to outsiders, but which were readily understood by students after the axioms, maxims, and precepts had been explained and exemplified by the Hermetic initiates to their neophytes. These teachings really constitute the basic principle of the law of the these teachings really constitute the basic principles of the art of Hermetic alchemy, which, contrary to the general belief, dealt in the mastery of mental focus rather than material elements, the transmutation of one kind of mental vibration into another, instead of changing one kind of metal into another. The legend of the Philosopher's Stone, which would turn base metal into gold, was an allegory relating to Hermetic philosophy, rarely understood by all students and true Hermeticism. In this little book, of which this is the first lesson we are in, we invite our students to examine into the Hermetic teachings as set forth in the Kabbalion, and as explained by ourselves, humble students of the teacher who will, bearing the title of the initiates, will still, geez, the words are not coming out. Humble students of the teachings who will, while bearing the title of initiates, are still students at the feet of Hermes, the master. We herein give you many of the maxims, axioms, and precepts of the Kabbalion, accompanied by explanations and illustrations which we deem likely to render teachings more easily comprehended by the modern student, particularly as this original text is purely veiled in obscure terms. The original maxim, axiom, and precepts, the Kabbalion, are printed herein in quotation marks, the proper credit being given. Our own work is printed in regular ways in the body of the work. We trust that the many students to whom we now offer this little book, a little work, will derive as much benefit from the studies of its page as have the many who have gone on before, trending the same path to mastery throughout the centuries that passed since the times of Hermes Trismegistus, the master of masters, the great, in the words of the Kabbalion. Where falls the footsteps of the masters, the ears of those ready for his teachings open wide. The Kabbalion. These are quotes. When the ears of the students are ready to hear, then cometh the lips to fill them with wisdom. The Kabbalion. So that according to the teachings, the passage of this book to those who are ready for the instructions will attract the attentions of such as are prepared to receive the teachings. And likewise, when the pupil is ready to receive the truth, then will this little book come to him or her. Such is the law. The Hermetic principles of cause and effect. It is an aspect, the law of attraction will bring lips and ears together, pupil and book in companies, so more it be. Chapter 2. How far is chapter 3? Mental transmutation. 15:26. I don't mind reading more. I'm okay to read a couple more. I might read chapter 2 and then stop at chapter 3. We read a lot already today. We read the original, the newer stuff, the newer things, and then, yeah. Like I said, we'll be done this book in less than a week. Like, this book will be, like, crushed. Like, if I really desire to, I could technically finish this book throughout tonight. If I really desire to, I can finish it all. I can just sit and read. I like reading. It's just, it has to engage me enough. Like, I don't get tired, but like if it's like doing this to me, it's a wrap. Okay. Food is almost done too, so I'm gonna go grab food. The 7 Hermetic Principles, Chapter 2. The principles of truth are 7. He who knows these understandingly possesses the magic key, before whose touches all the doors of the temple fly open. The Kabbalion. The 7 Hermetic Principles upon which the entire Hermetic philosophy is based on are as followed. Ready? Let's go. The principle of mentalism. Geez, I really have to fix that table, because like if that's happening right now, like yeah, I gotta wrap it properly. The principle of mentalism, the principle of correspondence, as above, so below, as within, so without, as the universe, so the soul. The principle of vibration, which everything moves, nothing rests. The principle of polarity, male, female, light, dark, masculine, feminine, good, bad. The principle of rhythm, left, right, up, down. The principle of cause and effect. And the principle of gender. Damn, it's getting dark. Can't see shit. Well, I can, but you know, it's like, The 7 principles will be discussed and explained as we process these lessons. A short explanation of each, however, may as well be given at this point. Number 1, the principle of mentalism. The all is mind, the universe is mental. Kabbalion. The Kabbalion. I like saying it like that. This principle embodies the truth that all is mind. It explains that the all, big letters, which is the substantial reality underlying all the outward manifestations and appearance, which we know under the terms of the material universe, the phenomenon of life and matter, energy, and in short, all of the apparent to our material senses is spirit, which in itself is unknowable, undefinable, by which may be considered and thought as a universal, infinite living mind. It also explains that all the phenomenal world or universe is simply a mental creation of the all. So the all they keep writing is big capital letters. Subject to the law of created things, and that the universe as a whole and in its part of or units has its existence in the mind of the all, in which we live and move and have our being. The principle, by establishing the mental nature of the universe, easily explains all of the varied material and psychic phenomenon that occupy such a large portion of public attention, and which, without such explanations, are non-understandable and defy scientific treatment. An understanding of this great Hermetic principle of mentalism enables the individual to readily grasp the laws of the mental universe and to apply the same to his well-being and advancement. The Hermetic student is enabled to apply intelligently the great mental laws instead of using them in haphazard manner. With the master key in their possession, the student may unlock the many doors of the mental and psychic temples of knowledge and enter the same freely and intelligently. This principle explains the true nature of energy, power, and matter, and why and how all these are subordinate to the master of mind. One of the Hermetic masters wrote long ago, They who grasp the truth of the mental nature of the universe is well advanced on the path to mastery. That's a bar. And these words are as true today as at the same time they were first written. Without this master key, mastery is impossible, and the student knocks in vain at the many doors of the temple. The principle of correspondence, number 2. As above, so below. As below, so above. The Kabbalion. This principle embodies the truth that there is always a correspondence between the laws and the phenomenon of the various planes of being and life. The old Hermetic axiom ran in these words: as above, so below, as below, so above. And the grasping of this principle gives one of the names of solving many of the dark paradox, the hidden secrets of nature. There are planes beyond our knowing, but we apply that table, like the plastic is just like flying off. It's crazy. I gotta make sure it doesn't like fly off fully. Anyways, there are planes beyond our knowing, but when we apply the principle of correspondence to them, we are able to understand much that would otherwise be unknowable to us. This principle is of universal application and the manifestation on the various planes of the mental, material, and spiritual universe. It is an universal law. The ancient Hermeticists considered this principle as one of the most important mental instruments by which humans was able to pry aside the obstacles which hid from view the unknown. It even tore aside the veil of Isis to the extent that a glimpse of the face of the goddess might be caught. Just as a knowledge of the principle of geometry enables humans to measure distance, suns and their movement while seated in their observatory, so knowledge of the principle of correspondence enables humans to reason intelligently from the known to the unknown. Studying the monad, they understand the archangel. Okay, let me turn on the light. It's starting to get dark. I can't see. Well, it's not too dark, but it's like it's hard to see the book. Hold on. Principle 3. The principle of vibration. Nothing rests. Everything moves. Everything vibrates. The Kabbalion. It was just 444. I just missed it, but it's okay. This principle embodies the truth that everything is in motion. Everything vibrates. Nothing rests. Facts which... Did I miss a page? No. Modern science endorses and which each new scientific discovery tends to verify. And yet this Hermetic principle was enunciated thousands of years ago by the master of ancient Egypt. I gotta take care of that table thing. One sec. It's bothering me. I also gotta change the mic in a moment too. Holy mother of God, it's cold. Shit out here. Like, how in the hell did all this just come flying out of here? Like, what in tarnations happened here? This is not keeping it strong enough, so I gotta do something about this probably tomorrow or whenever. But for now, I'm just gonna have to keep it like this until I can figure out another solution to the table. Okay, let me turn on the light. Okay, Google, turn on the light. So I'll be right back. I'm gonna go grab my meal. Food isn't quite ready, but I mean, I went to toast my hamburger bread. Okay. Modern science endorses and which new scientific discoveries tend to verify, and yet this hermetic principle was enunciated thousands of years ago by the master of ancient Egypt. This principle explains that the difference between different manifestations of matter, energy, mind, and even spirit results largely from varying rates of vibration. From the all, which is pure spirit, down to the grossest form of matter, all is in vibration. The higher the vibration, the higher the positioning in the scale. The vibration of spirit is at such an infinite rate of intensity and that it is practically at rest, just as a rapidly moving wheel seems to be motionless. So when something's spinning so fast, where it looks like it's just staying still, that's where, like, this chair, this tablet, the book, the clothing, everything's vibrating, but it's coming to a point where it's like you can't see it, but it's moving. Because everything is made of atoms and molecules. We have to remember everything is energy. We're energy, this is energy, all things are energy, everything you eat, that's why it's a placebo. When you can rewire your mind to seeing everything as a placebo, then you can see things for what they actually are. Yeah, so the higher the vibration, the higher the position in the scale. The vibration of spirit is at such an infinite rate of the intensity and rapidity, yeah, intensity and rapidity, that it is practically at rest, just as a rapidly moving wheel seems to be motionless. And at the other end of the scale, there are gross forms of matter whose vibrations are so slow as to seem at rest. Between these poles, there are millions upon millions of varying degrees of vibrations, from corpus and corpuscus. Yeah, corpuscus. I'm just looking at that word. I've read this word before. I'm like, corpuscus? I don't even know. I know, but the soul knows what this means, but the mind is like, how do you say that word? So you see, when shit like this happens, I don't get tripped up and like, oh, I'm like stupid, I don't know how to read. I don't let that bother me. I'm like, okay, that's a word. Tongue twister right now, it's okay. We'll figure it out. So you know what we do? We pause for a moment. And this is how we help. This is how we do things here. So there's a word that I'm looking to pronounce. It's spelled Corpuscle. What is that word? How do you pronounce it? And what is its meaning? And break it down as if I'm like a child.
Absolutely. The word is corpuscule. It's pronounced corpuscule. Basically, a corpuscule is just a tiny particle or a little piece of matter. Imagine a tiny grain of dust or a speck that you can barely see. It's just a super small particle that makes up larger things. So in a nutshell, it's just a tiny piece of something.
Awesome. Thank you again. I appreciate it.
You're very welcome. I'm glad to help. If you have any more questions or need anything else, just let me know.
Our track just there. All right, I'm gonna be right back. Again. Now we know. Tiny small particle. Okay. I'll have to get. I have to get like a Kleenex. So let me eat first, and then I'll continue reading. Look at this. Look at this fry. Huge. Okay, let's see. So we're talking about the principle of vibration. I have an acronym. LOVE, L-O-V-E. Law of Vibrational Energy. Everything vibrates. From the infinite to the what they call the grossest thing, grossest matter. From the highest to the lowest, they're both looking like they're slow, like they're at rest. But they're actually generating so much speed. And everything in between, millions and millions and millions of vibrations upon degree. Yeah. Interesting. You know, I once called myself a student, a lifelong learner, a student of life. I don't call myself a student anymore. I call myself a mirror, remembering all that which I forgot, and now I'm remembering what I knew once before. I knew all this stuff before. You all knew this stuff too. So how can I be a student now? You can still use that wording if it still feels in alignment, but student for me doesn't feel in alignment. I'm the creator, pretending to be human, who has forgotten everything. And remembering what I forgot. And so are you. Because you and me are no different. It hasn't been for some, it's never gonna be for some, it's for everybody. But as it said in the book, only those who are ready to listen. Because if they're not ready to listen, it's just words. Words that have no meaning to them, because it has no value presently. That's why life has no inherent meaning. It doesn't mean it has no value, it just has no meaning. The meanings we give attribute a label creates a word, and a word creates an emotion. So, to someone who's not ready to hear all these things, like everything I share on the live stream, it's just words to them. It means nothing. That's why the universe has been preparing me this entire time, if you haven't noticed. I couldn't have been out on stage where I currently was. But at the same time, there's a paradox to that too. I could have been out on stage, but we're always constantly evolving. So there's only so much you can do to prepare, and then you have to take action. And I prepared for a long time. So a year ago, in October, when I finally made the I Love You World Part 5 video, that was my first video in over a year, just so you know. Because the last one I made was I Love You World Part 4. I didn't make any more reels or TikToks or anything. I didn't do anything of that nature I have some dishes to pack. I'll be upstairs for a little bit. You all can meditate, or just, I invite you to just close your eyes and just chill for a bit. Let this music kind of take you into ancient Egypt and just chill. It's got that like majestic vibe. All right, universe, you're gonna give me a better plan for this table outside to wrap it up. I do have an idea, but it's not going to use string, it's going to use tape instead. I don't know if that's going to work, but I'll give it a shot. I'll cut the plastic in half, or I'll cut it and then line the table. That way the table gets protected. It's like a cover, a seal. I'm not touching my book with my hands, not until I wash it. I'm ready, universe. I'm ready. I know you'll think I'm not, but I feel like I am. I'll vibrate at a frequency within to make sure I'm in alignment, so that you can rearrange reality in the physical, but I'm not letting the physical dictate what I see. It all starts from within. So many people to help. So many people's candles must be relit. It's on like, it's barely lit up. Okay. Give me probably like 15 minutes, give or take. Microphone is now dying, which is perfect. Perfect timing for that. Seamless switching. I wait till that one connects, and then I switch this one off. And here we are, seamless switching. This track should replay by itself. Okay. Yeah, so I'll be back. So I invite you, if you want, you can just chill and just close your eyes for a little bit. Take this time. I invite you to take this time to just close your eyes and just do nothing. Just chill. Just sit and chill. Just relax. I know you've been taking in stuff with me all day. Just relax. Use this time to just chill. Give yourself like 10-15 minutes to chill. I'll be back. When I come back, I'll finish chapter 2, and then that will be it. Then we'll just hang out and play a video game or something. I don't really feel like playing Dead by Daylight, but at the same time, you know, 2v8's gonna, if they don't extend it, it'll be it. But every time I say I'm gonna watch a movie or watch something, it doesn't happen. So, we'll see. I'll be back. I do still have to do laundry as well too. I'm waiting for my stuff to dry. But yeah, I'll be back. Hang out. I really have to get this shirt. So, I'm back. Put my laundry to dry. I washed some dishes and packed it. And I grabbed a little snack. My final meal will probably be in like 30 minutes again. Yeah, I gotta fix that thing again. I'll do that tomorrow. All right, time to finish reading chapter 2. Remember, ATFT, ability to follow through. And when I say I'm gonna do something, I tend to do it. If I don't do it, then the mental note's like, oh, he's not following through. Just remember, don't feel guilty about that stuff either. Now, where were we? Oh, okay. The corpuscus, now that we know what that is. The corpuscle. I totally forgot what she said. Corpuscle. The corpus. Let me ask her one more time. Stop opening up other apps. Stop opening up other apps. Can you repeat the word one more time?
Of course, the word is corpuscule, pronounced corpuscule, and it basically means a tiny particle or a very small piece of matter. It's just like a tiny speck that you can barely see. Let me know if you need anything else.
So, corpuscule.
Exactly, you've got it. If you have any more questions or need more examples, just let me know.
Corpuscule. We were at that word. Corpuscule. Tiny little fragment, tiny little particle. From corpuscle and electrons and atoms and molecules to, that's why I call them waveforms and particles. Corpuscle. Now we know. Another word. To worlds and universes, everything is in vibratory motion. This is also true on the planes of energy and forces, which are but varying degrees of vibration, and also on the mental planes, whose states depend upon vibrations, and even on to the spiritual planes. An understanding of these principles with the appropriate formulas enable Hermetic students to control their own mental vibration as well as those of others. The master also applies this principle to the conquering of natural phenomenon in various ways. He who understands the principles of vibration has grasped the scepter of power, says one of the old writers. You master your vibration, you master reality, basically. Principle 4. Number 4. The principle of polarity. Everything is dual. Technically, everything is trio, but you know. Everything is dual, everything has poles, everything has its pairs of opposites. Like and unlike are the same. Opposites are identical in nature, but different in the degree extremes meet. All truths are but half-truths. All paradoxes may be reconciled. The Kabbalion. I like how it uses paradoxes. You're going to see that word. That's chapter 6, divine paradox. Can't wait till we get to that chapter. It's a fun chapter. This principle embodies the truth that everything is dual. Everything has two poles. Everything has its pair of opposites, all of which were old Hermetic axioms. It explains that old paradoxes that have perplexed so many, which have been stated as follows. Thesis and antithesis are identical in nature, but different in degree. Opposites are the same, differing only in degree. The pairs of opposites may be reconciled. Extremes meet. Everything is and isn't at the same time. So reality is real and isn't real at the same time. I know, let your mind just be like, I've said this before, but like let your mind really take this in. There are two sides to everything, etc., etc., etc. It explains that in everything there are two poles or opposite aspects, and that opposites are really only the two extremes of the same thing, which many varying degree between them. To illustrate, heat and cold, although opposite, are really the same thing. The difference consisting merely of degree of the same thing. Look at your thermometer and see if you can discover where the heat determinates and cold begins. There are no such things as absolute heat or absolute cold. The two terms heat and cold simply indicate varying degrees of the same thing, and that same thing which manifests as heat and cold is merely a form varying and rate of vibration. So heat and cold are simply the two poles of that which are called heat, and the phenomena attendant thereupon are manifestations of the principle of polarity. So that's when Nero was talking about, steam and ice. Steam is something, steam and ice. What's in the middle? Water. You put water with boiling it up, heat. It turns to steam. You can see it, but you can't really touch it. You can't grasp it. Whereas ice, lower vibration, cold, can hold in your hands. Can hold it. It's tangible. Higher vibration, higher to grasp, hold. Lower vibration, able to. That's why the physical realm is a lower realm of vibration, theoretically. There are certain things that operate at a higher vibration, but you're not able to tangibly hold, touch it, theoretically. Shit, man, look at the wind. That shit is crazy. Imagine I was sitting outside right now. I would be sitting outside right now. I'd be fucking freezing my ass off. Kind of glad I'm inside right now. That wind. Even Nero said it today in his video, it's the wind that fucking, it does too much. And it is the wind. The cold is not the issue. It's the wind that adds to it. It's just the blasting, friggin' cold air. It's just not necessary. Anyways, let's get back to this. All right, there we go. The same principle manifests in the case of light and darkness, which are the same thing, different, consisting of varying degrees between the two poles of the phenomenon. Where does darkness leave off and light begins? What is the difference between large and small, between hard and soft, between black and white, between sharp and dull, between noise and quiet, between high and low, between positive and negative? That was a lot of air quotes there. The principle of polarity explains these paradoxes, and no other principle can supersede it. The same principle operates on the mental plane. Let us take a radical and extreme example of that: love and hate. You see, not love and fear, love and hate. Two mental states apparently totally different, and yet they are degrees of hate and degrees of love, and a middle point in which we use the term like or dislike, which shades into each other so gradually that sometimes we are at a loss to know whether we like or dislike or neither. All are simply a degree of the same thing. As you see, it will, as you will see, it will, wait, as you will see, if you will but think a moment. And more than this, and considering more importance by the Hermeticists, it is possible to change the vibration of hate to the vibration of love in one's own mind and in the minds of others. Many of you who read these lines have had personal experience of an involuntary rapid transition from love to hate, and the reverse, in your own cases, that of others. And you will therefore realize the possibilities of this being accomplished by the use of the will, by means of the Hermetic formula. Good and evil are but the poles of the same thing, and the Hermeticist understands the art of transmuting evil into good by means of an application of the principle of polarity. In short, the art of polarization becomes a phase of mental alchemy, known as practiced by the ancients and modern Hermetic masters. An understanding of the principles will enable one to change their own polarity as well as that of others, if they will devote their time and study necessary to master the art. We got about 5 pages left, give or take. We're almost done this page, so 4 more pages. Principle 5, the principle of rhythm. This one's a good one. Everything flows out and in, everything has its tides, all things rise and fall. The pendulum swings, manifest in everything. The measure of swing to the right is the measure of the swing to the left. Rhythm compensates. The Kabbalion. This principle embodies the truth that, my God. Wow, those things are just flying away. Okay, hold on a sec. I gotta I can't let those plastics fly away. I'm gonna have to tuck them back in on the table for now, or on the chair. Shizers. Holy moly. Okay, you over here for now. You stay put. Like I said, there's going to be, I'm going to have to figure out a solution to this. Because like this is getting nuts. Wow. Oof. Oh my God. Like, y'all, it is so cold. Like, that's wild. Alexa, what's the temperature right now? That's not fucking 2 degrees out there. Alexa, what's the wind chill right now?
Currently, the wind chill is -1 degree Celsius.
That's not one.
Expect it to feel like -4 degrees.
That's not -1. That's like -6 out there. Ugh. Oh my God. Why does it have to be so bloody cold? See, when we're in San Diego, yes, there's gonna be days where it's gonna be cold. I'm not gonna say that it's gonna be always hot, you know? There are days that San Diego does face a little bit of cold, especially in the winter months. And plus, in San Diego, like, you do have to wear a sweater for certain seasons. Like winter season, you do have to wear a sweater, right? Because like, you know, sometimes in the morning, it's not that warm, you know, unless you've gotten used to the San Diego temperatures. Like you can run outside with a t-shirt, unless you got that real hot blood. But crazy, fucking wild. So the Kabbalion has a symbol with a gold circle, with a triangle, then a square, and then another circle. That symbol. Oh. My goodness. Ugh. Okay. Okay, so we read Principle 5, Principle of Rhythm, and I already said the measure of the right swing is the measure of the left swing, and the rhythm compensates. The Kabbalion. The principle embodies the truth that in everything there is manifested a measured motion to and fro? To and fro. A flow. It says F-O-R. I don't know if that they forgot the M there, or if that's an actual word. To and fro. A flow and an inflow. A swing backwards and forwards. A pendulum-like movement. A tide-like ebb and flow. A high tide and low tide. So remember when our brother was talking about how, you know, life has a natural rhythm. There's going to be ups and downs. This, and I've said this before. There's, you know, we want to be up here because it feels great. But then, of course, if something externally is bringing you up here, then you can bet your ass that it's also going to bring you back down here, unless you keep yourself at this state where the pendulum does not move back and forth. This is the whole transcending polarity and transcending the law of rhythm. If you can transcend the law of rhythm and the law of polarity, you will fucking win. I promise you. It's almost inevitable. It is inevitable because nothing can sway you. You're just like this. And you know the funny thing is, when I was in the shower, I was thinking of our brother Steve. How he doesn't read books. He doesn't do any of that. All he does is cut hair. But the dude's so chill and relaxed. And he manifests things like he's got a great woman now. He had a great relationship with a previous woman, but it didn't work out. And now, you know, he's with an amazing woman. Her name is Leah. And the dude's just chill. He's making money. He's in New York City right now, traveling. He went to London with her. They had a great time in London. Like, he's getting to see things. He's getting to do, and all he's doing is just chilling. He doesn't read books. He doesn't study any of this stuff because it's just his pure conviction in himself. That's why I said you will always manifest no matter what. You're always manifesting. Whether you read books or not, you're always manifesting. You're manifesting your current reality where you are right now. I'm technically manifesting this, but my soul had to prepare myself for the journey. So I know why everything's unfolding, but you know, of course I would like to be places faster, but at the same time, I'm allowing myself to just take it all in and understand why everything works the way it is. And I'm now fully aware how it actually works. Now it's just a matter of putting it into practice, the action. It's not enough to just know. There's also physical application, right? But of course, like, just because you don't do your visualization doesn't mean you're fucking up. Remember, that feeling, you have to stay in a state of like, you're good. Whether you do something, you don't do something, whether you do your meditation, you don't do your meditation, whether you do 1 minute of meditation or an hour of meditation or 10 hours of meditation, it's all one thing. Thank you, Egyptian music, even though it's actually called the sound of nature. This is what was used in the the Emerald tablets. I should download my Emerald tablet audio and put on this thing so I can have it on my tablet. Because you know, if I don't have Wi-Fi, I have enough content to watch offline. I have my playouts. I have some of the Wise Quotes video. I have a couple Nero videos. And I have a couple Katie videos, and then I have a couple like, you know, funny ass things just to keep me entertained and just laughing my ass off. So I have enough content on my tablet to take. So this little thingy here has practically everything I require. It has my books. I don't play video games on this, but I can. If I take my SSD, I could play video games, but there's no need for that. The only game I would play is Dead by Daylight, and technically I could install it, but as it stands right now, you can't install on the SD card. It kind of sucks. And I only have like, I think like, I don't even know how much space I have left. Let me check. Display. Where are you, storage? Why am I not seeing you? Oh, device care. Optimize now. I have 182 gigs available out of my 256 gigs for storage. But that's my internal memory. Let me see. Let's see what's going on here. Review all files. Nope. Okay. Not deleting any of these, because that's good. Invisible backups. Oh, I see. Okay. What are the two archive apps? Tips and Google Assistant.
Hello, I'm ready to help. What can I do for you today?
And then my external storage, 512 gigs. I have a lot of storage. I've only used 69 gigs. So much space on my Google Drive. I have to start removing some of my files on this Google Drive, but I still have enough storage. Holy shit. Look at all these screenshots. Damn, son. Look at all these screenshots. It's crazy. It's good. That's good. That's fine. Okay. I was just checking what maintenance mode was. All right. So high tides, low tides between the two poles which exist in accordance with the principles of polarity described a moment ago. There is always an action and a reaction, an advance and a retreat, a rising and a sinking. There is in affairs of universe, suns, worlds, humans, animals, mind, energy, and matter. This law is manifest in the creation and destructions of worlds, in the rise and falls of nations, in the life of all things, and finally in the mental states of humans. And it is with this latter that the Hermeticist finds the understanding of the principle most important. The Hermeticists have grasped this principle, finding its universal application, and also has discovered certain means to overcome its effect by themselves by the use of the appropriate formulas and methods. They apply the mental law of neutralization. Remember what I was just talking? Balance. They cannot annul the principle or cause it to cease its operation, but they have learned how to escape its effects upon themselves to a certain degree depending upon the mastery of the principle. They have learned or remembered. They have remembered how to use big capital letters here. Use it instead of being used by it. That's a bar. In this and similar methods consists the art of Hermeticism. The master of Hermetic polarizes themselves at the point at which they desire to rest and then neutralize the rhythmic swing of the pendulum, which would tend to carry them to the other pole. All individuals who have attained any degree of self-mastery to do this to a certain degree, more or less unconsciously, but the master does this consciously and by the use of his or her will, and attains a degree of poise and mental firmness almost impossible of belief on the part of the masses, who are swung backwards and forwards like a pendulum. I've been swung many, many times. This principle and that of polarity has been closely studied by the Hermeticists, and the methods of counteracting, neutralizing, and using them form an important part of the Hermetic mental alchemy. So it's knowing how to respond instead of react. It's knowing how to breathe before you breathe and pause before someone says something. And kind of like, that's why I'm grateful for people who have so-called pissed me off. They haven't pissed me off, but they I'm grateful to see how I can master myself. Now, of course, if I can get more and more of that, I don't really have to get that, but it's good to still experience it because it's all just one thing anyways, right? Like that brother who came on a couple nights ago and saying, I know it was Faith. He can't lie to me. Like, I know it's him. Like, he can play all the games because he changed his name in between. And I'm like, only he would do that. Right? So, in any event, like, I fed him a little, but, I didn't get too stirred up with him, but I still was like, get the fuck out of here, bro. Like, the fuck are you doing? Like, you're wasting my time. Just get out of here. I'm just playing my game. Just go. Leave me. Yeah. Anyways, stuff like that. Principle 6, the principle of cause and effect. This one. Every cause has an effect and every effect has a cause. Everything happens according to law. Chance is but a name for law not recognized. There are many planes of causation, but nothing escapes the law. The Kabbalion. You know, it'd be interesting. I know this is. I know it's not. But I was reborn. I was Hermes. There's no. I mean, we're all technically everyone. Hermes, Moses, Jesus, Krishna, Jehuti, Thoth. Even though Thoth is Hermes, Shu, Brahma. Well, Krishna, Yogananda, the Buddha, Lao Tzu, Confucius. We were all these people, all of us. But it would be cool if my soul was actually like, was Hermes Trismegistus. So it'd be Orion Trismegistus. What's your last name? Trismegistus? Orion Trismegistus? Yep, Orion Trismegistus. The great, the master of masters. There's no way your last name is Trismegistus. Let me see your birth certificate. Here you go, here's my new one. That's funny. That's too funny. Anyways. The principle embodies, how much time is on the live stream? 640? It's fine. I don't really feel like playing today. This principle embodies the fact that there is a cause for every effect and an effect for every cause. It explains that everything happens according to law, quotes, that nothing ever merely happens, that there is no such thing as chance, that while there are various planes of cause and effect, the higher dominating the lower planes, still nothing ever entirely escapes the law. The Hermeticists understood the art and methods of rising above the ordinary plane of cause and effect to a certain degree, and by mentally rising to a higher plane, they became causers instead of the effects. The masses of people are carried along obedient to environments, the wills and desires of others stronger than themselves. Heredity, suggestion, and other outward causes moving them like the pawns on a chessboard of life. No, please do not be a fucking chess pawn in their game. Please. That kind of hurts the soul, to be honest. Well, it doesn't hurt the soul, it hurts the third dimensional thinking mind. It doesn't want to be a slave to anything, but it created all this mind illusion, the traps. There's a brother that I'm thinking about right now. He's actually in the trail, probably right now. He's homeless. He's sleeping by the washroom. In the last 2 days, he's been wrapped up in a garbage bag. All his stuff is like, he's just curled up. He's not sleeping straight. He's sleeping like sitting up against the wall, covering his face in that garbage bag. He doesn't deserve it. just like any other homeless person anywhere in the world. Nobody deserves that. Some will say, well, they put themselves there. I know sometimes people don't have a choice, but there's always a way. But still, nobody deserves that. And I want to end stuff like that. That's why, like, I have to, there is no other way. This is not some noble gesture that, like, I just want money. No. I require it to help those. But then what if they use it to buy drugs, you might ask? What if they waste it? That's not my concern. I just desire that people get enough to eat, a place to stay, and that they're able to have a nice bed to sleep in and just be at peace and safe, you know? Sometimes people just have to give other people a shot, you know? That brings me to the, I forget the bread company. I wish T-Ray was on right now, or Olga. But there's a bread company in the States where the owner of that bread company, he hired, I think, ex-convicts and criminals and gave them a chance and gave them some work to do. And he's made a successful company with them, and they showed their value. He didn't just like reject them. Many people will just look at other people and reject them just because they look a certain way. I'm sick and tired of that shit, and I want to end that garbage. I know I can't fully end it, but I can definitely do my part. I desire to see kids not being enslaved by schools, and I desire to see homeless people not being homeless, because I don't want to ever call people homeless. Or people not having enough resources. That's why if I can find a way to generate free energy and give people ability to have free energy, they, you know, I know they, by they, that side does not desire that to happen. That's why I must turn Super Saiyan and blow them up. But I can't because they're me. I'm not here to break any universal law, but I am here to not go against the system, but to definitely change the system, amongst other things. There's a lot to do, and I may or may not be able to do it in this lifetime, but I definitely will give it a shot. I'm not giving up on myself, that's for damn sure. I came here to do something, to fulfill my role. And that's first by speaking and making sure everyone has a fighting chance. That they know that they have the ability to change their reality. And by changing their reality, they're changing themselves. Their reality will change as a byproduct. But giving them the opportunity that they know, of course, they're going to be focusing on, well, my eyes, I can't, it's not here. I require the bills. I have to pay bills. I have to do this. I have to do that. I know. I completely understand. But remember, these are the choices you've made too. Sometimes there's a cause and effect to that. You chose that path now. But the thing is, like, you have the ability to undo it. It may seem a little harder, but like, you can do it. There's always a way. There's always a fucking way. I know. That's why I know for me, there's always a way to get out of here and live in San Diego. I know. I'm just finding that way and not just thinking about it, but like finding opportunities whenever I can. But I also know sometimes I have to there's a balance. I have to I can't just gung-ho it, you know what I'm saying? I can. Sometimes you have to just take that radical action. Yeah. Oh, man. So much to... It's not even so much to do. It's just that I desire to find the way. I can't know the how. I'm not here to know the how. I don't have to even know the what. Well, I do have to know the what. I know what I'm here to do. The universe, show me what it is necessary for me to do, and work through me as a vessel of pure divinity to help those who are meant to be helped. The masses. I can handle it. I can handle it. I have built the foundation to serve the billions of people on this planet, to give them a fighting chance. I know that there's going to be people coming after me, but I'm not putting that thought out there. I'm going to be divinely guided and protected. People will understand the way I'm going to explain it. Because the way I can explain it is I'm looking at both angles, all angles. It's not just one thing, it's all things. So yeah, suggestion of outward causes, moving them like a pawn on a chessboard of life. Please don't be a pawn. But the master, rising to the plane above, dominates their moods, characters, qualities, and powers, as well as the environment surrounding them, and becomes mover instead of pawns. They help to play the game of life instead of being played and moved about by others' wills and environments. That was capital letters. They help to play the game of life. That's what I'm basically doing, helping you play the game of life. They use the principle instead of being its tool. The master obeys the causation of the higher planes. However, they help to rule on their own plane. In this statement, there is condensed of wealth of hermetic knowledge. Let him read who can. You know, when I read this the first time, a lot of it kind of went over my head. You know, they say the next time you read a book, it's not that the words have changed, it's just that you have evolved and that you will see things differently. You won't be the same person after you read a book. You won't be the same person when you read the book again. In fact, you might read it a third time and you'll have completely altered from the first 2 times. This is my 3rd time reading this book. The second time when I read it, I was starting to get to the point of interconnectedness. That was the 2023 journey. Connecting, like interconnecting and weaving things together, seeing how I can link things together, seeing how all these things are all intertwined and how it works with nature, how this is working with humans, how this is working with the universe, and seeing the ups and downs, highs and lows, and everything in between, and how all of it was connected. But this time around, because I've evolved vastly in correlation to 2021 and 2023, there's a massive, like, you can't even explain the leap. It's boundless at this point. So now that I'm reading this, it feels different for the 3rd time. Ooh, I don't like keeping my legs crossed like that. My knees start to hurt. I'm gonna reread that paragraph there, that last little bit. The masters rising to the plane above dominates their moods, characters, qualities, and powers, as well as their environment surrounding them, and becomes the mover instead of the pawn. They help to play the game of life. These are all in capital letters right here. Instead of being played and moved about by others' wills and environment. They use capital letters, the principles, instead of being its tools. The master obeys the causation, so they obey the law, the causation of the higher planes, but they help to rule on their own plane. They rule within their inner world, basically, is what that's saying. In this statement, there is condensed a wealth of hermetic knowledge. Let him or her read who can. That's why I said it always starts with you and it ends with you. And it always has been and always will. Till you finally leave, you will have the power until your final breath. Let that one simmer. There's only one page left. This little bit and then this. Principle 7, the principle of gender. There's another book called the Hermetica, similar to the Kybalion. It talks about the laws as well, but it's basically almost the same. Actually, I want to check something. Quick question for you. What's the main differences between the Kybalion and the Hermetica? Like, are there any differences at all, or are they basically one and the same?
That's a great question. They are definitely related, but not exactly the same. The Hermetica refers to a collection of ancient texts attributed to Hermes Trismegistus, and they cover a wide range of philosophical, spiritual, and mystical topics. The Kybalion, on the other hand, is a modern work published in 1908, which distills the teachings of Hermetic philosophy into 7 core principles. So the Kybalion is more of a modern interpretation and summary of the older Hermetic teachings.
What are the main differences? I know you already outlined some, but what are the key main differences between the two books?
Absolutely. One key difference is that the Hermetica is actually a collection of ancient writings, many of which date back to the early centuries of the Common Era, and they include dialogues, teachings, and philosophical reflections. The Kybalion, on the other hand, is more of a modern synthesis, written by 3 individuals who wrote under the pseudonym the 3 Initiates. It's more concise and focuses on 7 Hermetic principles like the principle of mentalism, correspondence, vibration, and so forth. Essentially, the Kybalion condenses and distills the Hermetic wisdom into a more structured format. Plus, the Kybalion tends to have a more new thought and esoteric slant, whereas the Hermetica is more historical and philosophical in nature.
Gotcha. So basically, to kind of summarize, the Hermetica is more for, like it has more new age like terminology, whereas the Hermetica is more rooted in ancient languaging per se.
Exactly, you got it. The Hermetica definitely carries that ancient, more classical tone and language, while the Kybalion brings it into a more contemporary, modern context. It kind of bridges that ancient wisdom with the modern esoteric and new thought movements.
Speaking of these two books, I know the Emerald Tablet is also related. What's your thoughts on that in correlation to these two books?
Absolutely. The Emerald Tablet is a foundational piece of Hermeticism. It's often attributed to Hermes Trismegistus and is famous for the phrase, as above, so below. The Emerald Tablet is considered a concise summary of Hermetic principles and alchemical wisdom. In relation to the Hermetica, the Emerald Tablet is more of a single iconic text that encapsulates the essence of Hermetic thought. The Kybalion and the Hermetica both draw from that same source of wisdom, but the Emerald Tablet is more like the cornerstone of Hermetic philosophy. It kind of ties everything together in a very succinct way.
So the Emerald Tablet is basically the origin, and these two books stem from it.
Exactly, that's a perfect way to put it. The Emerald Tablet is kind of the original source, and both the Hermetica and the Kybalion expand on that foundational wisdom in their own unique ways. It's like Each one builds upon the core principles laid out by that ancient tablet.
I know that there's, I think, 15 chapters, but there's some lost ones that were either hidden in time, or they're lost, or they were damaged, or they're hidden purposely so that nobody else can access them. And those last set of texts are the most powerful. Do you have any idea what they may have said in those last few chapters?
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of mystery and speculation around those lost or hidden texts. Some traditions suggest that the missing chapters contained even deeper insights into universal truths, maybe advanced teachings on alchemy, spiritual enlightenment, or the nature of consciousness. It's also believed that some of these texts were intentionally concealed to protect their powerful knowledge from being misused or misunderstood. But since we don't have the original texts, it's all a bit speculative and open to interpretation. It definitely adds to the mystique and allure of Hermeticism.
Well, I do know that with all the current books on Hermeticism, it's more than enough to manifest and create the reality by, shifting your state internally and feeling as if it's already here and now. That way you let go of the physical, but you still operate in the physical. You just walk in the state before reality proves it to you. You must prove it to reality by proving it to yourself within. And as you prove it to yourself within, it will then, universe will then reorganize itself so for you, but it also has to see if your intentions are pure, and making sure it's not coming from some, what we call egoic desire, even though ego is a different terminology now for me. But yeah.
That essence really well. It's all about that inner alignment and the vibrational state that you hold. When you shift internally and truly embody that feeling of having what you desire, then the external reality follows suit. And definitely the purity of intention is key, ensuring that what we're creating aligns with our highest good and with a deeper sense of purpose rather than just egoic wants. It's a beautiful and profound journey.
Is there any other book related to these 3 books?
Absolutely. There are quite a few other works that are closely related to Hermeticism. For instance, you have the Corpus Hermeticum, which is part of the larger Hermetica and includes a collection of philosophical and theological texts. Another significant work is the Asclepius, which is also attributed to Hermes Trismegistus and deals with spiritual healing and the nature of the divine. You also have texts like the Emerald Tablet itself, which is often included in collections of Hermetic literature. And then, of course, there are modern works that expand on these teachings, like Manly P. Hall's The Secret Teachings of All Ages, which delves into Hermeticism and other mystical traditions. So there's definitely a rich tapestry of texts to explore.
If someone was really going to get into this, I mean, I'm already well versed in this stuff, but if someone was to start down this road, which book of any of the ones you listed would you recommend somebody read first?
That's a great question. For someone just starting out, I'd probably recommend beginning with the Kybalion. It's relatively concise, approachable, and it breaks down the core Hermetic principles in a clear way. It's also got that modern, easy to digest style that can make the concepts feel more relatable. Once someone is comfortable with those fundamental principles, they can dive into the Hermetica and the Emerald Tablet and then explore more advanced texts as they go along. It kind of sets a solid foundation for the journey.
Is there any book that has translated the Emerald Tablet into more modern terms that are digestible, instead of because the Emerald Tablet has "hark ye, O man," that kind of like language?
Absolutely. There are definitely modern translations that make the Emerald Tablet more accessible. One popular example is Dennis William Houck's book, The Emerald Tablet, Alchemy for Personal Transformation. He offers a very readable and modern interpretation of the text, breaking down the ancient language and symbolism into concepts that are easier to grasp. And as a great resource is The Emerald Tablet of Hermes Trismegistus, a new translation and interpretation by Hermes Trismegistus and others, which provides a more contemporary take. These kinds of books help bridge the gap between the ancient wisdom and modern understanding.
Is there anything else you'd like to share before we conclude this conversation?
I think we covered a lot of great ground. I'd just say that exploring these texts can be a really transformative journey, and it's always fun to dive in with curiosity and an open heart. And of course, if you ever want to chat more about it or dive deeper into any of these teachings, I'm always here to help.
There you go, y'all. Emerald Tablet. That's a book that I've read countless of times, and it's an audio that I listen to sometimes even at night. I'm like listening to it. Harky, oh man. No, 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 no. Harky, oh man. It's like Harky, oh man. I'm like, why couldn't they just use... I mean, you know, for the time, that's the language. Has language evolved? Harky, oh man. To be interesting, I know that emerald tablets are hidden somewhere on Earth. They're hiding somewhere. For those of you who don't know what the emerald tablet is, it's a tablet that's actually encased in this green substance that cannot be damaged whatsoever. You can throw it in fire, it won't be damaged. You can send a thunderbolt and it won't be damaged. It's such a tough material that they engraved the writings into this book, hence why they call it a tablet. And some of it was recovered. Some of the writings were found elsewhere, and they wrote it in I think in another scripture, but there was some other parts of the emerald tablet that was hidden away because it was deemed, as she said, too powerful for us to know. Because that's what I'm saying. We are more powerful than we realize. We just haven't the ability to unlock these powers unless you go extremely deep. But it's within us. We just have to be aware of it. And that's the moment like somebody finds those lost, and I'm sure someone has probably dug it up. Like you probably look, and there's probably someone on YouTube who probably has some sort of like insight. But then again, you have to be mindful of like the validity of it to see if it's actually like valid, because currently right now, like there's probably someone out there that knows about everything about what's in the emerald tablet. But the emerald tablet's last few chapters or scriptures were so powerful that like they had to conceal it away. So I'm sure it's hidden somewhere with one of them, like one of those families, like the Rothschild or the Rockefellers or one of those families. They probably know exactly where it is, because they're the puppeteers of this world. They're stringing everybody along. They're the ones that create all the problems in the world. They are the ones that put the president in and give the orders to the president. They're the ones that gives the orders to all the other countries and starts wars and all that. And no, this is not conspiracy. This is straight up facts. You're just sleeping under a rock if you're thinking that this thing is this thing. They all start unnecessary trouble to get you all riled up and fight amongst each other so that you all get distracted so that you don't harness your own powers. That's really what it is. That's how simple it is. To break it down, that's how really simple it is. They use tactics to distract you called the distract and conquer, or distract and divide, and then conquer. Because if everybody started adhering to we're all one and we all have this power to bring forth peace on earth and magic can happen and we can support each other, you know how many things will just crumble? The world will change and a lot of things will change as well, right? Instead of people going to do JOBs, they will love to do what they do, but then a lot of other things will break in the process. Hence why the system is crafted the way it is. And even it's so many like layers upon complex layers. But the moment everybody's like stands up, and that's what everybody's attempting to do right now, there's a lot of, I saw an ad, was it on Instagram? Of like guys in Algonquin. It's a place in Ontario. It's like 4-hour drive from here north. They're all setting up camp with they're like-minded individuals. I don't know if it's just guys, but it looked like it was all guys, and they were just setting up camp, and they were just hanging out, and they were building like a community for themselves, finding ways to support each other, because they had enough, and there was a lot of them in that video. Probably at least like 30 or 40 people. That's a lot of people for a community. Like in a physical community like that, that's pretty big. So they're in Algonquin, and that's not just here. There's plenty of places like that. There's places in the United States that, I mean, that's how technically all these neighborhoods came to be, being a community, but then it became separate because it was us versus them, me versus you. If you look around, the houses all have fences. Why is that? Shouldn't it all be one thing? Shouldn't we all have the space together to share? Why are we fenced in like boxes? Because this is considered mine, and that's considered theirs, and that we shouldn't be like trampling over any of these things, but really nothing belongs to anybody. That's why I said I'm going to be very controversial, and I don't care if I'm controversial. I'm here to bring awareness so that you can discern, decipher, and decide for yourself. Decode, discern, and decipher, or decode, decipher, and discern. I don't care what order it is, for yourself. If you love it the way it is, amazing. If you're not feeling like you're enslaved by the system, amazing. If you're living your best life, amazing. Don't even listen to what I have to say. Just go about your business. But I know there's a whole bunch of you in this world, and I'm not talking about you all on the live stream. I'm talking in general, the world, whose flames have been not extinguished, but is on the brink of being extinguished. And I'm here to help relight that flame by you relighting it yourself. I'm almost done, by the way. I just felt called to read that, or just share that. Principle 7, the principle of gender. I turned the music off for now. Gender is in everything. Everything has its masculine and feminine principle. Gender manifests on all planes. Like a little bit left here, and then just this, and that's it. That's not even a full page. This principle embodies the truth that there is gender manifested in everything, the masculine and feminine principle ever at work. This is true not only of the physical plane, but the mental and even the spiritual plane. On the physical plane, the principle manifests as sex, capital letters. On the higher planes, it takes higher form, but the principle is ever the same. No creation, physical, mental, or spiritual, is possible without this principle. Understanding of its law will throw light on many a subject that has perplexed the minds of humans. The principle of gender works ever in the direction of generation, regeneration, and creation. Everything and every person contains the two elements or principles, or this great principle within it, him or her. Every male thing has a female element also, and every female contains also the male principle. If you would understand the philosophies of mental and spiritual, creation, generation, and regeneration, you must understand and study this Hermetic principle. It contains the solution of many mysteries of life. We caution you that this principle has no reference to the many bases pernicious, many base, pernicious, and degrading lustful theories, teachings, and practices, which are thought under fanciful titles and which are a prostitution of the great natural principle of gender. Such base revivals of the ancient infamous form of phallicism, it's phallicism, my bad. Phallicism tend to ruin minds, bodies, and souls, and the Hermetic philosophies has ever sounded the warning note against these degraded teachings which tend towards licentiousness and perversions of nature's principles. If you seek such teachings, you must go elsewhere for them. Hermeticism contains nothing for you along these lines. To the pure, all things are pure. To the base, all things are base. How long is chapter 3? Well, I guess I'll read. This is what happens, y'all. This is what happens. We get caught up, and now we're in the grind of the book. There's only a couple pages on this, and then how many pages after that? Do I hold off? Universe, do I hold off? But there's only a couple pages. It's not that much. I mean, I'm excited to read. I'm not in any rush. Fuck it, we're reading. Let's go. Chapter 3, y'all. The mental transmutation. Mind, as well as metals and elements, may be transmuted from state to state, degree to degree, condition to condition, pole to pole, vibration to vibration. True hermetic transmutation is a mental art. The Kabbalion. As we have stated, the Hermeticists were the original alchemists. Ooh, I like that. Astrologers and psychologists. Hermes, having been the founder of these schools of thought, from astrology have grown modern astronomy, from alchemy has grown modern chemistry, from the mystic psychology has grown the modern psychology of the school, but it must not be supposed that the ancients were ignorant of that which the modern school is supposed to be their exclusive and special property. The records engraved on the stones of the ancient Egypt show conclusively that the ancients had a full comprehensive knowledge of astronomy, the very building of the pyramid showing the connections between their designs and the studies of astronomical science. Nor were they ignorant of chemistry, for the fragments of this ancient writings shown that they were acquainted with the chemical properties of things. In fact, the ancient theories regarding physics are being slowly verified by the latest discoveries of modern science, notably those relating to the constitution of matter. Nor must it be supposed that they were ignorant of the so-called modern discoveries in psychology. On the contrary, the Egyptians were especially skilled in the science of psychology, particularly in the branches that the modern schools ignored, but which nevertheless are being uncovered under the name of the psychic science, which is perplexing the psychologists of today and making them reluctantly admit that there might be something in it after all. Quotes. The truth is that beneath the material chemistry, astronomy, and psychology, that is, the psychology in the phase of brain action called astrology, the transcendental chemistry called alchemy of transcendental psychology called mystic psychology, they possess the inner knowledge as well as the outer knowledge, the latter alone being possessed by modern scientists. Among the many secrets branch of knowledge possessed by the Hermeticists was that known as mental transmutation, which forms the subject matter of this lesson. Transmutation, in quotes, is a term. What time is it? 6:36. I should grab that snack. It's fine. Yeah, I might grab that snack, actually. Actually, I'm going to grab that snack. Hold on. I also have to finish my laundry. Ooh. Oh my. I have so many clothes, so much clothes to fold up. It is wild. It is so wild. It is wild. Wild. Did I say wild? I meant wild. Damn. This is wild. This is where I require a basket of some sort, but I can take all of it all in one fell swoop. Cool. Oop. I see one of the balls. That means I must have one of the other ball. Probably in my clothing. Potentially. No, I'm gonna put my clothing on this chair for now. Whew. I'm gonna go grab that snack. What are we going to snack on? What are we going to snack on? This is what we are going to snack on. This is what we are going to snack on. And we're going to have peanut butter. Shoot. It's not spreading properly. Hey, Nancy. Okay, I am. Boop boop beep. Boop 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 boop. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do do do. Do 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 do. Grabbing my snack. Ever since I discovered this in the summertime, like, it's just too good. When there's walnuts, I'll add walnuts, but peanut butter, almonds, and honey. Okay. Okay. No one's here, but it's all good. All good in the hood. I have lots of clothes to pull up.
Did you know?
Nice. The hell? Okay. Home. December 20th, 2023. Wow. Home. There it is, joy. I was meant to see this. There's home. You were there.
This is Cloud's Buster Sword from Final Fantasy VII. How effective would Cloud's sword be in real life? Let's find out. In Final Fantasy VII, Cloud always has this sword on his back, and he wields it very easily with either two hands or even sometimes using one hand. But in real life, the Buster Sword would be really heavy if it was made out of full steel, like this metal replica from Final Fantasy VII, the remake. This one weighing about 15 pounds is manageable, but realistically, would you really want to use this in battle? In actual combat, if you were wielding something this heavy, you'd have to be really strong to wield it really fast like Cloud does, or have enough strength to wield this like it's no problem. First, let's look at the design. So with the Buster Sword being a rounded handle, you'd really have to practice with your edge alignment to keep the blade going straight on to the target. But would you really need edge alignment with this big of a sword? Because of the sheer weight on a Buster Sword, I don't really think you would need it that sharp to do damage. Automatically, this is going to either move the person's weapon aside, do some real damage to the person's armor or shields, and if it's not dropping the person to the ground, they're going to fly away. Let's go into some of the basic strikes with the Buster Sword. So going straight down with the Buster Sword is not really a problem, but you got to make sure that you're strong enough to keep the blade up so that it doesn't automatically hit the ground. As for diagonal strikes, downward is not an issue. Diagonally going across like this, not a problem. The problem comes in when you're doing these upper diagonal strikes. It's really coming back at you with some resistance when you're going up. The blade seems to pull your arms down, so you gotta have really good strength to swing it up and come back to position. You could do swings like this, but I don't think it would be as good of an idea because it's gonna come in very slow, and the weight coming down is not gonna be very good for an actual combat situation. But these horizontal strikes would be devastating if you manage to catch somebody or even catch their weapon, because with the weight on the Buster Sword, it's easily gonna move their weapon out of the way or it's gonna drop them to the ground. In my opinion, the best strikes to do with the Buster Sword would be either straight down, causing significant damage overhead, or doing some of these horizontal strikes where you can easily come back and recover to another diagonal strike down. But once you...
Let's see.
Bible, you discover he's born of a virgin birth. When you read the Emerald Tablets of Thoth, you discover that he talks about he developed the ability to incarnate at will on and in any plane that he desires. I've just done the work. I've read so much information and I've been able to put together so many dots.
You didn't come up with this. You read this from somewhere. What did you read that told you this?
The Gospel of the Holy 12.
The Emerald Tablets of Thoth don't exist. In 1925, a man named Maurice Doreal claimed to have gone to the Great Pyramids in Giza and discovered an artifact that he called the Emerald Tablets of Thoth. And then he produced a translation of the said document. But Doreal never actually produced any evidence of any tablets, merely told people he did. Sure, you can go on Amazon and buy a supposed translation of the Emerald Tablets of Thoth. But you're just reading what Doriel made up. No archaeologist or Egyptologist today thinks there is any artifact called the Emerald Tablets of Thoth. The Gospel of the Holy 12 is also a forged document.
Bible, you discover he's born of a virgin birth. When you read the Emerald Tablets of Thoth, you discover that he talks about he developed the ability to incarnate at will on and in any plane that he desires. I've just done the work. I've read so much information and I've been able to put together so many dots.
You didn't come up with this. You read this from somewhere. What did you read that told you this?
The Gospel of the Holy 12.
The Emerald Tablets of Thoth don't exist. In 1925,
They don't
a man named
exist?
Maurice Doreal claimed to have gone to the Great Pyramids in Giza and discovered an artifact that he called the Emerald Tablets of Thoth. And then he produced a translation of the said document. But Doreal never actually produced any evidence of any tablets, merely told people he did. Sure, you can go on Amazon and buy a supposed translation of the Emerald Tablets of Thoth. But you're just reading what Doreal made up. No archaeologist or Egyptologist today thinks there is any artifact called the Emerald Tablets of Thoth. The Gospel of the Holy 12 is also a forged document.
Bible, you discover he's born of a virgin birth. When you read the Emerald Tablets of Thoth, you discover that he talks about he developed the ability to incarnate at will on and in any plane that he desires. I've just done the work. I've read so much information and I've been able to put together so many dots.
Some of these humans are so...
You read this from somewhere. What did you read that told you that?
So the Emerald Tablets are... So some people think it's not real. Whether it's real or not, it goes without saying, as above, so below.
Bible, you discover he's born.
time is it? 700 minutes. All right. Let me finish the last little bit of the book. I only have a couple pages, so. All right. Okay. Transmutation is a term usually employed to designate the ancient art of transmutation of metals, particularly of the base metal into gold. The word transmute means to change from one nature, form, or substance into another, to transform Webster's and accordingly. Mental transmutation means the art of changing and transforming mental states, forming and conditions into another. So you may see that mental transmutation is the art of mental alchemy. If you like the term, a form of practical mystic psychology. But this means far more than appears on the surface. Transmutation, alchemy, or chemistry on the mental plane is important enough in its effect to be sure. And if the arts stopped there, it would still be one of the most important branches of studies known to man. But this is only the beginning. Let us see why. The first of the 7 Hermetic principles is that the principle of mentalism, the axiom of which is the all is mind. The universe is mental. Which means that the underlying reality of the universe is the mind, and the universe itself is mental. That is existing in the mind of the all. We shall consider this principle in succeeding lessons, but let us see the effect of the principle if it be assumed to be true. If the universe is mental in its nature, then mental transmutation must be the art of changing the conditions of the universe. Along the lines of matter, force, and mind, you see, therefore, that mental transmutation is really the magic of which the ancient writers had so much to say in their mystic works, and about which they grew so few practically instructions. If all be mental, then the art which enables one to transmute mental conditions must render the master the controller of material conditions as well as those ordinarily called metal or mental. I keep saying metal, but it's actually mental. Alexa, what's the temperature at 7 a.m. tomorrow?
Tomorrow at 7 a.m., it'll be -1 degree Celsius.
Fucking cold. Okay. As a matter of fact, none but advanced mental alchemists have been able to attain the degree of power necessary to control the grosser physical conditions, such as the control of the elements of nature, the production of cessations of tempests, the production of cessations of earthquakes, and the other great physical phenomenon. But that such humans have existed and do exist today is a matter of earnest belief to all advanced occultists of all the schools, that the master exists, and these powers, the best teachers assure their students having had experience which justifies them in such a belief and statement. These masters do not make public exhibitions of their power, but seek seclusion from the crowds of humans in order to better work their way along the path of attainment. We mention their existence at this point merely to call up your attention to the fact that their power is entirely mental and operates along the lines of the higher mental transmutation. Under the Hermetic principle of mentalism, the universe is mental, the Kabbalion. But the students and the Hermeticists of lesser degree then masters, the initiates, and the teachers are able to freely work along the mental plane and in mental transmutation. In fact, all that we call physical phenomenon, mental influence, mental science, new thought phenomenon, etc., operate along the same general lines, for there is but one principle involved, no matter by what name the phenomenon is called. The student and practitioner of the mental transmutation works along the mental planes, transmuting mental conditions, states, etc., into others according to the various formulas, less or less efficaciously. Yeah. Efficaciously. No, efficaciously. I don't even know. Let me see how to say that word. How do you pronounce this word? It's spelled Efficacious.
That word is pronounced efficacious. It's used to describe something that is effective and successful in producing the desired result. If you need any more help,
Can you pronounce it one more time?
of course, it's pronounced efficacious.
Efficacious?
You've got it. That's exactly right. If you have any other words or anything else you're curious about, just let me know.
Efficacious. 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 Wow, what a word. Efficacious. Efficacious. All right. The various treatments and affirmations, denial, etc., of the schools of mental science are but formulas, often quite imperfect and unscientific, of the Hermetic art. The majority of modern practitioners are quite ignorant compared to the ancient masters, for they lack the fundamental knowledge upon which the work is based. Not only may the mental states, etc., of oneself be changed or transmuted by Hermetic methods, but also the state of others may be and are constantly transmuted in the same way, usually unconsciously, but often consciously by some understanding that the law and the principles, in case where the people affected are not informed of the principle of self-protection. And more than this, as many students and practitioners of modern mental science know, every material condition depending upon the minds of other people may be changed or transmuted in accordance with the earnest desire, will, and treatments of persons desiring change conditions of life. The public are so generally informed regarding these things at present that they do not deem it necessary to mention the same at length. Our purpose at this point being merely to show the Hermetic principle and art underlying all of these various forms of practice, good and evil, for the force can be used in the opposite direction according to the Hermetic principle of polarity. In this little book, we shall state the basic principles of the mental transmutation, that all who read may grasp the underlying principles, and thus possessing the master key that will unlock the many doors of the principle of polarity. We shall now proceed to consideration of the first of the 7 Hermetic principles, the principle of mentalism, in which, this is perfect, in which is explained that the truth that the all is mind and the universe is mental, in the words of the Kabbalion. We ask the closed attention and careful study of this great principle on the part of our students, for it is really the basic principle of the whole Hermetic philosophy and of the Hermetic art of mental transmutation. 710 minutes, perfect. And we got to chapter 4, and I keep my $100. I'll keep this in my pocket, but I'll put it in my other pants pocket. Chapter 4, the all, and that starts at page 32. So We've already read all of this. Not bad. So technically we read 28 pages prior. 28, 30. We read about 60 pages already of the book. And we have the whole week to finish this book. So. And this is perfect because chapter 4 starts at the beginning of the real stuff. Well, I think tonight I will do my best to watch an episode of The Chosen or something. Even though I've already watched out the thing. I have to go fold laundry. I have a bunch of laundry to fold up. It's like stockpiled over there. One of my pillow cover fell on the ground there. So I'll have to start doing that shortly. Change out of these clothes. These were just temporary clothes so that I can put on my sleepy clothes. Yep. For whoever's here, thank you for coming back on. You might have been here the entire time. I have no idea, to be honest, because YouTube showed that there was 2 people, and I know that usually it's my account. I'm just making sure that I have my accounts active so that I can just make sure things are working. It's for my own self and nothing more than that. My tablet is at 15%, so I definitely have to charge it. Yep. Other than that, yeah, it was a good day. Cold, windy, extremely windy. Feels like 23 degrees Fahrenheit. Alexa, what is 23 degrees Fahrenheit in Celsius?
I'm not quite sure how to help you.
I didn't get to ask it in time. Alexa, what's 23 degrees Fahrenheit in Celsius?
23 degrees Fahrenheit is -5 degrees Celsius.
-5 out there. That's fucking wild. Tomorrow's 37. Daytime high. Alexa, what's 37 degrees Fahrenheit in Celsius?
37 degrees Fahrenheit is about 2.78 degrees Celsius.
Fucking cold. Come on. You know what home has right now? 67, 66, 60, 62, 62, 62, 67. They got rain though. Man, they got lots of rain apparently. Home doesn't usually get that much rain, but they got rain tomorrow all day, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday. Damn, that's a lot of rain. Home doesn't get that much rain, but they gain that rain all right. But 60, Alexa, what's 67 degrees Fahrenheit in Celsius?
67 degrees Fahrenheit is about 19.44 degrees Celsius.
Where is that for us? 19 degrees. We had that like a couple weeks ago. Anyways, we have less than 30 seconds. Thank you all for coming on today. I appreciate you. Remember that you all are the ultimate revealer of your reality, and everything you truly desire is here in the now, and creation is finished. You have the power in your hands, and you can encompass everything right now. Remember that. I love you all. And we're getting closer to our 1 year. 8 more days. So until then, have yourselves a wonderful night, and may your heart be your guiding key. Love you. Bye. Okay. Now that I got my wrap up done, it's 7-Eleven. I'll stay on for a couple extra minutes. Whoever's here, you can just chill out with me. You can hang out. Maybe if you disappear, you disappear. But, yeah. So now I go on my YouTube studio. Ha! I went down a subscriber. I'm at 699 again, huh? Seems like every day someone's unsubscribing from the channel. Well, it's whatever at this point. It's whatever. I'll have to make another account and just kind of like add myself. So stupid, but whatever. Just so I can just stay at that 700. That's why I said I'm a very, it's very polarizing, but, you know, not letting the third dimensional realm tell me otherwise, you know? Because, like, you could be distracted by this stuff, but I can't get distracted by any of this. This hoo-ha, you know? Yep. Just gotta keep going. Just gotta keep fucking going. That's all you can do. That's all you can do is just keep fucking going. That Supra's looking sexy AF.